Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku battled against gods and had Harem? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Ragnarok by Camdog 2. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Humanity's 7 million year history is about to come to an end. The cause of this apocalypse, is it nuclear war, an asteroid impact, or perhaps an alien invasion? It's time, Brunhilde. A young girl spoke nervously as an older woman looked on in complete determination. Geir, youngest of the 13 Valkyrie sisters. Brunhilde, oldest of the Valkyrie sisters. No. This cataclysm will be caused by none other than humanity's creators. It is the very will of the gods themselves that humanity is about to face its doom. In a massive room, thousands of gods from many different pantheons have gathered to discuss something of the utmost importance. Well then, my fellow gods, it's been 1,000 years since we held this conference, said an ancient-looking man sitting in the middle of the room, a massive red dragon behind him. Zeus, Greek pantheon. Now I ask you all, should we forgive the humans of their sins and let them continue on for another 1,000 years? He asked, holding up a sigh with a circle on it. Or do we put an end to them once and for all? He continued on as he held up a sigh with an X on it. As the gods began to discuss among themselves, one of the gods decided to make their options known. Yeah, I saw we put an end to the wretched things, they voiced, drawing everyone's attention to them. Shiva, Hindu pantheon. Goddess of destruction and creation. I've watched them closely these last 1,000 years and they haven't shown any sign of improving. It's pointless trying to guide them. Let's just wipe the slate clean and evolve another species already, she suggested, floating lazily on her pillow as she held up 4X signs. Shiva's right. Another goddess spoke up, getting everyone's attention. Aphrodite, Greek pantheon. Goddess of beauty. In the past 1,000 years the earth has only grown uglier and uglier. Trash and oil in the seas. Forest being torn down and entire species of animals going extinct. Humanity has become nothing more than a plague that needs to be eradicated before it can do any more damage, the goddess of beauty declared, holding up an X, and from there the gods continued to discuss, growing more and more angry and disgusted with humanity, each telling others how each of their own attempts at guiding the miserable creatures only to end in failure. Soon everyone was holding up an axe and the meeting had reached a majority. Well, that's that, Zeus said with a giggle as he raised his gavel. I declare humanity will end. Hold on just a moment, a voice shouted, stopping Zeus, who was an inch away from banging his gavel, with everyone looking up to see Brunhilde standing there with Geir. Her sudden appearance surprised a few of the gods and angered a few others. What are you doing, Hild? You can't just march into a meeting like this, Geir whispered frantically towards her older sister, who ignored her. With respect, your graces, I ask that I'm allowed to say a few words. The Valkyrie requested, only for an angry high-pitched voice to answer her. Mind your manners, Brunhilde. It screamed, with Brunhilde's glancing in its direction, revealing it to have been a white raven along with a black raven sitting atop their master's shoulders. Odin, Norse pantheon. Supreme Norse god. Hugin the white crow and Munin the black crow continued to berate, insult and try picking a fight with her, but the eldest Valkyrie ignored the birds easy enough, only adding to their annoyance as she addressed the gods. Human nature and savagery are unforgivable, but simply wiping them out is such a waste, don't you think? Brunhilde asked the assembled gods. May I suggest testing them, in a way that even allows them to witness your divine might? Brunhilde suggested, getting interested looks from everyone. What do you have in mind? Flooding the earth once more? Hugin asked, with Munin thought it could be another ice age. As Brunhilde remained silent, more and more of the gods grew restless, wanting to hear what the demigod had in mind. The Ragnarok. The final competition between the gods and humanity, Brunhilde declared, leaving everyone shocked and dumbfounded, and no one could blame them. The Ragnarok, a series of one-on-one matches with each side picking 13 fighters to compete in the first 1 to 7 victories claim victory. Should humanity lose, then they will face immediate extinction, whereas should humanity wins, they will get another 1,000 years of living from the gods. There are, however, several rules that must be followed. 1. Each matchup will be random and decided before the fight begins, along with what kind of match it will be. 2. There are 3 types of matches. Matches where killing is forbidden, and doing so will result in immediate disqualification and a point to the opposing side. Matches were killing as allowed, but knockouts, surrenders, as well as causing the opponent to be unable to continue will also result in a win, and finally a death match where the only way to secure the win is to kill the opponent. 3. A fighter must fight for as long as they can, as many times as they are selected, until they are defeated or killed, with a tie resulting in a defeat, at which point they can no longer allowed to fight. The reason for the addition for the clauses are the same as the reason for the Ragnarok in the first place. Pure amusement of the gods, as the idea of a human so much as scratching a god is completely and utterly ridiculous. Huh. That's your proposal? Hugin scoffed at the mere idea, as many of the gods have already started bellowing with laughter. Yes, you Valkyries should know that the humans would stand no chance against the gods. Munin reminded her before speaking in tandem. It would be a waste of time. As more and more gods dismissed the very idea, Brunhilde continued on. So it's the gods' decision to end the humans as well as avoid conflict with them, is that what I'm hearing? The way she spoke was normal, but there was just something in her tone that caused everyone to go silent. Extinction without confrontation. Brunhilde continued on, a thoughtful look on her face. Refusal to meet face to face. She continued on before a worried look came to her face. No, it possibly be that. She trailed off before sneering down at all gods present. You're all scared shitless at the mere thought of facing Them, aren't you? That question seemed to echo in the chamber as the gods all sat there stone-faced and silent, with the only one making any noise was Geir, begging her older sister to stop before she was killed. Brunhilde, undeterred, continued on, this time with an apologetic look on her face. If that's the case, I do apologize. So please continue on and let's forget about this Ragnarok nonsense. She suggested, with only fueled her younger sister's frantic tries to get her to stop. Then the laughter started. It started with Aphrodite, who let out a simple giggle before Shiva started to chuckle, with more and more gods joining in with confused Geir, until various sounds reached her ears, starting her until that turned into full-blown panic at the sight of the gods barely containing their rage. And this was the result Brunhilde was waiting for, because compared to humanity the tempers of the gods are much more fragile. Brunhilde, seeing all the outrage, only smiled as the gods shouted abuse at the demigods until Zeus finally made his opinion known. Ho, 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 now that's a interesting proposal, a proper Ragnarok. Now that's absolutely. He spoke, his body shaking violently until he couldn't hold it anymore. Amazing. He shouted, throwing his fist back, hitting the dragon's body and causing it to explode into a shower of blood and gore, which Zeus completely ignored, as well as the terrified looks from the other gods, too enraptured by the though of Ragnarok. And I'm sure my fellow gods would agree that you all would love to witness the wrath of the gods. Zeus finished, his face twisting into something monstrous for a second, while Brunhilde held a brief look of worry on her face as Zeus spoke to the other gods. What say you, my fellow deities? Shall we battle humankind? He asked, getting a roar of approval from the crowd. And that is how Ragnarok, the final conflict between the gods and humankind, began. Line beak. As the meeting had concluded, the two sisters walked, one calmly, the other looking ready to drop at any moment. Finally, it seemed Geir had reached her limit and slumped to the ground, causing Brunhilde to look at her. Why? The younger sister whined. Why'd you have to go that far? We both could have been killed, she yelled, getting a sigh from Brunhilde. Geir is an apprentice Valkyrie. You may not know this yet, but the bond between the Valkyries and the humans goes much deeper than the one they have with the gods. How can we possibly forsake them? Brunhilde asked as she continued to walk, while Geir looked at her in awe. That's right, she, the tragic Valkyrie that was once transformed into a human. That's why she cares so much for them. Geir thought before she her next concern. But can humankind actually win? I mean, who will the gods send out first? Geir asked, getting a smile from Brunhilde. What a silly question, Geir. It's obvious the gods' first pick will be. However, before she could answer, the flapping of wings caught the sister's attention, causing the older one to scowl in annoyance as an incubus appeared. Hey there, Brunhilde, I heard you caused quite a stir in the conference. He spoke as he landed and approached the pair. They're capable of anything, so you better watch your back, he said with a wink. The gods are cruel and merciless, a bunch of egomaniacs. He continued before suddenly grabbing her and bringing her into an embrace. I can protect you if you want, he offered before suddenly grabbing her face. It all depends on your attitude, he told her, his elongated tongue stitching out in excitement. Though all this, Brunhilde kept that same unimpressed, annoyed expression and didn't so much as twitch when the lust demon gave her cheek a lick. So when she suddenly went to her knees in a bow, the incubus was caught off guard before regaining his arrogant smile. That's right, on your knees. I've wanted you for so long now. The proud Valkyrie Brunhilde. I can only image what you're like in bed. He continued to laugh with Brunhilde barely holding in her snort of disgust. Oh, I'm not bending my knee to you, she told him, with the incubus only having time to let out an "eh" before exploding in a cloud of blood, covering Brunhilde in it. Gare was absolutely shaking, but Brunhilde appeared to remain calm as she addressed the newcomer. It's been a long time, she greeted as she looked up, my lady Thor. Thor, Norse pantheon. Goddess of thunder. That's Thor, goddess of thunder. Gare thought, absolutely terrified as she trembled, absolutely terrified, and no one could blame her. Thor was over 8 feet tall, had one of the deadliest weapons Mjolnir, and was the strongest goddess in existence. I gotta take knee to. The youngest thought, and was about to follow her sister's example when she noticed Thor was already walking past them. Just what are you playing at, Brunhilde? She asked, not breaking her stride, while the Valkyrie remained silent. This caused Thor to turn towards the two and unleash some bloodlust, causing Gare to scream in fright before the goddess just huffed and turned and walked away. Whatever it is, just make sure it's worth my time, otherwise I'll kill you as well, she warned before leaving. Gare was panting heavily with sweat running down her face. That was terrifying. How did you remain so calm? The young girl asked her sister. Oh, did it seem I was calm? That's good. She spoke evenly, but when Gare turned towards her she screamed in fright, seeing her sister sitting there still covered in blood, breathing even heavier than Gare was, and had a mad gleam in her eyes as well as twitching and shuddering every few seconds. Hild. She gasped, having never seen her like that before. Watching Brunhilde suddenly shot up to her feet. Come Gare, we have to choose 13 supreme champions from the 7 million history of mankind, she declared, only getting a cry of disbelief from Gare. Are you joking, Brunhilde? What human could possibly be able to stand up against the gods? She asked, and Brunhilde had just answered for her. But someone beat her to the punch. Actually, I've got a guy who could help. A voice suddenly spoke out of nowhere, startling the two and caused them to look around frantically until a man seemingly materialized in front of them. Seeing the looks on the two Valkyries' faces, he raised his hand up and getting, "Yo, how's it going?" he asked, getting no answer but continued on undeterred. That's cool. Anyway, I'm from beyond, but you can call me Beander, and I think I've got someone who can help you with your little issue here, he indicated while waving his hand around. Gare thought he was nuts and was thinking of ways to get away from him, while Brunhilde looked intrigued. And just how do you know about our little problem? She asked, getting a shrug in return. I know things, was all he responded, with not easing any of her worries. Seeing this, Beander continued on. Look, right now all you need to know is that I'm on your side and I've got a guy that can help, he said. Would you like to meet him at least? Beander asked, with Gare looking towards Brunhilde, who seemed to be deep in thought. This man managed to get here through unknown means and has yet to be detected by the looks of it, if what he says is true and he truly has someone that can help us, she thought before looking up and nodding. Bring him here and I will judge him if he is fit, myself, she ordered, getting a nod and grin from the man, who snapped his fingers, causing a portal to appear. A second later, something just out of it and collide with Beander, sending him flying and barreling towards a wall, causing it to collapse upon collision. A second later, Beander got up completely unfazed. Hey there, Izuku. How you doing? He asked, getting a growl from the now named Izuku, while Gare and Brunhilde got a good look at him. He's so young, both Valkyries thought as they watched the teen walk up to the man in white and grab him. What the hell do you want from me this time? He snarled at the bane of his existence. Oh, come on, Izuku. It's not like you were doing anything important at the moment, he argued, only for Izuku's grip to tighten. I was in the middle catching a criminal, he shouted, having been in the middle of his work study at Endeavor's agency with Katsuki and Shoto and about to capture a thief when he was suddenly brought here. Like I said, nothing important, Beander said, only getting another punch to face in return. It was only when Brunhilde cleared her throat did Izuku realize that they weren't alone, causing him to burn in embarrassment. Sorry about that, he said, letting the older man go and walking over to the two. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself as politely as he could with a bow. Oh, hello, I'm Gare and this is my older sister Brunhilde, Gare said, giving their own introductions. Before anything could be said, Brunhilde stepped forward. Before we go any further, I need to know just how strong you are. The task at hand will require nothing short of the best humanity has to offer. Brunhilde told Izuku, who began to try and think of a sensible way to stratify the woman despite not knowing what he was needed for just yet. I can help with that, Beander said, getting up as a blue sphere appeared in his hands and it shot towards the two Valkyries, allowing them to see exactly what he has done and what he was capable of. By the time the sphere had disappeared, Geir was gaping and looking towards Izuku with awe and hope, while Brunhilde was absolutely brimming with happiness. Seeing this, Izuku grew slightly uneasy. So do you think you can explain what you need me to? He requested, only for Brunhilde to suddenly appear and take him into her arms, pulling his head into her chest as she did so. Of course, my little golden goose, he told him. But there's something I need to do first, she told him in a tone that made him very nervous. And just what is that? He asked, only getting a smile from the Valkyrie as her body started to glow green with the light soon engulfing the hallway. Line break. It was time for Ragnarok to begin at last, and so all of mankind through history and every god had gathered to witness this historic event. So with roars from both sides they all looked down into the Valhalla arena, which was a massive round-shaped gladiatorial-type arena that was covered in sand, when suddenly everything seemed to darken with a lone spotlight shining down on the lone figure in the arena. Heimdall, Norse Pantheon, Watchman of the Apocalypse. At long last, the moment I blow this yaller horn and signal the start of Ragnarok has come at last, he shouted. Is everyone ready? He yelled, getting screams in reply. We all know the rules. 13 fighters, 3 kinds of matches, all kinds of insanity. He continued to pump the crowd while the Brunhilde and Geir watched from above. It's time, sister, Geir said nervously while Brunhilde nodded, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. Now let's pick the first 2 competitors. As 2 rows of names appeared and started spinning rapidly. And first up it's gonna be, he said, seeing the spinner slow down until finally it settled on 2 names. Thor versus Izuku Midoriya. And there you have it, people. Our first match will be Thor, goddess of thunder, the ultimate warrior of the Norse pantheon and the thunder berserker, Heimdall announced as the goddess herself arrived in a blast of lighting, getting cheers from the god's side and nervous looks from humans. Annihilate them, Odin ordered from her seat up in the private section. And going up against her is Izuku Midoriya. He finished the introduction more like a question before falling into silence, along with the rest of the onlookers having never heard of him before and were slowly whispering to each other about who it could possibly be. And that's when everyone felt it, an enormous pressure that seemed to fall onto them, that seemed to be growing stronger and stronger and seemed to be coming from the human gate. Soon the sound of footsteps could be heard slowly approaching the arena, with cracks soon appearing on the ground and walls closest to the entrance. The audience was so shocked by this that they failed to notice some of spectators, both gods and humans, start to pass out, but that didn't last for long, as soon there were cries of alarm coming from multiple points in the arena. Everyone please calm down, I'm sure whatever is going on here will. He didn't go any further though, as the pressure did ease up right as Izuku Midoriya emerged from the gate. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness at just who was responsible for what just happened, and the silence was broken when a small section of the stadium burst into cheers. Hell yeah, Izuku, show those gods what real men are. Eijiro Kirishima cheered as he and the rest of Class A Class B along with the teachers and heroes were brought to cheer their friend on. You can do it, Deku. Ochako Uraraka cheered on her crush and savior, knowing he'll be able to win. Make sure to act rationally. You don't know what to expect out there. Eraserhead shouted his own support to the problem child of his class, ignoring the dry looks he was getting from his fellow teachers about his cheering skills. You can do it, my boy. Smash their plans for genocide to pieces. Toshinori Yagi, former symbol of peace, gave his own cheer. While this was going on, Denki couldn't help but whisper over to Jiru. So is no one gonna commit on the fact that several gods here seem to have a different gender than what they are in the stories back home? Her only response was to jab him with one of her jacks. Dumbass, we're setting in another world, watching our friend fight beings from legend to defend the lives of every human from another world. Gender bending should be the last thing on your mind, she hissed. As for the rest of humanity seeing the display of power Izuku just showed as well, the cheers from his friends were enough to cause them to cheer as well. Go get him, kid. You've got this, we believe in you. Izuku heard all of this and grew more and more determined as he approached the goddess and glared up at her unflinchingly, despite the fact he didn't even reach her navel, while the goddess herself did stare down at him with a tad bit of interest after that display of power. Heimdall, after seeing everything die down, explained the next part. Now then, let's what kind of match we'll be seeing in round 1. Heimdall declared, looking high into the air where there were 3 symbols. 2 shields, a sword and a shield, and finally 2 swords. Now remember folks, 2 shields means killing is forbidden. A sword and shield means killing is allowed, and finally 2 swords meaning killing required. Do you understand? He asked the 2 competitors, who nodded but didn't take their eyes off each other. And spin. Heimdall shouted, with the symbols starting to spin just as with the names, until with the only one not watching it were the 2 fighters, and it looks like it's killing is allowed. Heimdall declared, getting cheers from the crowd and a sigh of relief from Izuku's friends. Good, he doesn't need to kill anyone. Momo breathed out in relief, not wanting to see her friend have to take a life. Not yet, at least. The annoying voice of Nato Monoma came from behind as all looked towards him. He got lucky this time, but I do wonder if the time comes would he really have the stones to do it. AACKK. He was cut off when Itsuki Kendo slammed him face first into the stands. I thought I told you to behave. She hissed towards his unconscious form before looking worried towards the 1A students, only to see the damage was already done. We know it's a possibility. Katsuki Bakugo spoke up, having been uncharacteristically quiet up till now. But still, we're hoping Deku's luck will hold and every one of his matches will be killing is forbidden or just allowed. He growled, getting nods from the rest of the class, who looked towards the arena ready to cheer for their friend. Unknown to the other worlders, a few sections away, Geir breathed out a sigh of relief from where she was standing with Brunhilde. Thank goodness he doesn't need to kill right away, she said before turning towards her older sister. But wait, shouldn't you be down there with him, Hild? She asked, getting a smile from the eldest. Oh, he doesn't need me yet, she said, turning around before noticing a monk prying. Cease your praying, human, she ordered, getting a surprised look from the monk. I don't think you've realized it yet, but the very gods you're praying to are the ones plotting your end, she told him as she and Geir headed higher into the stands. As this was going on, both sides continued to get cheers, some louder than others. Come on, Thor, crush that measly human in a single blow. For Seti, the Norse god of peace, cheered, only to hear something vulgar from the other side of the arena. Wait, are you waiting for, you shitty Deku? Hurry up and crush that bitch into nothing. Bakugo shouted, making sure he was heard well over the other extras in the arena, completely unaware of the stunned and repulsed look on Forseti. Hey Hild, can Izuku actually win? Geir asked nervously while Brunhilde chuckled. No man can defeat a god. Is that what you think, Geir? With the younger Valkyrie stuttering in response. Brunhilde, seeing her younger sister like this, only grew more amused. Yes, I'm sure that's gods are thinking as well, which is why we have a chance. This is the perfect chance to smack those shit-eating grins right of their faces. She spoke, her face calm and tranquil, which only freaked Geir out more. She's got such a potty mouth. At times, the younger Valkyrie thought with a sweat drop. Down below, Heimdall slowly raised his horn. Oh, how long I've waited to blast this horn, he thought before breathing deeply. When Heimdall, watchman of the apocalypse, blows the Yaller horn, Ragnarok begins. It's really happening, the gods versus the humans, Geir thought, sweat dripping down her face and her heart going a mile a minute. Heimdall finally played his horn. To many, both the gods and humans, it sounded like the end of the world. Let the first round of the final battle between the ultimate gods and the ultimate humans begin. Let the first round of the final battle between the ultimate gods and the ultimate humans begin. Heimdall announced before rushing to the very edge of the arena so he wouldn't get caught up in the crossfire, though he didn't need to be quick, as when he did reach his safe haven he noticed that the 2 hadn't moved from their spot. What's this? It seems that our competitors haven't moved a muscle. Thor has even dropped her hammer, he announced, seeing Mjolnir laying on the ground. Up in the gods' private section, Zeus laughed. Well, this is interesting. Thor not taking the boy as seriously as expected, but for the human to just stand there. Well, I thought Brunhilde would at least warn the poor lad what he was facing. The king of the gods continued to laugh. Down with the humans, Aizawa gave a nod of approval. Good, he's not rushing in blind like he would at the beginning of the year. The homeroom teacher praised, getting a nod from his fellow teachers. Indeed, Midoriya probably knows something and is playing it safe for now. Especially since this is the first clash and he hasn't seen just what once of these gods are capable of yet. Principal Nezu added his own thoughts to the matter. Thought he did laugh when he heard some of his students cheering. Just fight already, Deku. Bakugo yelled, growing more and more impatient by the second, though people weren't sure if it was due to his temper or his nerves. Threw her into an abyss she couldn't possibly escape from. Tokiyami yelled in his own eccentric way. Show these pagan gods just how fake they are. This came unsurprisingly enough came from Obara, who up until now had been in a state of shock since learning the truth and seemed to have finally snapped out of it. Elsewhere both gods and humans were slowly getting impatient and uneasy at the silent stare down between the two fighters. And then finally the fighting had begun, and before the eyes of gods and humans alike, Izuku, using the powers of the arms fruit, morphed his arms into turret machine guns and unleashed a barrage of bullets to the surprised goddess. This is incredible. Izuku Midoriya has somehow morphed his arms into large firearms and unleashed a hail of bullets at Thor. Heimdall roared into his horn, which was only heard slightly over the now cheering human section. Unbelievable. He has superpowers. How'd he do that? Who the hell cares? There's no way that goddess can withstand that. All around humanity was marveling over seeing a superpower human for the first time, as well as seeing it as sigh that there was hope for the future. While those from Izuku's own universe watched them. Wow, I forgot that none of these guys have seen a quirk before. Ochako muttered, looking around at the crowd who were now cheering the green-haired teen on widely. At least now we know why some of our looks had changed. Tsuyu Asui muttered, looking down at her, and saw that her frog features were gone. Same with those like Mezzo, Koji and Mineta. Hell, even Toru was now visible. Still, at least humanity's taking it better than the gods seem to be. Momo muttered as she glanced over at the gods section, who seemed to be yelling and arguing over how a mere human could possibly have any sort of power, with a few starting to shout blame at each other about it. Up in the private section things weren't much different as Shiva fell off her pillow in shock. What the hell? Shiva shouted, standing up and marching over to the edge, all five of her golden eyes staring down in shock. How the hell is the human capable of this? Shiva demanded. Oh my, Aphrodite gasped. Cute and full of surprises. She muttered. Do you think Thor would give to me after the fight? I'd love a new toy. She asked, lust filling her eyes. Oh ho ho. The first match has only just begun and the surprises are already starting. Zeus laughed. Isn't that right, Hermes? He asked the figure standing behind his chair. Hermes, one of the 12 Olympians, messenger of the gods. Indeed it is, my lord. She agreed before looking down. Still, it's a tad tragic it'll all be for naught, she said, getting another laugh from the ancient god. Elsewhere Odin merely looked down at the field with disdain and disinterest, and it wasn't hard to see why. Despite by now thousands of bullets now hitting the goddess, not a single one had left so much as a mark. Something Heimdall noticed. It seems that despite a shocking reveal, the bullets have no impact on Thor, but what else can you expect from such feeble human weaponry? He asked, getting laughs from the gods and scowls and looks of uneasy from the gods. But now, with thousands of bullets now scattered across the field, Izuku finally stopped his barrage and turned his arms back to normal, with Thor standing there, boredom radiating off her, with the gods now jeering. Nice try, stupid human. A gorilla-faced god laughed. As if your worthless human weapon could even scratch a god. A goddess laughed into her hand. Come on, Thor. Kill that worthless human for even thinking he could challenge you. He cheered at the top of his lungs. Izuku didn't seem discouraged by this comments, however, and used the shave technique to disappear and reappear behind the goddess above her head, and unleashed kick after kick to her head. Although they connected, it did nothing, just as the bullets had done nothing. By now disappointment had entered Thor's eyes as well as boredom. And here I thought you were something interesting. Thor thought in disappointment. I don't know what you did before, but it's clear whatever it is won't enough to save you. She thought, picking up Mjolnir and swinging it, which Izuku dodged with another use of shave before appearing in front of Thor and punching the goddess square in the face. This, like the all-pervious, did absolutely nothing to the goddess, and this time Thor was able to land her blow, and this was the first time that Thor's expression changed. It was for but a single instant, but for a moment Thor's eyes gained a small amount of intrigue when, instead of being annihilated innately like every other before him, all that happened was the boy getting flung across the arena before landing on his feet. Heimdall, however, was much more excited. Unbelievable, folks. Izuku Midoriya, who has landed blow after blow on Thor, has yet to even scratch her mighty self. But against all odds it seems Thor might have the same problem. The announcer commented, causing the humans to cheer while the gods, especially those from the Norse Parthenon, sat there in shock. Thor was known for power, having appeared on thousands of battlefields and having slain tens of thousands enemies, each one with a single strike, so to see a human of all things be the first to do it was jarring to more than a few of them. "Yeah, that's the way, Midoriya, she can't do anything to you." Setsuna Tokage of 1B cheered. Quote, "You've got this. Just find something that can get through her defense," Kendo shouted, with more and more people joining in. Down below, however, Izuku was having his own thoughts on the situation. So her god powers really do get through the devil fruit's natural defenses like hockey does. "Glad we tested it before the fight," Izuku thought, having tried to turn to smoke right before Thor hit Izuku with Mjolnir, only for Thor to make contact and Izuku to get blown back. Still though, Izuku thought with a frown as he watched Thor set her hammer down. "It looks like things might get a little rough from here," he thought. "My, you're doing better than I thought you would, boy," Zeus said out loud before smiling his maliciously, a single eye glowing. "But no, it's time you learn your place." Down below, Thor took her right hand off Mjolnir and extending to the left where it started to glow blue with electricity. Izuku was insanely put on guard, especially when some of the gods seemed to grow excited seeing it. "Ah, that's," he trailed off in excitement. Gare, however, didn't share in their excitement as she gasped in worry. "What's she doing?" she asked, not recognizing the move but knowing it couldn't be good. She would have freaked out more if it weren't for Brunhilde standing there, a confident smile on her face with her arms crossed. "What's happening?" Heimdall yelled. Electricity is now running down right arm as she raised Mjolnir with her left before grabbing the giant hammer with her right. Thor, who has let her guard down, has now grabbed Mjolnir with both hands. The announcer commentated before noticing the Norse goddess leaning back. "She's lost her balance. She's falling." Heimdall continued to speak, watching her lean further and further back. "No, wait. She's still standing," he corrected himself as he watched the Thunder Goddess stand at a bizarre angle. "Just what kind of fighting stance is that?" he asked. "That stance. I know what she's up to. Seems she's getting impatient," Hugin chortled with Mummin shaking its head. "No, I don't think so. I think Thor actually recognizes something in that human," the crow corrected, watching crackle and buzz with electricity. "Why else would she use that move on a mere human? Long ago Asgard was surrounded by high walls to help repel attacks from Jotunheim, and for years lived in peace and tranquility. Until one day, without wearing, the Jotnar, who had strengthened their forces and had amassed an unprecedented army of 66 giants, swarmed Asgard. Until then all attacks on Asgard had been made by single giants. The giants act alone. That way of thinking and living had made complacent, allowing their defenses to weaken. This is exactly what the giants had been waiting for. And once proud Asgard stood on the brink of destruction. However, during all of this, where others feared for their and their families' lives, Thor was merely bored. And when challenged, slew all 66 giants single-handedly. To immortalize this, the gods bestowed a name upon the deadly strike. Humanity watched with dread as electricity spread all over the arena, which only fueled the gods' morale as they cheered for Thor to win. Even those from Izuku's world were starting to feel the hand of uncertainty claw at their hearts. "Ha ha, play time is over." Zeus laughed from his seat while Gare watched on. "Sister," she asked helplessly towards Brunhilde, who now had her eyes closed, arms crossed, a knowing smirk still on her face. "Show us Thor," Odin commanded as her daughter straightened up and shot right towards Izuku. They named it. All across the stadium humanity was begging Izuku to move and fight on, but all he did was lower his stance, extend his left hand out and pull his right fist back into a fist with a green glint in his eye seconds before Thor's attack landed. Thor's hammer. KRAKOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO from the impact of the attack uneven than and with the proactive barrier that had been placed around the stadium to protect the spectators strained under the pressure of the attack. Well, that's it for round 1. Shiva muttered back on her pillow along with the same bored look on her face, although there was the tiniest hint of disappointment in there as well as she listened to the other gods cheer. Ah, my new toy is already broken, and before I could even play with him. Aphrodite pouted. Deku, Katsuki shouted along with the rest of his classmates jumping to his feet as he ignored the pressure. You worthless nerd, if you die to something like this I'll kill you. He threatened while Ochako was beside herself with worry. He can survive this, right? I mean, lighting's never affected him before, so why should it now? She shouted close to hysterics before Suyu Asui grabbed her. Listen to me, Ochako. I know you hate to hear it, but Izuku's opponent is a god. Out of everyone he's faced that has a way around his quirk's natural defenses, it would be her. She hated to say it, but seeing everyone go into a panic knew some had it keep her head. Ochako looked like she desperately wanted to argue. Also she could do was turn to the arena with every fiber of her being that Izuku was alright. She wasn't the only one either, as every member of Class 1A along with Class 1B were shouting support towards their arena along with the teachers and other pros that were brought along. And they weren't alone. You can do it, big brother. Came the shout from none other than Eri, who was screaming her little lungs out along with Kota and the wild pussycats. Seeing the group that knew the young man best convinced those seating nearby to do the same. Even if it was pointless, they would show their support for the young man who risked his life to help them. Unknown to the heroes, they weren't the only ones brought to watch as Isle's way sat none other than Stain, quirkless and dressed in civilian garb. He was also cheering on the boy who impressed him. Are you really going to be done in that easily, Izuku Midoriya? I thought your will was stronger than that. He shouted down towards the field. Up in corridors and well away from everyone else was none other than the League of Villains, also stripped of their quirks. They agreed to come and spectate to not only get a break from fighting Gigantomachia but also see if they could learn if their most powerful and seemingly invincible foe had any weaknesses. Well, looks like it's game over for him. Dabi noted a satisfied smile on his face at seeing one of their worst problems being taken care of without them having to lift a finger. Spinner and Twice nodded in agreement. Yes, now we have one last thing to worry about. Twice said, only to immediately shout out. It should have been us killing him. Toga, however, was glaring daggers down at the light show. It's not fair, she cried, stamping her foot onto the ground. I love Izuku. I should be the one to bloody him up, not her. She shouted, and she wasn't the only villain displeased by this. What the hell are you doing out there, Midoriya? Screamed none other than Goto Imasuji, aka Muscular, jumping to his feet and frightening those around him. I thought you were tougher than that. You certainly seemed like it during our fight. He continued to growl. Through this all, Tamura Shiragaki staring down intently into the arena, not saying a word. As the light started to die down and smoke and dust leaked into the higher stands, Gare's legs gave out. That's what a god can do, she thought in despair. I knew it. This was a hopeless idea to begin with. Humans fighting the gods. Ridiculous. Even with someone as strong as Izuku. She wailed in her head. Speaking of Izuku, Gare turned to Hilde to start consoling her, only to see her still standing there, arms crossed and a confident smirk on her face as she stared down at the area as if waiting for something. Big sis, she asked, confused at the behavior. Don't turn away, Gare, she told her youngest sister, who hesitantly looked down. And now watch as history is changed. Back in the arena, Thor said nothing as the attack ended, merely raised her arm to lift her hammer and exit the arena, no longer in the mood to fight nor see the stain of the boy once the smoke cleared after such a disappointing start. However, it was then Thor noticed something was wrong, as no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get her hammer to budge. Wham! That sound so loud and booming that it effectively silenced the entire arena. What the hell was that? A god muttered as he and multiple others began to look around for the source and action mirrored by the humans. However, one group knew exactly what that sound meant, and hearing it brought smiles and tears of relief to their eyes. Deku, Ochako muttered, wiping away a tear from her eye as she watched the arena with a great big smile. Those unaware of what was going and heard her felt their eyes widen before turning to the arena with shock and a small amount of hope. Crack, crack, crack. All Might breathed out in relief. Thank goodness, the retired hero muttered. You gave me a scare, my boy. He muttered before looking towards the others and saw Aizawa holding his chest and breathing out relief, getting teasing grins from Midnight and Present Mike. And now it looks like I'm not the only one, he thought with a chuckle before he smirked. Now then, show them the mistake of underestimating humanity. Crack, crack, crack. Thank goodness. Momo breathed out and feeling a weight taken off his shoulders. I must admit I thought the worst for a second. The heiress admitted to her classmates. We all did, and given the situation I don't think anyone could blame given who he's up against. Iida told her with Shoto nodding. Iida's right, and now it's time to watch the gods regret not ending it a single blow. Crack, crack, crack. Damn it, Deku. Next time get serious from the start and don't make everyone wait, you shitty nerd. Bakugo shouted out anger that Deku of all people would play around with the gods, especially when lives were on the line. As these conversations were going on and the noise get coming, more and more people were hearing and turning to the arena in hope, and Thor, who heard the last comment made by Bakugo, finally looked down as the last of the dust cloud disappeared, allowing everyone to finally learn what had been the cause of the sound. And when she did, Thor's eyes widen in pure shock. And it was at that moment history would forever be changed, for Izuku's fist struck Thor right in the stomach, and after a few brief moments of silence, just long enough for the two to make eye contact before and in front of every god and human, Thor, the strongest Norse goddess, was blasted back, spew blood as she did so before slamming into the stadium wall, causing to shake violently. Dead silence as the gravity of situation sunk into all those watching until it finally happened, and the stadium itself shook as humanity cheered for the young man who seemed to do the impossible. How is that possible? Forseti stuttered as he tried to refuse what he was seeing. Well done, young Midoriya, that's how you do it. All Might cheered, accidentally buffing up for a split second as he did so. For the second time that day, Shiva fell off her pillow in shock. Gee, there's no fucking way, she muttered as she stood there gaping at the sight of one of heaven's strongest bleed like a human. Thor has spewed up blood. Heimdall roared into his horn after finally getting over his shock, with only adding to humanity's roaring cheering. Izuku Midoriya's attack have wounded Thor. He cheered, the announcer in him not being able to be contained at a historic event. How do you shitty gods like that? Katsuki thought with a savage grin as he watched the gods grow more and more panicked. That's what happens when you fuck with humans, he thought, letting out a laugh as he cheered with the rest of his classmates. Hell yeah, Midoriya, that's more like it. Muscular laughed along with some of the others he was sitting with. Well done, Stain said with a grin. Back with the gods, Forseti was growing more and more panicked. Thor was wounded by no. He shook his head violently, trying to deny it, as more and more gods were starting to realize this wasn't going to be the fun little show they thought it would be. Damn it, Izuku thought as he stared down at his fist, which was now coated metallic black. I was hoping to end this with a single strike. I even added Conker's hockey in addition to armament, he thought with a sigh before looking at Thor, who was digging her way out of the wall. But then again, if it were that easy, I wouldn't be here, Izuku thought. Thor meanwhile had pulled herself free before placing her hand over her wound, which now replaced where the lower half of her tank top was, involuntarily coating her hand in her own blood before finally bringing it closer to her face before glancing towards her opponent. Izuku Midoriya, she muttered before a maniacal grin appeared on her face. You're magnificent. Thor of course had pieced together what Izuku's true intention was. By launching big but seeming useless attacks, she slowly lowered her guard until finally Izuku was given the opportunity to unleash his true opening move. Line break. How curious, Zeus muttered as he scratched his beard as he tried to figure out just how the boy was capable of doing these things. At first he suspected it was the Valkyries, the Lunder ability, but he was sure none of the Valkyries were capable of anything like this. Izuku Midoriya, just who the hell are you? Zeus thought, pondering on who exactly this wild card was. Lord Zeus. Hermes' voice snapped him out of his thoughts as he turned his attention to her. He pointed towards the entranceway. You have a visitor, she said with a smile, causing him to stare confused before looking who approached, and upon seeing them, a massive smile instantly broke out his face. Poseidon, Greek pantheon. Oh, isn't this a surprise, a visit from my older sister. What a wonder and rare occurrence. Come give your younger brother a hug and a kiss, he yelled with sticking out his arms and puckering his lips in a kissing motion. Poseidon just gave a look of disgust and snapped her fingers, causing a throne to appear next to Zeus where she sat and looked down into the arena below. Zeus's chuckling drew her attention as she glanced towards him. She saw he was giving her an amused look. So that's what this is about. The boy has piqued your interest, has he? Causing Poseidon to narrow her eyes at her brother as he continued on. I'll admit I never would have imaged it from you all of gods, but considering what we've seen from him so far, it's to be expected. Here he leaned forward, most especially that last big one he did. I don't know what it was or how it even hurt Thor, but it was an earthquake. The sudden interruption took both Zeus and Hermes off guard as they looked towards the ocean god in confusion. She answered them without even looking. The attack was essentially an earthquake-powered punch. I don't know how it hurt the Thunder Berserk, probably by whatever that green light came from. But I know an earthquake when I see it. She finished her explanation with both gods nodding, knowing that if anyone knew earthquakes, it was the goddess of earthquakes herself. So in essence we have a boy who can morph his hands into high-powered human weaponry, disappear and reappear instantly, and even create earthquakes with nothing but a punch. All the while possessing an ability that lets him wound the gods. Zeus summed up the enigma that was the human's fighter. "I don't know where you got him from, Brunhilde," he muttered as he glanced towards the Valkyrie, who was watching the fight with a smug look. "But if the entire of Ragnarok is like this, then it will easy be." Here he stopped. His body trembled horribly for several seconds before he burst into tears of joy and happiness. "The most exciting thing since the Big Bang," he shouted at the top of lungs, getting an annoyed sigh from Poseidon and an amused giggle from Hermes. Line break. Meanwhile, with Brunhilde and Geir, the longest Valkyrie, the two were watching Thor grin manically at Izuku as lightning raced over her arms. "I can't believe he actually managed to hurt Thor without blunder." The youngest Valkyrie gushed before turning towards her older sister. "How'd he do that, by the way?" she asked, getting Brunhilde's smirk to grow even bigger. "That Geir is hockey," Brunhilde explained. "For those that unlock it, it provides a plethora of abilities that lets one accomplish things most would consider impossible." Here Brunhilde's smile turned demonic. "Including injuring the gods." Line break. "You're magnificent." The tone, smile and body language of the goddess all but screamed at Izuku that he was in trouble. Having seen the smile before on the likes of Muscular and Toga, and it always meant nothing but trouble. And considering it came from a goddess that he launched clear across the arena in front of both humans and gods alike, he trailed off in his mind. It didn't help that he was getting a weird feeling from Mjolnir that started to give off a rather ominous feeling as well as heat. And Thor's back on her feet, willing and very much ready to start the next round. Heimdall commented, now causing the gods to cheer and the humans' unease to grow a tad bit. Thor was more than willing to prove the commentator right, because she charged forward at great speed, her eyes squarely on Izuku as electricity ran down her arms and legs. Well, Izuku wasn't going to just wait around for the goddess to come to him, and keeping Thor as far away from her weapon as possible seemed like a good idea, so powering up one for all to 20% and covering his arms and legs in armament, he shot forward, breaking apart the ground beneath him as he did as he charged towards his opponent. Laughing, Thor punched forward, launching a massive bolt of lightning towards the human boy, getting cheers from the gods and yells of alarm from the humans, only for it to be reversed when instead of zapping the boy, the lightning was absorbed by him thanks to the power of the rumble fruit, shocking even Thor. Brunhilde saw this and smirked. "Yes, I bet you're surprised your precious lighting wasn't at all effective. Unfortunately for you, unlike the physical strikes of you and your precious hammer, that lighting of yours is simple lightning, and Izuku's more than capable of absorbing it," Brunhilde thought viscously. Izuku also noticed the giant woman's shocked state and planned to take full advantage. Using Shave, he instantly appeared in front of the woman before launching 5 punches around the spot where his quake punch landed, and this time covered in hockey and powered by one for all. Thor felt every one of them. Scowling, the berserker tried to swipe at him, only for Izuku to disappear and reappear again behind her head, causing the woman to innately turn to block the barrage of kicks she thought were coming. Izuku had different plans though, as she had a clawing motion with his hand down towards the woman, impaling her with 5 strings through the chest. This was the string fruit ability Fulbright, and as Thor was recovering, Izuku closed in and kicked her straight in the chin, disorienting her for about 3 seconds. And that was all Izuku needed, as Izuku flew high and, using the power of the stamp fruit, raised every single of the thousands of bullets that had been laying around in the beginning into the air and pointed them directly at Thor, while coating every single one in armament hockey. All this happened in the 3 seconds that Thor was dazed, and when she did see the thousands of bullets armed to fire, all she could do was blink before they rained down on her. "Thor!" Forresty screamed at the top of his lungs as he and the rest of the gods watched in open-mouthed horror as Thor's body was filled with holes from the bullets, smashing through her Jarngriper and her arms, hands, fingers apart. Her armored boots weren't spared either, meaning her legs, feet and toes were caught in the firing range, as well as her torso and neck. But the worst was her face, the bullets tearing apart the skin around her cheeks, nose as well as one of her eyes, leaving only one eye to stare at Izuku intently before falling face first into the ground as the last few bullets pelted into her back as her body was stained red with blood. My word. Hermes muttered, a hand over her mouth in shock, while Poseidon had her eyes open fully now as she watched what was going on down on the field like a hawk, with her eyes showing many emotions at once, most of them not good. What the hell was all Shiva could mutter as her brain tired to comprehend what had just happened. While Aphrodite for once had nothing lustful on her mind as it worked overtime trying to explain how this could be happening. As for Odin, she just sat there, her face darkened, and Hugin and Munin as far away from her as possible lest they be killed in her fury. The audience was completely silent as both human and god stared in horror at the brutal and gruesome display. Even those from his own world are disturbed by the attack. The silence was only broken by loud laughter. Disbelief and incredulous everyone followed the sound. To who could possibly find amusement in what they just saw, only to see Brunhilde standing there, a smug look as she laughed unashamed despite the petrified looks on Geir's face. Finally noticing everyone's eyes on them, Brunhilde managed to rein in her laughter but still had a smug smirk on her face. Well, that's it for round 1. Brunhilde commented unknowingly, using the same line Shiva had used earlier. This comment caused everyone's eyes to widen, realizing that the Valkyrie was right. There was no way that Thor, goddess or not, was going to be getting up anytime soon. The cheers from humanity was louder than ever before as Heimdall slowly approached the fallen goddess. The Valkyrie's right, there's no way she's getting up. Time to call it. Heimdall more than a little shocked about how calm he was acting, considering he just watched one of heaven's strongest get gunned down. BDMP. The first round of Ragnarok, the final showdown between God and man, has come to an end. BDMP. Though she fought well and unleashed her signature technique, Thor could stand up to the attacks her opponent. BDMP. So it is with no small amount of shock and disbelief that I announce the winner to be Izuku Midoriya. Is anyone else feeling that heat, or is it just me? Heimdall couldn't help but ask as the incredulity intense heat suddenly overwhelmed the stadium. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it too. A god muttered before noticing his friend looking around as if searching for something. Hey man, everything okay? He asked, concerned as his friend looked at him confused. Yeah, it's just, don't you heart that noise? He asked, only getting a confused look in return. Conversations like this was going over all over the stadium, whether it be about the heat or the weird noise. Only 2 people knew what was going on. One of them was Zeus, who was once again laughing in glee. About time that hunk of junk woke up, he muttered, getting curious looks from the 2 goddesses with him, while Odin just in her seat looking down expectantly, only letting out a finally. A scream from the human section caught people's attention as they turned to the woman, who yelled only for to point to the arena with a yell of the hammer, causing everyone to look where she was pointing to see what she was talking about, only to scream in fear. What the hell is happening, Hild? Geir screamed in fear at what she was sweating, and even her older sister had a startled look on as she had no idea what could be happening. It appears that Mjolnir is pulsating. What could this possibly mean? The announcer questioned, with the answer coming from a source no one expected. It means that it's finally woken up. Everyone human including Izuku froze upon hearing the voice before slowly and surely he turned, and sure enough there, looking to be straight out of a nightmare, stood Thor. Single remaining eye glowing brightly and smiling a cheerless, lipless grin. Thor, she's back on her feet. Heimdall shouted, casing the gods to cheer out loud, for Seti being chief around them. Oh yeah Thor, I knew you wouldn't let some worthless human beat you. He cheered along with his fellow gods. What the acudal fuck? How is that bitch still conscious after all that? Quote. Katsuki shouted, glaring daggers down at the stadium, at the goddess in particular. To survive all that and still be able to stand. I guess that's what it means to be a god. Iida muttered, running his hand through his hair as he tired to think. I think the real problem is that hammer right now. Midoriya needs to take care of that before he focuses on that. Aizawa muttered as he couldn't take his eyes off the still beating hammer. I don't know about that. All Might couldn't help but counter. I get removing an enemy's weapon, but given the state of the opponent, I'd think it would be a better idea to focus on her while keeping an eye on it. The former number 1 stated. Regardless, Mr. Midoriya is going to keep his guard up more than ever from here on out. Principal Nezu summed up, something everyone could agree with. Down below, Izuku got back into his fighting stance while coating his arms in armament and was waiting for the goddess to make her move before his observation haki activated, showing what was about to happen, causing him to insanity turn towards Mjolnir as Thor extended her hand out, causing the hammer to shot towards her, which would also cause it to fly straight through Izuku. However, Izuku didn't shy away from the rapidly approaching giant hammer, instead turned down at an angle which would cause the hammer to fly harmlessly past and straight to its master. However, right after it passed Izuku, it before the eyes of everyone present vanished. Thor blinked, trying to make sense of what just happened before actually looking around for her weapon, only to find nothing, and she wasn't the only one, as god and human alike were trying to figure out what the hell just happened. So what just happened? Hugin asked, with Mummin giving a bird equivalent of a shrug, both having returned to Odin's smolders after everything calmed down. No idea, he responded before turning to his master, only to shriek away when he noticed the dark aura now surrounding Odin. So you both saw that, right? Zeus asked the two other Greeks, with him getting nods from both. Yes, the boy just touched the hammer for the briefest and it suddenly vanished. Hermes muttered, getting a nod from Zeus, while Poseidon was watching Izuku even more intently than before. Shiva also saw what happened and whistled. You just keep getting more and more interesting, she muttered before glancing over to Aphrodite, who was squirming in her seat with a blush. And I'm not the only one who thinks so, apparently, she muttered with a sweat drop. It appears that Mjolnir has vanished. But where could it possibly have gone? Heimdall asked the question everyone was thinking, only to stop and notice Izuku waving, getting his and Thor's attention before smirking and pointing up. Getting the message and in disbelief, both looked up to see nothing but a faint glow in the sky. Though through their connection, Thor knew that it was Mjolnir, and it was rapidly getting further and further away. Looking back, she saw Izuku standing there, a smirk on his face as he waved at her pads on his hands that disappeared after a moment's notice. This was the last straw for who started to shake violently as Heimdall not so suddenly ran as fast as he could to the furthest point in the stadium away from Thor, as god and human alike braced for the fury of the thunder goddess. Why more than a few were confused when she started to laugh. Ha 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 ha. She's laughing. Yukio asked, unsure of what to make it of this situation. What do you think it means? Crust asked from behind her, getting a snort from Mirko. Isn't it obvious? She asked rhetorically, a rare and serious frown on her face as she watched the goddess laugh. Trouble. I've never seen here like this before. Moonin squeaked, completely terrified as Hugin looked towards Odin. Is she going to be okay, Lady Odin? He asked hesitantly, and the silence from Odin didn't ease their fears at all. Down in the arena, Izuku watched on, sweat rolling down his face, both armament covering his arms and legs, as well as one for all at 100% just in case. Once Thor's laughter died down, she looked to Izuku with a scared and disfigured face, a kind and fond smile, one could even call it loving. Izuku Midoriya. Even the tone she was using had changed, there was something in it that put Izuku on edge. I have waited so long to finally meet someone like you, she told him, only building up that unease feeling. And now that I have a favor to ask of you, she told him, and Izuku knew shit was about to fan as her entire body was covered in lightning. Don't die. And here before everyone's eyes the lighting went from blue to golden and crimson. Until I'm satisfied. Fuck. Brunhilde swore as she bit her nail and glared down at the arena while Geir was freaking. Brunhilde, what's with that lighting around Thor? Geir questioned, with Brunhilde gritting her teeth as she answered. Divine lightning. Divine lightning. Created only by being soaked in the blood of a god, divine lighting's power and speed increase dramatically, but it also becomes more aware of itself as well. Aware of itself? Geir asked, confused, wondering what her sister could mean by that. I guess another way you could put it is that it gains consciousness. Only confusing and worrying Geir more. Down in the arena, Thor was still letting out a few giggles before raising her hand and flicking one of her mangled fingers as a massive bolt of crimson lighting blasted towards Izuku. Izuku was preparing to charge forward while absorbing the lightning when his haki activated, causing his eyes to widen in surprise before covering his arms with haki and tasing them to guard right in time for the lightning to slam into Izuku, pushing him to the other side of the arena and leaving his arms with a bad burn mark. Incredible. Thor's lightning, which previously has done nothing to Midoriya, has now pushed him back while also wounding him. Heimdall announced, causing the gods to roar in excitement as the humans grew nervous. Thor shot forward her every step, causing bolts of golden lightning to shoot down all across the arena. This was far less a concern for Izuku, as with his observation haki he was able to see which bolts of lightning he needed to avoid before moving around it with shave. Thor saw this and grinned challengingly. "Not bad," she muttered, "but let's see if you can handle more of them," she said before the lightning on her arms went crazy as she muttered the name of her next attack. Lightning Strike. Instantly dozens of crimson lightning strikes rained down all across the arena, forcing the boy to shave widely to avoid getting hit as well as avoiding Thor's pot shots. And the tables have turned. Izuku Midoriya is helpless against Thor's onslaught and can only run. Heimdall continued, with the gods now partially seeing victory in their grasp. "Come on, Deku, are you really going to lose in round fucking 1? Katsuki demanded as he shook his fist towards the arena. "Hurry up and put that bitch in the ground," the ashen blonde teen screamed, causing other humans to scream their support as well. Down below, Izuku let out a small smirk. "Way ahead of you, Katsuki." Before using the power of the flower fruit to sprout 3 arms on each shoulder and coated them with haki as well as lightning from the rumble fruit before linking together to act as a makeshift umbrella, and not a moment too soon as a lightning strike instantly struck the makeshift umbrella, and while it did sting, the effects of the lightning were reduced greatly. Smirking, Izuku shot forward, dodging around Thor's self-made blast before getting close, causing Thor to create a golden lighting spear ready to impale Izuku where he stood. But as she thrust forward, Izuku covered his hand in haki before a blade of black lighting clashed with the golden spear. Incredible. Izuku Midoriya not only reduces the danger from the divine lighting but also seems to have his own version of it. Heimdall screamed as Izuku managed to break their deadlock and pierce her with his own haki-powered lightning spear. This actually managed to paralyze the goddess long enough for Izuku to get in a few more good punches on her already battered body. Stomping on the ground and releasing a burst of divine lightning forced Izuku away and let Thor fly into the air. Izuku, seeing this, could only snort. Of course she can fly, he thought as he activated the power of the float fruit to fly after her. Thor narrowed her eyes before raising her arm and suddenly swung it down. Izuku instantly dodged to the side, ready to dodge the attack. To Izuku's confusion never came, though Izuku didn't have time to worry about that as Thor, covered in lightning, shot towards and Izuku responded in kind, covering himself in flames from the flame fruit launched towards the goddess, the two meeting with a massive explosion as they began to clash in the air. This is outstanding, folks. Arctic combatants have taken to the air in a battle or fire and lightning, and the results are literal fireworks as everyone, god and man alike, watched on captivated. Thor swiped down, resulting in 10 blasts of divine lightning rocketed towards Izuku, who quickly sent just as many flame fruit-empowered storm legs, resulting in another explosion, which the resulting smoke Thor flew right through and went for a kick to the head, causing Izuku to duck and quickly fire a few bullet strings into her. Undeterred, Thor let out a massive sphere of divine lighting, forcing Izuku to back off, but not without getting a bolt grazing his side. Taking a deep breath, Izuku fired a blast breath at the sphere, which it strained against and broke entirely when Izuku fired a laser from the glint fruit, hitting her right below the heart with that, and the explosion blasting her to straight to Izuku, who took a page out of Whitebeard's book and slammed a quake punch straight into Thor's stomach and rocketed her toward the arena, where she landed with a massive boom where she lay in a crater. Is it over? Is that it? Has round 1 finally reached its end? Heimdall screamed to the heavens as humanity roared, especially those from Izuku's world. Hell, even some of the gods were cheering, having lost themselves in the fight and forgot what it stood for. However, the answer came as a soft no from Thor, who shakily stood from where she landed and looked to the sky. No, she repeated, her eyes meeting Izuku's, who narrowed his own in suspicion. We have only just entered the final act. It was then that Izuku felt a familiar intense heat, as well as heard a rather ominously familiar BDMP equals BDMP equals BDMP BDMP. Eyes wide with disbelief, Izuku turned and saw what could be mistaken as a rapidly approaching meteorite, but Izuku knew better. Mjolnir, he hissed before narrowly avoiding getting hit with the hammer which descended to the arena, colliding with it and destroying what was left of it. How the hell is it back? Izuku thought as he watched Thor walk out of her hole and place her hand on the hilt. Did she call it back, but when could she have possibly done it? Suddenly his mind drifted back to a certain moment. It was then. Izuku thought, recalling back to the time when she raised her hand and brought down only for seemingly nothing to happen. It had to be. While this was going, Thor ran her hand over her hammer. And against all odds Mjolnir has returned, but will it matter at all with the Jarngriper destroyed and unable to protect Thor from Mjolnir's power? Thor almost snorted. Heimdall of course didn't know the truth, and it wasn't up to her to correct him now, especially with more important things to do. Gently she stroked her hammer, leaving a trail of blood as she did so, which caused the hammer's heat to increase massively as well as the thumping. Izuku Midoriya. She called out his name once again with a deformed smile, though somehow, even though it was impossible, everyone in that arena knew that it would have been genuine. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, she told him. Before glancing up to the private section more directly her mother, and gave Odin her most awful and evil smirk. In an instant Odin was on her feet, an aura of absolute death around her, causing Hugin and Munin to instantly fly away from her. This aura was so powerful that the area around her started to decay as her eyes showed endless wrath and promised severe punishment if Thor continued on with her plan. The entire arena went silent, seeing this, every terrified and not wanting to direct her fury onto them. If anything, this only caused Thor's grin to widen even more before returning her attention to Mjolnir with her speaking one word. Release. It was as if an atom bomb had been unlashed right in the middle of the arena, with Heimdall barely getting out of the blast zone, with Izuku having to fly higher up to avoid it, as well with Thor getting caught right in the middle in it. What she'd do this time? I thought Deku had won. Ochako shouted over the notice, and she and the rest of crowd had to cover their ears. No idea, but whatever it is, Izuku's going to have to be even more careful from here on out. Aizawa shouted back. Big sis, what just happened? Gare asked, only to see Brunhilde scowling with a twitching eyebrow. I haven't the faintest fucking idea. I thought when that bitch hit the ground a second time it was over, damn it. She cursed as she looked up in the sky towards Izuku in concern. The light had finally died down and the crowd was left standing there confused. Thor was still standing still, as injured as ever, with Mjolnir nowhere in sight. Chuckling slightly, she looked up towards Izuku, who was watching intently. Well then, shall we start the final round, Izuku Midoriya? She asked, and then before the eyes of everyone she raised both her arms, with two colossal arms of earth and rock rose behind her. Everyone's jaws hung open, even those of Zeus, Poseidon and Hermes, having never seen anything like this from Thor before. The only one who didn't seem surprised was Odin, who could only glare coldly down at her daughter. This is, I don't even know how, but Thor has somehow risen two massive arms made of earth and rock. Heimdall announced from his point on the edge of the arena, having no idea what was gaining on. Izuku was also shocked, if his wide eyes were any indication, before firing a constant stream of meteor volcanoes towards the injured god. Watch out, Thor! Froseti shouted, with the goddess clapping her hands together, causing a dome to rise up around her, which the magma blast slammed into. Thor then spun in a circle before punching upwards, launching dozens of massive earth spikes towards Izuku, who quickly cut them apart with the string fruit, only for the goddess to follow it up with a blast of magma the size of the arena floor towards Izuku at such speeds that Izuku could only respond by throwing a barrier around himself, avoid the hit, not wanting to risk and see if the magma was similar to the divine lightning. Fucking shit, Brunhilde spat out, rubbing her hands through her hair rapidly in frustration, with a mad look in her eye and a demented scowl on her face. Fucking bitch, hiding something like this, and my dumbass never even considering she could do something like this. Especially considering who her mother is. Brunhilde continued to shriek. Sister. Gare asked in a quiet voice, causing her sister to snap her attention over to her, frightening Gare even more before asking her question. I'm sorry, but what does Odin have to with Thor's power over the earth? I'm not talking about the Cyclops. Brunhilde roared, getting Gare to instantly scream in fear and apologize. Seeing Gare like this, Brunhilde managed to calm herself down enough to explain, even when she turns back to the fight. I'm talking about her other mother, and the one who birthed Thor, Joro, the personification of Earth. she said, going over what little she knew of Thor's lesser-known mother. But wait, why has Thor never used anything like this before? I mean, look at this. Geir shouted as she pointed towards the massive column of magma. I think if she was capable of this, we'd have known about this before. Geir pointed out frantically, which Brunhilde had to admit was a good point before her eyes widened. Mjolnir. Remember Thor placing her hand on it before this all stated? She asked, getting a nod as both continued to watch the magma which was starting to die down. Okay, but why? Why would she hide it? Geir asked, getting a laugh from the eldest Valkyrie. Oh, isn't it obvious, Geir? She asked with a chuckle as she spared a moment's glance towards Odin before going back to the arena where the last of the magma had finally ended. A god's pride is extremity fragile. Back with Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief. Finally over. He thought, with relief only for Thor to launch a mountain's worth of boulders at the boy, forcing him to dodge them. Okay, that is fucking it. Izuku thought. This ends now. He thought, flying high into the air before coating his arm in armament hockey as well as pumping 100% of one for all coursing through his body as well as Conquer's hockey before forming a quake sphere and raising it high into the air. It seems like Izuku is planning on with a final attack, but will it be enough? Heimdall questioned, pumping the viewers on even more. You can do it, Deku. Ochako cheered him on. That mortal can't do anything to you, Thor. Forseti screamed him his support. Who said I was done? Izuku shouted down before igniting that same hand in lighting, causing clouds to gather in black and now green lighting to rain down on the now darkened arena before looking down at his opponent, who was watching in no small amount excitement. Let's see how excited she is in a moment. Before announcing calmly at looking straight at Thor. Kirin. And Izuku watched with no small amount of satisfaction the utter shock in the goddess's eyes as the specters cried out in complete shock at what appeared behind Izuku. Everyone watched in horrified as the green and black colored beast roamed the sky. Only making it worse was when they notified the glow of both the quake sphere and One for All. Mr. Aizawa, what the hell is that? Iida stuttered as he stared up at the monster in unashamed horror, a face mirrored by the rest of those who knew Izuku, with Aizawa answering with the only thing he could. One hell of a trump card. The pro gulped to action mirrored by millions in attendance. So you think Gigantomachia could survive that? Dabi asked with a laugh of disbelief as he kept his eye on the attack. Not with all the hacks and cheats in the world. Tamura answered, sounding more lost now than he ever had before. Back with Izuku, he didn't break eye contact with Thor. One chance, Thor, he told her, the goddess being able to hear him perfectly despite the distance. Give up or else, he ordered as the lightning beast roared. Thor's only response was to grin madly and send another blast of magma towards the boy, who didn't so much as blink. So be out. And swung his hand down. The force of the two attacks blinded everyone watching as well as shocked the arena so violently some fell to the ground. Some of the stronger gods as well as the pro-heroes from Izuku's world were able to remain grounded, but the majority had to suffer through the aftermath on the floor. Can anyone see Deku? Ochako yelled, trying to be heard over the rumbling. We can barely see anything. How the fuck would we be able to see Deku? Katsuki roared, having no problem being heard over the sound. Thor. Can anyone see Thor? Is she all right? Forseti screamed frantically over the rumbling despite he was face first in the ground. Now that, Shiva muttered in a daze before snapping out of it as a massive grin appeared on her face. That is some power, as she ran to the edge trying to see any trace of the two fighters. Aphrodite meanwhile was fanning herself. The ferocity those two had as they tried to kill each other. She could finish but let out a satisfied sigh as she slumped into her golem's embrace. Oh yeah, you go girl, show that mortal the power of the gods. Zeus cheered on his feet with Hermes chuckling at his behavior while Poseidon had her eyes transfixed sorely on the arena. At last it seemed to be diving down as Heimdall, who had gotten to the stands just in time, announced from his perch. And that, folks, is why you don't get in the way between two forces of nature. He shouted. But the question is, who is the one still standing? He questioned, and everyone held their breath as each hoping their representative would be the winner. I believe in you, young Midoriya. All Might whispered, his eyes unblinking on the arena, while Forseti had his hands clenched together and eyes fixed shut. Thor, he whispered as if it would help her win. As the last of the light died out, the first one they saw to humanity's happiness was Izuku Midoriya, a few feet above the ground, breathing hard but looking good for the most part. And Izuku Midoriya is still standing. Heimdall announced, causing humanity to roar in happiness while the gods appeared nervous. And now the only question is, where is what the hell? Heimdall interrupted himself and no one was confused on why. Is anyone else seeing this? That's not possible. Those two are fucking monsters. Comments like these were being made all over the arena from god and human alike, and the reason for this was very simple. For where the arena was floor used to be now was nothing but a view into the open sky where the arena floated in the air as well as the divine realm below them. It would seem that their last clash destroyed the bottom of the stadium as well as the rocks underneath. Heimdall shouted so that everyone knew they were all seeing the same thing. The only question is, where is Thor? He asked the more important of the questions everyone had right now. However, Izuku just snorted, getting his attention. Isn't it obvious? He asked before pointing down to the surface where even from this height everyone could see a large impact crater on the surface below. Understanding what the teen was implying, he quirkily shouted, "Someone get eyes on down there now." He ordered, and a tiny drone was quickly sent out to the surface as a projector screen appeared so everyone could see what it was seeing. It went slow so it accidentally didn't hit anything, making everyone grow more and more nervous until it at last made it to the impact zone. Well folks, this is it. Time to see if round 1 has truly come to an end. Heimdall told the audience, who were all staring intently at the screen, except for Izuku, who only sighed and headed down to the surface himself. No one noticed as they were too focused on the video. And the verdict is, Heimdall, before he and everyone watched, gasped. Thor was there on her back, Mjolnir back and laying harmlessly by her side, and she wasn't moving. That was enough for Heimdall. And round 1 of Ragnarok, the final battle between humanity and gods, have come to an end with the victor going to Izuku Midoriya of humanity. He roared, which were quickly drowned out by the roars of humanity. That was incredible. We know you could do it. You're the best. Oh yeah, Midoriya, that's how you do it. Way to put that bitch in her place. Muscular roared as he cheered along with the rest of those around him. Meanwhile, the heroes and hero hopefuls were also celebrating. Yeah, I knew he could do it. Ochako cheered as she hugged Mina and Toru. A wondrous display, Midoriya, Iida said, clapping his hands so fast they were blurs, while Ajiro and Tetsu were hugging each other and crying about how manly the fight was. You extras were actually worried. I knew Deku would win from the start, he said while discreetly wiping a bead of sweat from his head. The pros and teachers meanwhile were happy that their students were lived and that Midoriya had won, and while they knew humanity had a long way to go, they were fine with letting their students celebrate for the moment. Well, he won, though I got to admit that looked to be touch and go for a moment. Gran Torino had said from the walkways. He had been setting with the other heroes, but nature called right before the match, forcing him to leave, but not before whacking Toshinori on the head for even suggesting he need help by offering to go with him. And as he was heading back, he had met someone else from his world, with the two deciding to watch the match together. True, but you gotta admit we did train that brat right, even if he didn't bother showing anything we taught him. His companion laughed, getting another chuckle and shake of the head. And wasn't that a surprise, learning that his new friend had taught the kid when he was just a tiny brat. I'm sure he'll show us plenty more in the following matches, that's a guarantee, Kaku. He promised as he turned to his fellow watcher. Kaku smirked as he followed his fellow teacher back to where he was sitting. Oh, believe me, there's not a doubt in my mind. As humanity was cheering, however, the gods had been rendered speechless. For the first time since the dawn of creation, man had surpassed the gods. It was a hard and bitter pill to swallow, especially those of the Norse pantheon. That's not. No, it just can't. Forseti continued to mumble until it became too much for him and passed out on the floor. Up in the private section, Shiva was clenching the sides of the window they shattered, which Shiva failed to notice in the slightest. Yes, what a fight, she yelled while raising on of her fist. Now I want to what that kid can do firsthand, she declared before looking towards the selection board, which reappeared after Heimdall announced the winner. Come on, you stupid board, put me up against him, I don't care what kind of match it is. She pleaded, only to get distracted when Aphrodite giggled. If you truly want him that badly, why not ask for him as a prize when this is all over? You'd get a new training dummy, not to mention you and those girls of yours would get a boy toy as well. Shiva's eye twitched and was about to scream at her when she stopped and gave it some thought. It's not the worst idea ever, and Ganesha definitely needs someone to teach him how to be a real man. Zeus meanwhile was scowling darkly in his seat and shaking slightly. Lord Zeus, is something the matter? Hermes asked, looking down, seeing the look on the king of the gods' face. No, I'm fine, it's just, he said, glaring at the cheering human side as well as the hole he saw the human go down. We have a serious problem. Poseidon, however, didn't bother saying a word like her brother. Her eyes were locked firmly on the hole where Izuku flew down. However, unlike before, what there was a gleam in her eyes as well as poorly hid hunger. Odin merely sat alone in her booth, Hugin and Moonin both flying off, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Yeah, that's the power of humanity, you worthless gods. Brunhilde laughed at the stunned looks on the god's face while Gare cheering. He won. Izuku won, she cried in happiness before turning to her older sister. So this means humanity's safe now, right? Humanity's earned their right to live. Oh hell no. Brunhilde was quick to shut down her sister's naive hope. We still have 6 more to go, and now the gods are going to try even harder. She confirmed before looking at Gare far more seriously. You know what you may have to do, right? What's expected of you and what may happen if you lose, right? She questioned, getting a slow nod from Gare, who had been told by her older sisters exactly what Volunder was and the risk it entails. Good. Brunhilde nodded before facing the arena. But for now, simply watch on and trust in our sisters and our chosen champions. Brunhilde told her younger sister, who nodded determined as both watched and waited for the next selection. Well folks, let's go ahead and pick our next matchup and see what kind it is, folks. Heimdall announced before looking down at the arena. But first we might have to fix the arena first. He muttered, thankful there's an intermission between each match. Hey, look at the screen. Someone shouted, causing everyone to watch the monitor to show Izuku Midoriya landing beside Thor. I had completely forgotten about her. He thought, a sentiment shared by many in the arena as they watched Izuku carefully bend down and put one of her arms over his shoulder before slowly raising into the air and flying them back to the arena. This display left the audience gaping, as just a few minutes ago the two looked like they were trying to kill each other, so to see one helping the enemy he just beat was hard to believe. The only ones who weren't surprised were those from Izuku's world, who merely smiled at the action. The flying meanwhile managed to stir Thor awake, who after a moment looked to Izuku, manning to piece together what happened. So I lost, she stated, not asked, with Izuku nodding. It was an amazing fight. Sorry I couldn't grab your hammer. Izuku apologized, with Thor shrugging. It's fine, just call it later, not like it can go anywhere. She waved of his apology. Still, that was the most fun I've had since. Actually, I think that might have been the most fun I've ever had. She admitted, getting a laugh from Izuku. It was pretty fun for me too. He admitted before hesitantly adding on. Maybe we can do it again sometime when there's not so much line. He suggested. This shocked the giant woman, who after a moment let a small smile come to her face. Yes, I would like that very much, she told them just as they entered the arena again. Alright, now that we have our 2 round 1 fighters back, let's see who's fighting in round 2. Heimdall announced as the spinner began to spin rapidly, with everyone on the edge of their seat until the spinner finally landed on 2 names. Zeus versus Izuku Midoriya. The gods and humans alike roared in excitement. The gods for Zeus to take revenge on the one who humiliated them, and the humans for Izuku to get them another win. His friends on the other were concerned at Midoriya fighting tight after his first fight, and it only got worse when they saw 2 swords under their names. 2 swords. Hiroshima whispered, going pale along with the rest of Class 1A, that means it's A. We've got a death match. Heimdall roared into his horn. And it's between none other than the king of the gods and the green-haired warrior. Heimdall getting the crowd more and more pumped. Yes, it's my turn. Zeus cheered widely, jumping up in his seat and dancing in excitement, getting a face palm from his sister. Down below, Shiva punched a wall, destroying it. Damn it, what a waste. She hissed, knowing that when the old man fought there was no hope for his opponent. He'd had better put on a good show at least. The goddess muttered before walking away to stretch her legs. This is perfect, Brunhilde shouted, covering her face to hide her mad smile, but still let out a few insane giggles, further scaring Gare. I was hoping the old fart would get taken out during this thing, but to learn that I actually get to help do the deed myself. She let out a happy sigh. I couldn't ask for anything better. Saying that, she turned and headed towards the exit. Come along, Gare. Izuku will no doubt be heading for the infirmary to rest and drop off Thor. Plus we have at least 3 hours before the next fight considering the intermission and the time it takes to rebuild. I have that much time to make sure Izuku is healed, rested and ready for when we take that geezer of the map once and for all," she said before heading down the hall. Down in the arena, Thor briefly turned her head so she was looking towards her former opponent. "Can you handle this? Zeus is a supreme god, the same level as my mother. Defeating him will be next to impossible," she warned him as they flew to one of the gates where a team of maids were waiting for them both with stretchers to take them to the infirmary. Laying back and relaxing while Izuku let out a smile. "I'll find a way. I came here to save humanity and that's what I'm going to do," he declared, causing the maids to gasp in awe at the declaration and the amount of passion behind it. Thor, also noting this, let out a smile. "Well then, make sure to put on another good show," she requested, getting a laugh and, "Right," as they were wheeled away. From their seats the two classes watched on in worry. "Well, looks like it's time for that green psycho to CHAARRRK. Monoma was cut off. Kendo grabbed his head and buried it deep into the bleachers, freaking out those not from their universe as the rest of Class 1B as well as Vlad glared harshly at the arrogant copycat. Though 1A noticed none of this as they were too focused on worrying for their friend, with many planning on checking on him, but right as they got up they heard a "sit down" from their homeroom teacher. They all turned to protest, but the words died in his throat when they saw, despite not even looking at them and watching the attendants begin to fix the arena, that he had a dark look on his face. "I know you all want to go check on Midoriya, believe me, we're all worried. But the best thing for him right now is to let him gather his thoughts while planning for the fight as well as mentally preparing himself for what he's about to do." While mentally and bitterly adding, "again," in his mind. They all wanted to argue desperately, but knew in their hearts he was right and that anything they said right now would only distract him, which was the last thing he needed right now. So hesitantly and against their wishes, some dropped the issue. Some sat back down while others still left but to stretch their legs or get some food. All of them, however, sending their wishes to Izuku and hoping he was doing okay. Line break. Izuku was currently resting in the infirmary and making idle chit-chat with Thor, who was making a quick recovery thanks to her own physiology and the medical techniques available in the divine realm. It had been around 3 hours since the intermission began, and Izuku had since then eaten and been treated for his injuries. He had tried to take a small nap, but Brunhilde had quickly come in to discuss how they would, as Brunhilde said, put that old buzzard 6 feet under and piss on his grave. It had taken a surprisingly small amount of time to come up with one Brunhilde was happy with, though one of the steps was less than pleasant. For now it was just Izuku and Thor, Brunhilde having left to get Izuku a change of clothes for the second match, along with Gare, who was still terrified of Thor even after she showed a much more calm aura after her fight with Izuku. Their talk was interrupted, however, when the door burst open and a group of 5 entered. "How, there you are," the leading one exclaimed before rushing forward and jumping on the bed before wrapping their arms around Izuku's neck while everyone looked over and saw who was causing the commotion. This was Qin Shi Huang, first and greatest emperor of China, representative of humanity, and is known as the king where it all began, and right now she was embracing Izuku in a loving hug. "A battle worthy of a king, I'd expect nothing less from my husband," she praised, causing Izuku to both blush and sigh. Brunhilde, once she had gathered all the representatives, deiced it was best for all of them to meet and train with each other, and once Qin heard of who he was and what he was capable of, she immediately declared him her husband to be, at least, and nothing he said could convince her otherwise. Now my dear, you can't rush things like this," one of the other 4 who had come in with Qin said, getting everyone's attention on them now. "Adam, father of humanity. Raiden Tamiman, greatest sumo of all time. Liu Bu, the strongest warrior in history. Jack the Ripper, humanity's most infamous serial killer." Qin, hearing this, raised an eyebrow at Jack, her being the one who spoke out. "Oh, and how would you go about it then?" she asked the woman, wondering what makes the woman such an expert. Jack just smiled pleasantly as she approached. "The same way you would approach a little bunny," she said, having reached Izuku. "You start off slow and give its few pats and catches," she instructed as she did the same to Izuku. Gradually wearing its suspicion down little by little, she continued on despite it looks like Izuku hadn't let his guard down in the slightest. Until the time is right and you go for the kill. She finished as she swiftly and gently ran her finger over Izuku's neck, causing the boy to gulp. This caused Shin to nod in understanding. How enlightening. I be sure to remember that. She exclaimed, missing the chuckles from Adam and Raiden, which got worse when they noticed the annoyed glares Lu and Thor were shooting them. Deciding to get the meeting back on track, Raiden turned towards Izuku. Still, what Shin said was true. Your first match was amazing. It's got me pumped for my first fight even more now. He grinned at them, with the king nodding in agreement. Indeed, myself and the others as well. They'd be here as well, but they wanted to make sure they were as ready as possible for their matches. Adam told Izuku. Well, I should hope so. Brunhilde said, entering the room while making a beeline for Izuku, monetarily narrowing her eyes in suspicion at the other woman in the room before facing her partner with a confident smile as she held out a bundle she had been carrying to him. Here you are, your outfit for round 2. Hurry up and get changed. It'll be starting soon, she ordered, and Izuku nodded, not bothering to go behind anything considering A, Adam was in the room and nobody cared about that, and B, Izuku had nothing these women haven't seen before. Within minutes Izuku was in his new outfit, and although it was fitting for what the plan was, Izuku couldn't help but ask a question that was on his mind. Is the hat really necessary? He asked as he looked himself up and down. Brunhilde could only offer a shrug and a smirk. What can I say? The outfit looked off without it, she reasoned before her phone started to buzz, causing her to check it and smirk. It was time. Well, it's time to head to the arena, making sure to watch the match with my sisters, especially you, Adam. What? Very closely and carefully, she ordered, with the man nodding, knowing exactly why she would want him to do that. Satisfied, she practically skipped over to Izuku. Come along, Izuku, she sang as she dragged him along before her tone and face turned positively demonic. Let's go assassinate the king of the gods. Line break. Zeus was practically skipping down the halls as he and Hermes made their way to the arena for round 2. Finally, after so long, something monumentally fun and exciting was happening, and it already proved to be even more interesting as he hoped. Maybe, just maybe, he would be able to. Yo, old man. Zeus was knocked out of his thoughts when Shiva, who was waiting for him in the hall, greeted them as she approached. I just wanted to wish my senior good luck out there. Your opponent has already proven to be powerful, and I'd hate to see anything bad happen to you, she told the old man, who laughed a jolly laugh. How kind of you to say, he said, his bloodlust rising in his yellow eyes. But I plan to get everything I can out of this fight, he said as he began to walk forward. Who knows, I might even finally be able to achieve my dream today. He continued to laugh as he walked on, leaving two confused goddess. His dream? Shiva asked the messenger goddess, who only shrugged before catching up with Zeus, leaving Shiva there before shrugging and start to move back to her seat. However, as she did so, she could have sworn she heard Zeus start to sing. Amor de ma vie. Oh, the love of my life you are. My dream, and my shining guiding star. Line break. Alright everyone, who's ready for round 2? Exclamation mark quote. Heimdall shouted in the middle of the newly restored arena. This instantly got both sides cheering, the gods wanting revenge and the humans to pull even further ahead. Let's go ahead and introduce the fighters. First of, representing the humans, he made history in the first round by defeating the strongest of the Norse gods, and he's here to add another god to his list. For round 2 it's Izuku Midoriya. The Watchman introduced as Izuku and Brunhilde entered side by side, one with a look of determination, the other one of barely suppressed glee. The humans, upon seeing their first champion fresh and ready to fight again, cheered, confident that he could do it again. You go, Midoriya, you've got this. We all believe in you. Show those gods they can't get rid of humanity that easily. Up in the stands, the pro heroes and the students seem to be watching Izuku carefully. He seems to be okay despite what he knows he needs to do. Momo muttered nervously, hoping her friend would be able to beat someone like Zeus. Mirko, however, snorted. Of course he's okay. Kid knows what's on the line, and the only other way for the match to end other than victory once it starts. He's not going to puss out, she said confidently, getting nods from pros such as Hawks and Gang Orca, having been in familiar situations before. A little further away sat a tall woman with long dark blue hair and numerous scattered pink-haired streaks. This was Kana Tsutsumi, aka Lady Nagant, a former pro hero and who, like Stain, had been temporarily taken from Tartarus to watch the tournament. His eyes, she noted looking down at the young man who was no older than she was when joined the Hero Public Safety Commission. They're just like mine used to be, she thought sadly back when she still believed in justice. Back in the arena, Heimdall quickly approached the two. Excuse me, these are one-on-one fights, please return to your seat. He reminded the Valkyrie, who looked at him bored before glancing over at the God's Gate and pointing. Suddenly the arena grew dark as sound of a violin filled the air. The sound was well heavenly, there was just no other way to put it, even bringing the one who first wrote it, Johann Sebastian Bach, who did identify it as air on the G string, to tears. Beautiful, a crying Jiro muttered in awe, knowing she'd never be capable of such a perfect sound. A spotlight shined down, revealing the one playing to be Hermes, who looked to be without a care in the world. Figuring it was the signal to move ahead, and figuring he can worry what the renegade Valkyrie ladder, he moved on. And repressing the gods is none other than this esteemed gentleman. Heimdall introduced Zeus, who walked out of his entryway while posing. Hey everyone, do treat me kindly, he requested. The gods, seeing their king, instantly began to cheer, assured victory was already guaranteed, while the humans were confused. Was this really Zeus? The heroes were suspicious, however, especially All Might, who narrowed his eyes at the old god, feeling of dread and familiarity coming from him. Zeus meanwhile was dancing around with like a loon when suddenly he snapped his fingers. Hermes, come on Mystero, he said, getting a found sigh from the messenger. Dear me, how many millennia has it been? Suddenly she raised her violin bow high into the air as 10 violins appeared behind her. Since I heralded Lord Zeus into this battle with this very song. With that, the violins behind her gathered into a circle with a rainbow grid appearing around them as they started to play at the level of a master. Slaughter in the God's Ring, Hermes thought with a mad grin as she began to play much more fervently. The music lovers of humanity were in complete awe at the impromptu concert of the gods. Well known as the Father of the Gods, a more fitting name might just be the Godfather of the Cosmos, or the GFOC. Heimdall continued on the music, firing his passion up big time while the gods began to cheer and chant. GFOC, 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 GFOC. As the chanting went on, Zeus and Hermes' dancing began more erotic as well as disturbing. What the hell are we watching? Aizawa muttered while making sure the pussycats were covering Eri and Kota's eyes, an action being done by a lot of the adults in the audience with their kids. The death of decency, Midnight muttered just as dryly, this being too much even for her. Lecherous old goat, Brunhilde muttered in disgust while Izuku just sighed and looked away, all the while wondering if this really was Zeus. Using the powers of creation at his own whim, Heimdall continued his introduction, while returning anything that doesn't suit his fancy back to the void. Truly the king of the gods. Suddenly, to the shock and horror the humans, Zeus' legs expanded, growing literal tons of muscle, while All Might's frown of concern grew as he realized what was happening. Eons ago, he brought about the Titanomachi to decide the tightest of the gods. Now his upper body buffed up just as much as lower, with the unhinged smile now spreading across his lips. Infamous for the crime of patricide, this old geezer lives for the fight. A real god around gods, he could only be Zeus. Heimdall finished the induction with Zeus raising his finger into air as fireworks went off in the air and sparklers blasted in front of him. The gods roared in excitement and approval while the humans were sweating, some extremely nervous despite what they witnessed in round 1. Our second round will be Izuku Midoriya vs Zeus, a battle between two apex predators in a no-holds-barred death match. Heimdall announced before looking to the two invaders, and coughed into his hand. And now, if all no competitors will please leave the arena, he requested, getting bow from Hermes, who went out the way she came in while Brunhilde faced Izuku, a small grin on her face. Are you ready, she asked, getting a nod from Izuku, resolve in his eyes. Oh, are you about to do what I hope you're about to do? Zeus asked, hoping in place, causing Brunhilde to face him. Just know I'm going to enjoy this immensely, she said, and before anything else could be said she turned back to Izuku, took his head into her hands and began a deep and passionate kiss. This got shouts of shock and confusion from everyone, wondering just what the hell was going on, Ochako in particular, when read and screamed her lungs out. And Brunhilde, the eldest of the Valkyrie and one to propose Ragnarok in the first place, as began to kiss Izuku Midoriya. Could this be one for luck or possibly goodbye? Heimdall said but couldn't get any further as suddenly the Valkyrie's body beamed to glow green before enveloping Izuku. What is going on now? A light suddenly enveloped the two. What could they possibly be up to? When the died down, everyone was surprised to find Izuku standing alone with Brunhilde nowhere in sight. And now it seems the Valkyrie has disappeared. Just what the heck is going on? Heimdall said what everyone was thinking. Volunder. Zeus revealed, causing everyone to turn to him. The unity of a Valkyrie and her chosen champion said to give the champion great power. However, should the chosen warrior die while the Volunder is active, the Valkyrie dies with them. Zeus quickly explained, not wanting to prolong the any longer. The old fart is well informed, I'll give him that much. Brunhilde, who unlike her sisters could communicate with her chosen champion in Volunder, said before smirking. But no, that isn't going to save him. She said, her tone dripping with bloodlust. Up in the stands, Gare was watching the arena concerned. Please be careful, she whispered. Those two have this, don't worry. Turning, she saw the group that had visited Izuku earlier approach, with Adam being the one who spoke. Adam, everyone, she said, surprised. Why are you here, and where are my sisters? She asked, not seeing her sisters anywhere. Brunhilde have our partners finishing some last-minute preparations. As for us, Brunhilde wanted Adam to view this match up close and we decided to accompany him. Jack explained before looking down. Let's pay close attention to the match now, shall we? Now remember, Zeus's preferred method is fist fighting, so that's probably all he'll use, but be careful, we don't want to be caught off guard like last time. Brunhilde advised, with Izuku nodding. And now let the second battle of Ragnarok, the final battle between humanity and man. Heimdall roared as gods and humans awaited, each with bated breath, watching Zeus crouch and ready to charge while Izuku just stood there, hands at his side, an almost unnoticeable orange glow around his eyes. Begin. The instant Heimdall announced the beginning of the match, Zeus shot forward, not wanting to wait any longer. He instantly fired off a 0.01 lightning fast punch, which Izuku dodged before quickly striking multiple times over Zeus's right arm. And first blood goes to Izuku Midoriya, who dodged Zeus's first strike and managed to land several blows on Zeus. Heimdall announced, causing the humans to immediately begin to cheer while the gods were gasping in shock. Way to go, Midoriya, you're the man. Hiroshima cheered. Up in the private section where Hermes and Poseidon were watching, from the sound of a gasp of shock followed by the sound of crashing caught their attention, with Hermes smiling on amused while Poseidon simply teased in disgust as she went back to watching the match. Is something the matter, dear brother? Hermes asked as she looked down at the newcomer. Ares, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, god of war. Ares was quick to get to his face. No. It's just that, I never expected the mortal to land a hit on Dad so easily. Ares was quick to explain himself, with Poseidon not even bothering to dignify that with a response, while Hermes scratched her chin in thought. Indeed, even with what he showcased in the last match, I didn't think he'd be able to dodge, much less hit Lord Zeus that easily. Hermes muttered with narrowed eyes. Back in the arena, Zeus glanced at his arm, which had small bumps where he had been struck, and laughed. Fantastic, simply fantastic. I'm kicking it up a notch. Zeus declared before once again charging. Once again, here I come. He warned before firing a 0.001 lightning fast punch, only for Izuku to once again dodge easily and strike multiple spots on his left arm, with Zeus retaliating with a 0.0001 lightning fast punch, only to hit air as Izuku once more struck the left side of Zeus's stomach. Zeus then went for a 0.00001 lightning fast punch, only for Izuku to drop down and strike both of his legs multiple times. The gods were growing more and more worried, watching the human that already proved to be match for the strongest Norse goddess dance around and strike Zeus like it was nothing. Zeus, however, was growing more and more excited, so much so that he fired off a meteor jab, a barrage of punches starting at a speed of 0.01 seconds while getting faster and faster with each punch before eventually ending at 0.0000001. Izuku, before the eyes of god and human alike, dodged the barrage like it was nothing, disappearing entirely when Zeus threw his last punch, only to appear right behind the god and strike his back hundreds of times in mere seconds, channeling one for all into his arms to do so. Ho ho, not bad boy, but let's see how you handle this. Zeus declared before turning on a dime and going for a kick. Divine Axe. Zeus declared with Ares smirking from above. Say goodbye to your lower half-human. He warned only to gasp in shock when Izuku's legs suddenly slammed into it, stopping it in an instant. What? Zeus thought, his eyes going wide. When did he? He questioned, only for their eyes to widen further when blood burst from his chest as two slash wounds suddenly appeared on his chest. Zeus immediately jumped as gasp of shock and horror ran through the gods section at seeing their king suddenly bleeding, while Zeus placed his hand over the new wounds on his chest, covering it in blood before bringing it up to stare at it in shock and confusion before looking over to Izuku, about to demand just how he did it, when it became readily apparent just how the human cut him so suddenly. Though those are swords. Swords are sticking out of Izuku Midoriya's hands. Heimdall commented while Izuku smiled down. These were actually his bone blade. A technique from the bone fruit, which allows him to produce and manipulate bones from his body. Smirking, Izuku shot forward, using shave to appear behind Zeus and deliver several large gashes across his back. Zeus immediately spun around to deliver another lightning-fast punch, only for Izuku to once again pierce his blade into the god's arm until it was sticking all the way through before shooting forward, causing a massive cut on Zeus' arm. The god tried to kick the boy now, thinking he had him trapped, only to hit nothing but air once again as Izuku leapt into the air before piecing both of Zeus's shoulders and jumped down, dragging him blades along with, digging deep into Zeus's shoulder before jumping back to avoid Zeus's kick. Unbelievable. Izuku Midoriya is craving Zeus up and the king of the god is unable to do a thing to stop it. Heimdall shouted with the humans cheering on their seemingly unstoppable champion. Man, that kid always seems to have a trick up his sleeve. A guy said to his friend, who nodded. I know those bone swords are super freaky, but they seem to be working much better than whatever that weird poking thing was earlier. He laughed with his friend soon joining in until he heard a snort. Fools, you have no idea how dangerous those strikes are. Turning confused, the two turned to see Stain, being the one who talked, still watching the fight. Oh yeah, and how would you know? The second guy the first asked, causing Stain to snort. Because I got hit with it once. The two were shocked to hear this, understanding now that this guy was from the same world as Izuku and must have fought him before. Sensing this, Stain sighed and talked quickly. Look, long story short, he and I got into a fight. The why isn't important, but after he landed a single on those strikes, my entire right arm was paralyzed. Line break. His entire right arm. Denki shouted, having been told along with the rest of those unaware by Shoto and Iida about where they had seen Izuku perform that move before. Yeah. Stain went to stab Izuku only for Izuku to grab his hand, rise his arm and strike him right under the armpit. He couldn't move so much as twitch it for the rest of the fight. Shoto explained. Okay, so is it part of his quirk or something? Denki asked, only to hear a chuckle from behind him. It's called Lingshu Chin Na. Lingshu Chin Na, said to be the oldest variant of Chin Na. This martial art, allegedly derived from the foundational text of Chinese medicine, uses the fingers to strike the bodies in place of needles. Striking these acupuncture points allows the user to deal critical damage to the body, while requiring relatively lesser force. The group and those turned to see Kaku and Gran Torino. Gran Torino, sir, there you are. All Might greeted. You were gone for so long, I had thought that something might have happened. The retired number one told him, only to get whacked on the head by the older man. What did you think, fell in or something? He shouted, only to grow angrier when All Might started to sweat but didn't deny it, causing Torino to hit him harder with a shout of, moron. I'll have you know that I was watching the match with my new friend here. He said while pointing to Kaku, who waved amused at the ground. And after that we decided to walk around to sightsee. Not that that's any of your business. He continued to whack his former student, who shouted apology after apology. This came to an abrupt end when Kendo and Ojiro gasped before bowing deep to Kaku. Kaio Kaku, I am so sorry for not recognizing you earlier, sir. It is such an honor. Kendo said, bowing deeper and shocking her class, having never heard her sound so respectful. Kaku laughed and waved the two off. Oh, think nothing of it, I merely came here to watch my student compete. Kaku told the group, causing the two martial arts enthusiasts to look confused before eyes wide and snapping their attention to the arena where their fellow hero course student was fighting before turning back to Kaku. Midoriya is your student, they demanded, with the man tilting his head to the side. Oh, he never told you? He asked. Before they could answer, Vlad King spoke up. Kendo, just who is this? he asked with the girl blushing in embarrassment. Sorry sir. She quickly apologized before gesturing to Kaku. Everyone, this is Kyo Kaku, the greatest and renowned supreme champion of Chinese Kenpo. She introduced the man, getting looks of awe from the hero students as well as respect from the pros. Wow, that's so manly sir. Tetsu parsed him with Eijiro nodding in agreement. Hell yeah it is. But how did Izuku become your student and when? He asked with Kaku chuckling. Oh, that happened years ago, when he lived in China for a few years. Kaku reveled, causing the student's jaws to drop and All Might to sputter, having never heard that from his successor. What? Deku really lived in China? Ochako yelled before turning to Katsuki. Did you know about this? She asked, causing the boy to growl. Of course I knew about it, Pink Chinks. Did you honestly think I wouldn't notice him missing for 3 years? He demanded, causing Ochako to blink. So he was there for 3 years? She asked, causing the boy to huff. Yeah, Aunt Inko got a massive promotion at work, but to finalize it she needed to work in Ching City. Bakugo was quick to explain, wanting to go back to watching the match. Unfortunately for him, their classmates still questions for the old man. Okay, so Midoriya lived in the birthplace of quirks for 3 years and this is the first time we're hearing about this. Denki demanded, only for Shoji to interrupt, wanting to get back to the matter at hand. So how did he become your student sir? He asked, getting nods from the students who took a glance back towards the fight every now and then. Very well, it all started only a bright sunny day. Flashback. What's happened to the country? Kaku thought with a shake of his head as he walked down the street for his daily stroll. Ever since the emergence of quirks, people martial arts seemed to have gotten less and less important in the eyes of the world. It's not that he hated quirks or thought them unnecessary, species have to evolve after all, but still it pained the old man that the martial arts he loved were slowly dying. Wow, check that out. A young child said as he and a group of boys watching a TV showing a superhero movie. So cool. They cheered together, causing the old man to snort in disgust and was about to move on. Hey Midoriya, come on already. One of the boys called. Sorry, I just want to see the end of this fight. The boy called back. Call what happened next, a push of fate, but something compelled the elder to take another look, and when he did his eyes widened. Standing there in a horrible and basic stance was a small child no older 5, watching an old kung fu movie with such awe Kaku hadn't seen since he started training his own son. On a whim he crossed the boy and casually approached. Until he was standing beside him and watching along with him. The two watched in silence as the crowd passed them by, mistaking them for grandfather and grandson. Finally Kaku spoke, pointing to the screen. That man's stance is horrible, full of holes and opening to be exploited. He spoke suddenly and watched with no small amount of amusement when the boy jumped several feet into the air before facing him. Oh, I'm sorry mister, I didn't see you there. He apologized before looking down. It's nothing my boy, he told him before glancing back at the movie. So you like martial arts, do you? He asked, only to receive no answer. When he tuned back he could see the boy clamping his mouth shut. Confused he asked, is there something wrong my boy? He asked, causing the boy to rapidly shake his head. Then why don't you answer me? Kaku asked, and the boy hesitated and looked around as if he was afraid he would get caught before finally leaning forward and whispering. My mom says I'm not allowed to talk to strangers. Kaku couldn't help it, he laughed. He bellowed a mighty laugh at such a honest and childish answer. But then again, you don't see most kids being half this cautious these days, or following what their parents say. Calming down he looked at the terrified Izuku. Sorry my boy, I just wasn't expecting such an honest answer. He admitted. Anyway, my name is Kaku. He said, introducing himself while holding out his hand for the boy to shake. Hesitantly the boy did so. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he answered, getting a nod from the man. Well then Izuku, since we know each other's name, that means we're not strangers anymore, right? He asked, getting a slow nod from the boy. I guess, he said before looking over the old man's shoulder. But what about my friends? He asked, with the old man looking over his shoulder to see the group of boys looking over in confusion and impatience. Sorry, but could I borrow your friend here for a second? He asked them, who uncertainly looked towards Izuku, who hesitantly nodded. Once they had left, Kaku turned back towards Izuku. So back to my previous question, do you like martial arts? He asked, and Izuku did seem to relax a little as he nodded. Yeah, from the little I've seen they're really cool, almost as cool as quirks. He answered with Kaku nodding, and while it was a little disappointing that the boy would still value quirks over martial arts, it was expected given his age and the mindset of people today. So what do you like about them? Kaku asked, causing Izuku to blink, having not really thought about it before. He thought hard about it for a second but just couldn't get an answer. I don't know, he answered the man who hummed. I just do, and I also had another thought, he answered before looking down at his hand. I thought even though I have a really strong quirk. He began, getting an raised eyebrow from the elder. I think I want to learn martial arts so I can be a better hero. He answered, causing Kaku to blink in surprise. Now this was a surprise. Most of the heroes these days, hell most everyone these days, thought that all they needed to get them through a fight these days was a strong quirk, while weak quirks, standard weapons and martial arts were useless. So for a young boy who looked no older than 5, and one from Japan, the country most bigoted against weak and non-quirk users, was surprising and refreshing. Kaku put his hinger to his chin. I wonder, he thought. Say boy, did you move here recently? He asked, getting a shake of the head from Izuku. My mom had to come here for her work, and she said we're going to be here for 3 years. He answered, causing the man to hum. 3 years, not a lot of time but enough to definitely get the boy started. He thought before facing the boy. Tell me, Izuku, would you be interested in learning martial arts? He asked, causing the boy's eyes to light up in excitement. Really, sir? He asked, getting a laugh from the old man. Of course, though keep in mind 3 years won't let you master anything. I'll teach you what I can, but the rest will be up to you to keep on learning and improving on your own. Kaku warned, causing the boy to nod rapidly, only for a confused expression to come to the boy's face. But what will you teach me? He asked, getting a kind smile from the old man. Why, whatever form you want to learn. I know quite a few of them myself. He offered, causing the boy to jump in excitement only to freeze. Something wrong? Kaku asked the young man who seemed stuck. My mom, Izuku told him. It's going to be next to impossible to convince her. He warned the old man who smiled challenging. Well then we better go ask her. Flashback end. And the boy was right. Kaku laughed at the memory. It was close to midnight when I finally managed to convince her that her son would be in good hands. Causing those who meet and knew the woman Ikatsuki, All Might and Eraser, to snort, knowing just who protective of her son she was. The next day me and Izuku went over all the martial arts I knew and eventually decided on Lingshu Chin-na, and the rest was history. 3 years later the kid had to leave for Japan, with only the occasional letter keeping me updated on his progress and what's going on, and the sports festival broadcast being the first time I had seen him in years. Kaku finished his story while many, even with a death match going on, were hooked on it. An old master taking in a young protege. How manly, Hiroshima cried with Tetsu. Wait a minute, sir, Momo requested with a raised hand. You said you only taught him one particular fighting style, and he already explained how he knows about the 6 powers fight style, so I'm curious, do you know who taught him his other martial arts abilities? She asked, with many nodding, having seen him use a plethora of martial arts abilities. The man shook his head. No, I'm afraid not, he told them. I'm aware he found another martial arts teacher, but he never bothered to name them. He explained to him before smirking. But you were incorrect about one thing, young lady, he said before looking back at the arena. The Lingshu Chin-na isn't all I taught him. Line break. This is getting old. Heimdall and Zeus blinked as they heard Izuku mumble this, them being the only ones, and watched as Izuku recalled his bone blades. So let's try something else, he muttered before casually approaching the king of the gods, who watched on confused as Izuku kept walking until he was within striking range. And then calmly raised a finger and pierced Zeus's flesh. And Izuku Midoriya has just perched Zeus's with just his finger, Heimdall announced in shock, while the rest of the gods gasped in horror. Before, his strikes hadn't been able to do a single thing to Zeus, but now it priced him clean. Heimdall roared while the humans cheered. So that's a finger pistol, Kaku hummed with an intrigued smile. Finger pistol, a close-quarter combat technique, in which the user pushes their finger into a certain target at a very high speed, leaving a wound similar to a bullet wound. You know about the finger pistol, sir? Momo asked Kaku, who nodded. Indeed, like I said earlier, after the sports festival Izuku sent me a letter and knew I would be curious about them, explained each of the techniques. Kaku explained briefly before turning his attention back to the fight. Back in the arena, Izuku just removed his finger when Zeus threw Anther 0.001 lightning fast punch, only for Izuku to appear to left and unleash a barrage of finger pistols into his side, leaping away before Zeus could hit him with a swipe before delivering a devastating slap to the back of the god's back. The gods watching at first thought nothing of the attack and some even snickered at the wimpy slap. But that turned to stunned silence when Zeus yelped in and started jumping around in pain. This allowed Izuku to deliver 3 more of these strikes. One to his back, one to the back of his knee, and finally one to the side of his face, with each strike being power enough to rend the skin of the god's body. This caused Zeus to hollow in pain, but didn't last long as Izuku quick as a kicked Zeus in the neck, causing him to jolt back, with Izuku quickly charging 100% of One for All into his fist before covering it into armament hockey before slamming it the god's stomach, slamming him into the stage with such force that it blew apart the entire arena, blasting boulders into the air as well as spawning a twister with such force that it ripped them apart. This is incredible. Izuku Midoriya has blasted Lord Zeus into the ground with such force a tornado was formed. Heimdall announced from the safety of the bleachers as the gods shouted in absolute horror while the humans were already celebrating their next victory. Oh yeah, that's 2 for 2. Mirko cheered before smirking towards the gods and raising both her middle fingers. Suck it, you genocidal bastards. She laughed along with the likes of Fatgum and Hawks. Well, would you look at that. Remind you of anything, Toshinori? Gran Torino nudged his student's side with a smirk while All Might nodded with a smirk. You got this, Deku. Ochako cheered, believing that despite his opponent being Zeus, she was confident that Izuku had just won. Hell yeah, man. Eijiro cheered before a small look of guilt came to his face. Although those slaps he gave Zeus weren't very manly at all. He admitted only get slapped on the back of the head. Shut it, shitty hair, Katsuki yelled. Deku's fighting for his and every human on the planet. I'd be slamming explosion after explosion into his dick if I had to. Ojiro nodded. Agreed, though that attack is still pretty brutal even against a god. He muttered. You know of that slapping attack? Tokiyami asked, getting a nod from both Ojiro and Kendo as well as Kaku. Indeed, in China it's known as the Columbus egg, but in Japan it's more simply referred to as the whip strike. The whip strike, technique that involves the user making their body as loose and fluid as possible, allowing the practitioner to use their arms like a whip, enabling them to perform powerful slaps, which affect the largest human organ, the skin. Yeah, it's supposedly powerful enough to kill a man in just a few blows. Kendo explained, grimly getting shocked looks from those unknowing of this fact. Are you serious, Kendo? Rin shouted, getting a nod from the girl. How the hell is that even possible? It's a brutal attack, but to actually die from it is nuts. Tetsu was quick to express his doubts. It's quite obvious, really. You die from the shock and pain. Kaku explained. All that pain suddenly exploding over your body at multiple points all at once. Kaku simply shook his head. It's enough to put even the mightiest of man down. The Chinese master explained. This left the group feeling rather somber and awkward, the feeling of joy at Izuku's victory, both at Izuku knowing such a technique, and remembering that Izuku just had to use it to kill someone even if that person was trying to commit genocide. However, to everyone's shock, it was Endeavor of all people have spoke up. It doesn't matter. Midoriya did what he had to in order to survive and but save countless innocent. Here he turned to the students and the pros. Remember, we hold the title of hero, but at the end of the day we are all just agents of the government doing everything we can to keep Japan, its people and our loved ones safe. He finished and everyone stared at him in shock, especially Shoto. Clapping knocked them out of their funk and they saw Hawks smirking as he clapped. Well said, number one, he said as one by one the other pros either nodded with smirks, smiles or voiced their agreement while the students cheered at the pros' words while Shoto had a small smile on his face. He then met All Might's gaze as the two looked at each other in silence before smiling and nodding at each other. Well, never expected the hothead to be able to speak that eraser. Present Mike laughed only to notice Aizawa and Nezu glancing at the arena as they noticed something, Izuku watching the smoke cloud intently as if waiting for something. And he didn't look happy. Line break. Yes, Gare shouted, jumping into the air. Big Sister and Izuku won. We're 2 for 2. The youngest Valkyrie cheered only to stop when he heard Chin laugh as Jack patted her head as she smiled amused towards Gare. Sorry to dampen the cheering little one, but if it had that easily to beat a god, they would have been overthrown long ago, I'm afraid. This instantly caused a bad feeling to appear in Gare's gut as she smiled nervously. Jay, just what are you saying? She asked with a nervous smile on her face. Simply put, Adam said, watching the field with the same intensity he had since the beginning, the fight's not over yet. Line break. Heimdall hesitantly jumped down into the arena, wondering if they were gonna have to fix the arena after every match. Being the announcer, it was his job to confirm and end the match, so he hesitantly approached but didn't even make it halfway when something shot out from the dust cloud and landed, revealing it to a heavily injured but much larger Zeus, having grown even more giant since Izuku's last attack. And Lord Zeus is alive, meaning that the match continues on. Heimdall announced before heading for the stands once again to get out of the danger zone. The announcement instantly got the gods to cheer and the humans to slump, none more so than the pros and students. Damn it, I was sure the kid had him. Mirko cursed, running her hand through her hair in annoyance. You and everyone else, Mike added before turning to Aizawa and Nezu. Well, almost everyone. Phew, I was worried there for a second. Shiva said, wiping a bead of sweat from her head. Guess I shouldn't have doubted the old man. She muttered before shifting her gaze towards Izuku. But still, who'd have, though his close combat was as good as long-ranged combat. She muttered with a grin. In the Greek section, Ares breathed out a sigh of relief. Dad's alive, thank goodness. He breathed out in relief. Only to get a giggle from Hermes and humph from Poseidon. What's wrong? Aren't you relieved Lord Zeus is okay? Only to see Hermes' amused expression and Poseidon's shooting him another look of disgust. Suddenly realization hit him and the god of war's eyes widened. You mean? You knew he was alive this whole time? He shouted, only for Hermes to let out another laugh while Poseidon didn't even bother acknowledging her foolish nephew. Oh, you mean you didn't realize that? Hermes asked, sounding more amused than ashamed. Apologizes, had I known you were in the dark, I would have told you, she promised him before turning back to the fight. A promise even Ares could tell was a less than genuine. Line break. So that old bastard was able to survive that assault after all. Brunhilde cured in Izuku's head, causing the boy to sigh mentally. Calm down, we knew that would probably never kill him. The plan's going well so far, so we just need to keep the course for now. Izuku reminded her, causing the Valkyrie to humph in annoyance but acceptance. Zeus meanwhile was laughing. Oh yes, now this is a fight I can be happy with. Zeus said as his body seemed to start glowing as steam powered off him, freaking out the humans. In fact, I'm so happy I'm about to burst, he declared before blowing a great wind onto his fist as it glowed with godly energy. Let's see if you can dodge this one, prepare yourself, he warned. Ares' eyes widen in shock. Is he really planning? He asked with Hermes leaning forward. Indeed he is, and against a human no less, she added. It's to be expected. Poseidon suddenly spoke up. Midoriya has proven to be too great a challenge. If he doesn't throw everything he has into this fight, it could very well end in his defeat in death. The sea tyrant spoke, her eyes focused on the two complaints. Ares gasped upon hearing about such an outcome and from Poseidon before turning and watching the arena, more than a little worried now. Hermes did the same, but not before shooting Poseidon's chair an amused look. So it's Midoriya now, is it? Hermes thought before watching the match. But I guess it's to be expected if he's forcing Lord Zeus to use grandfather's move. Eons ago, at the center of the universe during the deceived battle of the Titanomachy, a young Zeus had completely conquered the mightiest titan and personification of time, his father Kronos. But he, who had not taken a single hit in the entire tournament up to that point, was taken by surprise by the one strike that connected. At the time Zeus took that final strike from his father, and he burned it into his body, making it his own. Containing all respect and resentment for his father, the mere mention of its name. The energy from the fist seemed to spread over his entire body before expanding out, covering the stadium and everyone in it, and causing everyone to freeze in place. Had been said to. Zeus shot forward, getting closer and closer to Izuku, who remained still. Exert control. Closer and closer he got to the boy until he inches from. Over all of time. And it was then that Zeus, whose fist was a mere inch from caving in Izuku's chest, that he finally noticed the orange glow around Izuku's eyes. The fist that surpassed time. Squelch. Line break. In the aftermath of the carnage, Ares would attempt to make sense of what he witnessed. I'm ashamed to admit it, but let me clear. I don't mean to brag, but considering I am the god of war, one have seen my fair share of battles. When it comes to moves like the meteor jab or the divine axe, your average god will only be able to see a passing glimpse of it, while I could see it clearly. However, he would go on to say without a moment's hesitance, even though I had my eyes fixated on the fight and my mind was clear of everything else, one moment my father was raising his fist. Here the god of war would hesitate for just a moment. The next, here he finally breathed out a sigh of resignation. He was on the ground, with a broken jaw, bashed-in nose and part of his skull caved in. Line break. Heimdall blinked as he slowly regained his senses. What just? He thought, looking around only to gasp in shock as he saw Zeus lying on his back, bleeding from his jaw that looked broken, a bashed-in nose and a severely from the god's skull. As more and more gasp and startled screams rang out through the stadium, his eyes drifted towards Izuku, who was standing above the god armament hockey covering his hand and were now dripping in blood. Up above, Ares' teacup shattered in his hands before he shot up out of his chair. I was looking straight at them. And they weren't anywhere near each other. So how did this happen? Hermes merely cupped her chin in thought. If I were to guess. She spoke with Ares turning his attention to her. That once Zeus made his move, the human was able to somehow move in the frozen time-space and was able to strike Zeus rapidly at least 3 times before time was able to continue. Hermes, he muttered before growling and grabbing the younger goddess and lifted her by the shirt. Are you telling me you could see what was going on despite the fact I, the god of war, and your older brother could not? Ares demanded, only for Hermes to chuckle. Oh, of course not, I was just giving it my best guess. She laughed before suddenly a sinister grin and death glare appeared on her face. Dear brother. Alarms went blasting off in Ares' head, screaming at him to let his younger sister go, which he thankfully listened to, resulting in Hermes fixing her jacket with a pleased smile. In any case, the messenger goddess went on as she approached the balcony where she watched Zeus slowly get up. At least we know how he was to dodge Lord Zeus so easily. Hermes said, with Poseidon looking down at the arena only giving a nod as a reply. All the while Ares was staring at the two in confusion. Line break. And Lord Zeus gets back up once more, Heimdall announced to the cheers of the gods and groans of the humans. No matter what hits him, he always gets back up for. Here he had to pause when Zeus suddenly hunched over and started vomit up black sludge. What the? Zeus, who was just about to stand tall once more, had suddenly hunted over and began to vomit what looks to be black sludge. He shouted while the gods and humans screamed out in fright. About time it kicks in, now just to buy enough time for the geezer to bite the dust. Brunhilde laughed inside Izuku's head. Izuku meanwhile watched as Zeus, heaving, managed to straighten himself out and stand tall. I gotta say, it looks like that poison you've been hitting me with is finally kicking in. He laughed only to hack up some more poison. Poison. According to Zeus, Izuku Midoriya had been poisoning Zeus, but the question is how? He announced with Zeus chuckling. Oh, it's pretty obvious, it was with those blades of his and with those slaps of his. Zeus laughed before leaning down and looking Izuku in the eyes. Gotta admit, that was gutsy of you, boy. I know Hydra blood and this burning sensation is definitely that, probably mixed with other nasty ingredients. He laughed. So he found out, big deal. Brunhilde muttered, annoyed and dismissively. Knowing won't save that. Brunhilde was caught off when Zeus suddenly tightened his muscles. Unfortunately for you, Zeus began, and with one twitch black sludge shot from his eyes, ears and mouth as well as open injuries before going limp for a second, but before Heimdall could even begin to check him, an aura of power surrounded him and he grew even bigger, his wounds starting to heal. This isn't my first time dealing with poisons. He finished with a wink. Son of a bitch, Brunhilde roared in Izuku's head while pulling her hair in frustration. And like that, Zeus is back to full. It was a good attempt, but in the end Izuku Midoriya's poison attempt was all for naught. Heimdall shouted, causing the gods to cheer and the humans to worry. God damn it, I was sure he had him. Mirko grumbled before scowling in annoyance. And now it's back to square fucking one. He cursed only to glare when he saw Kaku laughing. Something you want to share, old man? She asked. Oh no, it's just that if you think my student would go into something like this without a plan B, Z. He grinned a rather awful grin. You'd be greatly mistaken. All right, Dad. You've got that human now. Ares roared in happiness only for Poseidon to turn in her seat and glare at him. Tell me something, Ares. Do you enjoy always being wrong? She hissed, causing the war god to flinch back. Good, now shut up and watch the match, she said, turning her attention back to the fight, her eyes glowing as she watched the human down below. Damn it, and just when I thought that bastard was on his last leg. Brunhilde swore as Zeus flexed his muscles before noticing something. Bending down, he rummaged through the sludge and picked up a tiny white something between his massive fingers. Oh, and just what were these supposed to do? Zeus asked curiously, with Izuku simply snapping his fingers. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of explosions shocked the arena as Zeus, who was in the center of them all, was lost in the inferno as the gods called out to their king. Dad, Ares screamed while Hermes scratched her chin in thought. So he can create tiny bombs as well, Hermes noted. When the explosions died down, Zeus was still alive and well, but he did have a few burns. Not bad, kiddo. Snuck those in during those strikes at the beginning, did you? Zeus asked Izuku, scowling in annoyance. That had been a backup plan where be implanted fragments of bone from the bone fruit, armed and set with the power of the bomb fruit, just in case Zeus needed a little extra push into the next afterlife. Well, that was a opening round, but it's time to move on to the next one, Zeus announced, causing the watchers to once again grow nerves as Izuku prepared himself for what was coming next, only to grow confused when Zeus pointed at Izuku. But first, I've got a few questions radiating around this old noggin of mine that just won't leave me be. He can't be serious, Brunhilde shouted in Izuku's head while the boy raised his eyebrow. Are you really going to be questioning me during a deal match? Izuku couldn't help ask, a question that everyone was thinking. Zeus just cocked an eyebrow. And just when will I get a chance to ask? He asked, and there was a moment's pause. Go on. Izuku relented, not having a good answer for that, while Zeus grinned before pointing at the boy. I'll be blunt, the god promised before looking Izuku straight in the eye. You're not for this world, are you, boy? Zeus asked, causing gasps and shouts of surprise and disbelief from spectators. From another world? Impossible, no such world exists. If it did, we would know about it. If this is someone's idea of a sick joke, then enough is enough already. While the gods were vehemently denying such claims of things outside their knowledge or control, the human side was having a far easier time. You know, if you had told me before all of this, I'd have thought you were crazy, but after all of this, yeah, it seems par for the course. I mean, yeah, just look at those guys, he said, pointing towards the group of heroes and students. Those guys are certainly not normal, he said, getting nods from those around him. Ah, who cares, he's been kicking ass. Go get those bastards, Midoriya, a third human shouted, with many joining him in cheering. Meanwhile, up in the private section, Aphrodite sighed longingly. Ah, I knew there was something otherworldly about him, she said, while Shiva snorted in disgust as she looked down at the panicking gods. Look at them, screaming their heads off something like this, she muttered with a shake of her head. Honestly, they should be happy. This is making what she knew would be an otherwise boring farce into a good show. Ah, well, that certainly explains a lot. Hermes nodded, with Poseidon nodding, leaning forward, with Ares gasping in disbelief at the thought of there being other worlds. Odin merely sat in her viewing room, watching more intently than ever before, ignoring the indigent squawks from the two crows on her shoulders. You just become more and more interesting, Izuku, Thor muttered from her hospital bed, now almost fully healed, as she watched the match. Well, looks like the secret is out, Brunhilde muttered, annoyed, with Izuku sighed in annoyance as he nodded. I am, he confirmed, causing the uproar to get even louder. Why is that a problem? Are you going to try and kick me out because of some bullshit Other Earth technicality? Izuku sneered, and for a terrifying moment humanity thought that was the case. Only for Zeus to immediately shake his head no. Oh no, no, 1,000 times no. He immediately denied. The rules state 13 humans and 13 gods, that's it. Doesn't matter where they're from. Zeus was quick to deny the issue before moving on to his next question. That being said, that does raise the question, why did you agree to fight? Why risk your life, your future, your soul, all for people you do know, have no connection to, and who only see you as a tool for their own gain? Zeus asked, and humanity had to admit it was a legitimate question. Why would someone, especially one so young, if the boy was truly as young as he looked, want to fight for people who couldn't offer him anything? Was he being paid to do this? If so, what could possibly be offered to him? Power. He clearly had enough power that could wipe out their world's military. Money. With that power he could get all he ever wanted. Women. That woman he kissed and fused with was more beautiful than any human woman could ever be. So what was the reason he agreed to fight? Izuku actually had gained an annoyed look, as if explaining his reasoning was a waste of time. Isn't it obvious? People were trouble and they needed help. What other reason would I need? Izuku asked with a scoff, as if he couldn't believe he had to explain something so simple. At the words of this stranger from another world, upon hearing such words spoken with such honesty and sincerity, the people felt a shiver run through them. And without any instruction, all of humanity began to pray, in all the ways they knew how, and in that moment there are no divisions of race, gender, nationality or creed. The statesmen and the criminals, the rich and the poor, the good and the evil, for the first time in history humanity stood as one, as they all wished for one thing: Izuku's victory. And it appears humanity has achieved consensus. Heimdall announced as each and every god watched in disbelief as humanity was able to agree on something. Hey, he's the genuine article, isn't he? Shiva asked with a chuckle while Thor smirked from her bed. In the stand, Stain grinned. A true hero, he muttered, his eyes full of approval, while the other pros and students watched on with pride. You tell them, Deku. Ochako whispered, a blush on her face as Kirishima and Tetsu cried tears of joy at the manliest repone they had ever heard. Gran Torino smirked as glanced at his student. Sounds like something she would say, he muttered, with Toshinori grinning proudly as he nodded in agreement. Zeus himself chuckled as he pointed towards Izuku. Not bad, kid, you've even managed to work up the crowd. But talk is cheap, it'll take more than a few words to save humanity in this tournament. Zeus warned, only for Izuku to scoff. I know that already, old man. Izuku told the ancient god, getting gaps at the disrespect while Brunhilde snickering at the insult. You and your fellow gods can try whatever you want, but know this. Here Izuku looked Zeus dead in the eyes as he subconsciously activated One for All as well as Conqueror's Haki, causing power to flow around him. As long as I'm alive, I will defend humanity until the very end. And use every ounce of my will, power and wrath to do it. This threw the crowd into a cheering frenzy as the humans felt the fire in their hearts grow brighter and brighter. Aizawa just sat there but had a smirk on his face, briefly meeting Midnight's eyes, who gave him a knowing wink before going back to watching the arena. Wrath, huh? He thought, his mind going back to a particular day in class. Flashback. Heroes' names were not Aizawa's area of expertise. The fact he got his own name from Mike of all people was proof enough of that, so he handed that particular class over to Midnight, who actually knew what they were doing. That wasn't to say he completely trusted some who named themselves the R-rated hero, so under the guise of taking another nap, something he actually desperate needed, he listened into what his students came up. Some of them were acceptable enough. Asui's rainy season hero, Froppy, Uraraka and Ojiro's martial arts hero, Tailman were all fine and logical in his opinion. Others not so much, most notably Yaoyorozu's everything hero, Kriti, which he felt was the girl unknowingly putting too much pressure and responsibility on herself too soon, and as for Aoyama's shining hero, Can't Stop Twinkling, well, he and his old senior were going to have a long talk later. Finally it was down to the last two, Bakugo and Midoriya. Bakugo's first attempt was rejected, with Midnight obviously finding King Explosion Murder not exactly acceptable for a hero name. Finally it was the problem Chid's turn, and when he presented his name, Aizawa grew a little more curious as he heard the surprised murmurs coming from his students. Growing curious, he cracked open one of his eyes to take a peek, and he grew surprised himself at what his student had chosen. Ooh, I like it, Midnight smiled, but I didn't think you would choose something like that, Midoriya, she confessed, along with a few mutters behind it. Can you tell us why? She requested, and he heard his student let out a sigh. I'll try. Okay, how do I explain this? He muttered before seeming gathering his thoughts. Growing up, every kid watches heroes save people and defeat villains, and I was no different. However, I couldn't help but notice that no matter how many villains are put away, there's always another to happily take the last one's place. Izuku explained. And then one day I heard something about All Might during an interview. You're the shield of Japan, as well as the symbol of peace. With you around we'll always be protected. Here Aizawa desperately had to fight the snort at that line, proof of why he always avoided the media when he could. I thought that was incredible, an invincible shield that gave everyone body hope for the future. But I couldn't help but wonder, what about the sword? We have a symbol of protection and hope for the future. So why not a symbol of strength, and fear to install upon those that want to disrepute that peace? Izuku continued on, unknowingly having the entire class and two pros' complete attention. I want to be that symbol. The symbol that will always be ready to strike down the wicked and drag them to hell. Izuku finished look around at the slightly scared but also all looks he was getting before finish. A symbol of vengeance and wrath. Flashback end. A symbol of vengeance and wrath, huh? Aizawa thought with a small grin. Yeah, that seems about right for this kind of circumstances. The pro thought, looking over at the gods who didn't seem to know what to make of what his student had just declared. This is essentially the biggest attempt of murder ever attempted, and unfortunately can't explain when by simply playing defense. He thought before going back to watching his student, a regretful but proud smile on his face. Proud that his student was doing what he needed to save lives, but regretful he could not do anything to help take the burden off his shoulders. Go on, Midoriya, and show everyone her exactly what kind of symbol the hero of wrath, Asura, will be. Back at the arena, Zeus was smirking. Those are some pretty big words, and normally I would just said you were a punk, some punk sprouting nonsense. Here his smirk turned rather smug as he narrowed his eyes at the boy. But considering you've been stopping and controlling time this entire fight, I'm inclined to believe a bit of what you say. Zeus revealed, much to the shock and disbelief of the audience. Controlling time? No way. Who would give a mortal that kind of power? Sheesh. Listen to them. Can't believe they hadn't figured it out by now. Shiva muttered, with Aphrodite nodding in agreement, looking at their fellow gods in disappointment and a bit of disgust in Shiva's case. That mortal's been stopping time. Ares shouted in disbelief, unable to believe what his father just said. Though it was only dad and grandfather who could do that with the fist that surpassed time. Ares demanded only for Hermes to look at him. Well, considering what he's from another world and what we've seen so far, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Besides, though it was obvious. Given that he would suddenly just appear out of the way of Lord Zeus's attack, as well as being able to strike when the fist that surpassed time was being used. Hermes finished explaining, going back to watching the match so she wouldn't miss anything. Wow. Midoriya can really control time. Incredible. Gare cheered. Hope growing more and more in her heart the more the match went on. It appears so, but I do worry that the young man will run out of steam before the match ends. Stopping time can't be easy. Jack said, only for a humph. Shows what you know, you creep. A young voice shouted, annoyed, causing Gare to ask and look over and shout out in joy. Sisters. Randgriz, fourth sister, partner to Lu Bu. Thrud, third sister, partner to Raiden Tamimin. Reganleaf, seventh sister, partner to Adam. Alvider, 10th sister, partner to Qin Shi Huang. Halak, 11th sister, partner to Jack. Running up, she hugged Randgriz tightly, who hugged back with a smile. Hello Gare, who are you holding up? She asked, with Gare smiling back. I'm doing fine, though I don't think this tournament is good for my heart, she admitted while clutching her chest. Jack meanwhile turned to her partner. My dear, could you explain what you said earlier about what I knew? The Englishwoman requested, with the 11th sister scoffing. I'm talking about big sister Hild's ability, obviously, she shouted, only confusing her and the rest of the group even more. Seeing the confusion, Reganleaf deiced to explain. What she means is that due to Brunhilde's vulnerability, Izuku Midoriya has no reason to fear fatigue. She explained, getting wide eyes from the group. And just what do you mean by that? Raiden asked, ceding slightly as his mind came up with a few possibilities. Brunhilde's vulnerability is Eternal Warrior. Thrud went on to explain. It allows, as long as her chosen warrior can move, they can continue to fight. The giant Valkyrie explained. More specially, Brunhilde's ability isn't that it gives anything but actually takes something away, that being the ability to lose energy. Think about it like this. Randgriz continued on. Your body is a bucket, and all the energy you have, whether it be physical, magical or godly, is what's filling it. At the start it's filled to the brim, but the more you toss it around and use that energy, the emptier it gets, until finally it's empty and you're so exhausted you can't do anything else. In essence, Regenleaf spoke up again to finish the explanation. Brunhilde will act as a lid to that bucket, keeping every last drop of it inside, letting her chosen go on fighting for essentially indefinitely. The seventh sister finished her explanation with every human and Gear who didn't know her older sister was capable of that. And the drawbacks? Shin asked, knowing something like that had to come with its own set of risk. Alvider only shrugged and held up two fingers. There really are only two hiccups would be the best word for them. The first is that obviously a power like that could become extremely addicting both for the Chosen and for Brunhilde, and staying in that form long enough could diminish their desire to separate when it's no longer needed. The second, however, is more situational. Like Regenleaf said, she acts as a lid to keep all of her Chosen's energy in, but that also means that the Chosen can't regain any energy either. So if the two are forced to celebrate and the Chosen is forced to fight on his own before they can initiate Volunder, whatever fatigue gained and energy loss will stay like that until they separate and he can rest again, which will be a problem if that first hiccup comes to pass. Humming Adam looked down. So in essence we've got a young warrior who has an almost limitless amount of options along with a partner who will allow him to keep fighting for essentially forever. The father of humanity grinned. A true match made in heaven. How? Indeed, I can only image what schemes those two have set up in the show they're about to put on. Chin exclaimed as she took a seat, knowing her future husband and his partner must have something amazed plan and she couldn't wait to see it. Fuck that fucking shitty old bastard. He JSUT had to go and blurt out one of our best hidden weapons in the second fucking match, and now the rest of those damn fucking shit stains are gonna know about it. Brunhilde was currently a typhoon of fury and rage as ranted on and on about how the old buzzer revealed something that she wanted to keep hidden at all cost. Izuku himself was also annoyed about it being revealed. He thought the combination of the time fruit, the devil fruit that allowed Lady Toki to travel through time, his future sight ability of his observation hockey, and Brunhilde's eternal warrior would make him seem even more unstoppable than he did in round 1. He could still do it, but it was the unknown feeling of being untouchable that would truly make the gods lose moral. So you figured it out? Izuku said, hands in the pocket. Well, what now? Why don't you just give up? You know you can't win now. Izuku stated, only for Zeus to chuckle. Oh, and why would I do that? He asked, buffing up even more until he was towering over Izuku, completely covered in golden aura of godly power. The next round is going to be even more fun than the last. Izuku sighed before charging up one for all to 100%, as well as covering his arms in the advanced armament techniques emission and internal destruction, as well as infusing Conqueror's advanced technique pressure and infusion. Brunhilde's eternal warrior keeping his hockey at full along with the rest of his energy. It seems these two warriors are ready to continue, Heimdall announced, having already fled to the safety of the stands as the rest of the crowd watched with bated breaths and at the edge of their seats. Well, you heard the man. Zeus said, raising his hand up high and into a claw. Let's give them what they want, he said, bringing his hand down with such pressure and speed that it resulted in 5 wind pressure blades, one for each finger, to be fired towards Izuku. Only for Izuku to throw a punch that easily crashed through the wind blades with its own wind pressure. Zeus tisked but could react as Izuku appeared in front of the ancient god and slammed his foot into the king's stomach, causing him to hunch over and allowing Izuku to strike him straight in the jaw. Zeus went flying high into the air with Izuku about to fly after him, only for Brunhilde to speak. Use the skywalk instead. Remember who's watching, she advised, and knowing what she meant nodded in agreement. Shooting high into the air, Izuku delivered a kick straight to his neck, shooting him back down and forcing him to crash into the ground, only for everything below his neck to lunge upwards due to Izuku slamming down on the god's neck and head with his foot. And Izuku Midoriya ends his brutal assault with a head and neck stomp from up high. Heimdall announced from the stands as Izuku bent down and grabbed the god by his beard and hauled him up to eye level. Ready to give up yet? Izuku asked, only to get sent flying as Zeus landed in sudden uppercut, much to the gasp of the humans and cheers of the gods. And Izuku Midoriya has taken his first hit of the match, though it doesn't seem like he's that bothered by it. Heimdall finished, sounding unsure as he watched Izuku casually fly through the air almost lazily, grabbing his hat that had been blown off by the hit and calmly placed it on his head before landing on his feet. Well, looks like he's finally had a chance to use it, Kaku muttered, catching his chin with a look of approval. Use what, sir? Iida said, confused on what the ancient master was talking about. Why, the Shaori, of course, or to be more specific, the defensive Shaori. Kaku said, getting confused looks from everyone, even the martial artist having never heard of it before. Shaori, sir? Kendo asked, getting a nod from Kaku. Indeed, there are actually two kinds of Shaori, defensive Shaori and offensive Shaori. Defensive Shaori, a form of bodily control that allows the user to completely relax their body to a feather-like state, allowing them to present zero resistance to oncoming blows. It also produces hyposthenia, which allows the user to absorb all their attacker's body weight. With that, the user can't take damage from punches, kicks or slashes, as the attack would meet no resistance from the Shaori user's body, and the user would simply flow with the attack like a blade of grass in the wind. Offensive Shaori allows a person to put their entire body weight into their blows. With this technique, even a punch from a weak person can become amazingly powerful. Even outside of fighting and martial arts, relaxation is used in modern sports when explosive power is needed. The relaxation of the muscles right before the moment of the impact is a critical key factor for good results. Holy crap! Midoriya can really do things like that with martial arts? Kirishima shouted in excitement, while Ojiro and Kendo looked to be in complete awe. Indeed, while I'm sure he still need to fine-tune both techniques, I'm confident one day he will completely master them both. Kaku guaranteed, while continuing to watch the match with pride in his eyes. Well, you certainly know how to take a punch, don't you, boy? Zeus laughed before tasing his foot, and as it glowed with godly power. Well, let's see how you take this. He roared, bringing down. In that split second, Izuku's observation haki activated, showing what he was about to happen, causing him to quickly raise his hand. Room! He declared right as Zeus's foot impacted the ground, causing the Nieder arena to go up in a massive explosion of light. All around, spectators were covering their eyes so they wouldn't be blinded, while Heimdall, whose mask which shields his eyes, looked onto the arena trying to find the fighters. And a blinding light has emerged as a result from Zeus's stomp, and the question is now, how will our competitors react? Heimdall shouted. Zeus knew what he was going down, and as soon as the explosion occurred he shot forwards, intending to reach the boy before he could react. Zeus knew that the boy had activated something right before his stomp, as well as remembered about the boy's time manipulation ability, but gambled on the boy being disoriented long enough to grab him. And to his delight he succeeded, wrapping the boy into a bear hug before leaping high into the air right as the light died down. Well, boy, let's see how you handle my power bomb. Zeus cackled. That is until he heard Heimdall's next comment, and for whatever reason Zeus has taken to the air. I don't quite know what he's up to, but whatever it is he better do it fast, because Izuku Midoriya is already pre-printing his next attack. This greatly confused Zeus. What's he talking about? I've got the brat right here. He thought only to look down and for his eyes to widen. What the hell? He, though staring not at his opponent but an inky black look-alike. A buzzing and intense light caused Zeus to snap his head in the direction of the source, only to see Izuku still fully powered, his finger shining brightly with light due to the power of the glint fruit. Izuku noticed Zeus's look and grinned murderously at him. Zeus knew he had to get away, but before he could move he felt dozens of spikes impale into him, forcing him to look back at the shadow, only to see its form shifting, now covered in spikes, before stretching out and bounding Zeus's arms and legs together, leaving him unable to move. Seeing his target held together, Izuku took this moment to fire. Laser circuit, he declared as 8 beams of light shot out of his finger and pierced Zeus. 1 through his neck, 1 through each of his arms and legs, as well as 3 through the chest. All Zeus managed to do was cough up some smoke before falling unceremoniously to the ground with a thud, before getting up with a groan as the shadow looked like shot back over towards Izuku, where it reformed. Well, how'd you like my doppelman? Pretty useful for getting me out of tough spots. Izuku commented as Zeus stared at it for a second and noticed that Izuku seemed to be missing his shadow. So that's what that thing is, and how it managed to wound me. Zeus thought. Pretty nice trick, though not what I expected when I saw that sphere thing in your hand before the explosion. Zeus admitted before growing confused as Izuku laughed. Oh no, that was not the activation for the doppelman. That was me setting up my next round of attacks. Izuku warned. Oh, and exactly what will that attack entail? Zeus asked, though did grow just a tad bit nervous when Izuku smirked and placed his fingers together. Snap, and in a second both Izuku and the doppelman swapped places. Oh. Snap, and once again Izuku and his shadow swapped places. Oh no, Zeus's face said it all. He knew he was in. Trouble and Izuku grinned at the look as both he and his shadow shot forward, running side by side quickly and instantly swapping places with each other with each snap while approaching the god, who quickly raised his foot again, charging it with godly energy. But before he could bring it down, Izuku once again snapped his finger, only this time the two disappeared entirely, leaving only rocks in their place, with Izuku appearing in front of the god while his shadow appeared behind the god, with said god not being able to react in time as the two delivered a double lariat. Snap! The two dispersed, switched places again, with Izuku delivering a kick to the man's torso while the shadow gave the god's jaw a right hook. Snap! Izuku was delivering a punch to the god's spine while the shadow was kicking the man in the groin. Snap! Izuku riddled Zeus's arm full of arms with finger pistols while Doppelman shattered the man's nose. Snap! Izuku gave an axe kick straight towards the god's right shoulder while the shadow who morphed its eye's hand into a pike and impaled the god's left shoulder. Snap! The shadow delivered a barrage of whip strikes to the god's arms, legs and torso while Izuku slammed a punch to the man's neck. On and on this assault went, with the gods growing paler and more sickened with each passing strike. Wow, the old man sure is taking a pounding out there, isn't he? A onlooker noted from a hallway, munching on some candy as he watched the match with apparent disinterest. Buddha, India. Well, yeah, but isn't that a good thing right now? I mean, doesn't that mean the humans are winning? His companion asked, causing the man to look to his side with a grin. Exactly right, Zero. Zero Fuku. The toe continued to watch in since before Zero spoke up. Hey Buddha, do you think humanity can actually be saved? Zero asked hesitantly, only for Buddha to shrug. Who knows, we've both lived among them and have seen them at both and the worst. Both of which is expressed prominently on the humans team. At the end of the day, we can only hope that the species we both love can get their act together. Here he turned to Zero. But have faith in them, Zero, because compared to the gods, humanity has much more to offer. Zero blinked at him before nodding. Okay. But I was actually asking if the humans can win this tournament and save humanity. Zero clarified, causing Buddha to fall backwards. Then you should have been more specific. Buddha shouted before getting up with a grin. But yeah, that one's far easier to answer. Of course humanity's going to win. I've seen the team Hild put together and the gods don't stand a chance. Here he pointed towards Izuku. I mean, just check out little green over there, he's kicking all kinds of ass. Suddenly he crossed his arms and pouted childishly. Then again, he's the reason why I can't fight on the human side when I asked Hild. Already that's scatting the line, she said. Don't want to risk my golden goose, she said. He humped before looking down at the arena. Honestly, I don't know who I want to root for in this match. Seeing his best friend like this, Zero couldn't help but sweat drop. He knew Buddha was hamming it up, but still Zero could see why he was called history's strongest adolescent. Line break. In a dark room lit only by a television broadcasting the fight were three figures. One sat on a chair, their features hidden in the darkness as they kept their eyes locked on the fight. Behind them were two figures, their features also hidden, but one was watching with curiosity while the other simply sneered in disgust of the two. Why are we wasting our time watching this trash? They growled, only for the answer to come swiftly from the figure besides them. Because if the child defeats Zeus, we could have a real problem on our hands, he stated, and from the snarling coming from they knew what was gonna come next was not going to be pleasant. The figure in the chair ignored all of his, their eyes focused sourly on Izuku as he continued to beat the unbeatable. Line break. The game of Snap had been going on for a while and Zeus wasn't looking good. Blood was leaking from multiple slash wounds as well as he could feel multiple bones having been broken, and the continued assault made it extremely difficult for Zeus to recompose himself and realize that all he needed to do was keep track of the shadow, because that's where the boy would reappear. Slowly and steady as he continued to take hit after hit, Zeus slowly filled his fist with godly injury and waiting for just the right moment until finally. Now, he shouted, hearing the boy who looked to be going for kick powered by the glint fruit snap his finger to switch places with the shadow who went for a punch to the back of his head, instantly turned around and sent a punch to where the shadow used to be. Only for him to indeed make contact with the shadow who instantly grabbed the god's hand and began to drag him down and give Izuku the perfect shot. Time seemed to slow down as he watched the glowing foot slowly but surely approach his torso. Word of advice, old man. Just because I snap my fingers doesn't mean we'll switch places, he revealed, and were the last words exchanged between the two before Izuku's kick connected. Zeus once again was sent flying high into the air, which ended in an explosion that Zeus fell limply from. As he fell, everyone saw him deflate and return to his default form as a frail old man. Time to finish this. Izuku thought, a quake sphere covering his fist while swapping his leg with that of the Doppelmans, who then powered it up with the power of the glint fruit and prepared to end it all. The gods watched in horror and the humans with hope as Zeus fell closer and closer to until finally taking both the punch and the kick to the face, Zeus was shot directly into the wall, a massive explosion accompanying it. This could be it, folks. Round 2 might have just come to a close. Heimdall announced as he went to go get a closer look, only to find Zeus covered in blood, sweat and dirt, breathing raggedly as he struggled to stand. And Zeus lives on. Round 2 continues. Heimdall announced, making the gods breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, I know Dad wouldn't die so easily. Ares cheered from the Greek private section. Now that human can try anything and everything he wants, but he can't win against Zeus. Now all Father has to do is heal himself again and he'll be back on top. Here he turned to his younger sister, right Hermes? He asked, expecting her to instantly agree with her, only to find her shaking her head along with her hand. Oh no, it's much too late for that. She was quick to deny, much to the confusion of Ares. Zeus has lost far too much energy for any healing to be of any real use. So I'm afraid there's really nothing more he can do. Hermes muttered, not sound all that devastated about losing her father. Wrong, he's not out of options just yet. The sudden input from their aunt took both by surprise. Don't take your eyes off the field, the fight isn't over yet, was all the sea tyrant said before going silent again as the two went back to watching the match with renewed interest. Izuku slowly approached the struggling old man, his arm becoming a blade thanks to the power of the arm's fruit. It's over, old man, just lay down and rest, Izuku said with no emotion. I'll make it quick, he promised while ignoring the grumbling from Brunhilde. Zeus, however, shook his head as he finally found his footing. I was foolish. He began, absently crossing his arms and clutching his shoulders. That I could win against someone like you, admitted as he clutched the skin around his shoulders harder. I would have preferred to avoid using this, it rattles my bones and takes a lot out of me. Before taking a deep breath and letting it out. But it's the only way. And then Zeus began to compress each and every one of his muscles, screaming in agony as he did so. God and human alike watched in horror and disgust as this self-mutilation happened, with May muttering how repulsive it was before steam blew off him and blocked him from view. Up above, Odin's crows were discussing and wondering if the old man finally lost it, until a new voice interrupted them. As usual, you featherheads don't know a thing you're talk about, they commented while the maids serving Odin moved aside and let the figure move and sit down, while Odin barely spared them a glance. The two crows, however, were shocked at the newcomer's sudden appearance. Loki, Norse, goddess of deceit. My, I gotta say I haven't seen Gramps use this in at least a few 100 million years. Here the green-haired goddess turned to Odin. Well, Auntie, that sound about right to you? She asked, only to get no answer. Still, I do wonder how our little green bunny will deal with this. See, that's Gramps' serious mate and it's super rare. Here she gained a slightly demonic look. And for good reason, she muttered, scaring the shit out of the crows. Back with Zeus, he continued to bend and contort as his transformation continued. As this went, everyone started to feel a cold, ominous feeling of dread. Sisters, Gare muttered as the Valkyries held each other close while their chosen watched with frowns and sweat running down their faces. With the heroes, they could withstand better, but it still had their nerves on high alert, while the students were shuddering in absolute fear along with the rest of humanity. The ones who were familiar with such a sensation were those at the Komino tragedy and felt the aura of All for One, and even then it was nothing compared to this. Yes, how marvelous, Loki commented as the smoke surrounding Zeus cleared. He was finally visible again. Zeus' final form, Adamas. As everyone watched as the god slowly approached, Ares found his voice first. Such immense pressure. Just what is that thing? He demanded while Hermes watched on, thinking. If he were at his best, he could provably hold that form for 12 to 13 minutes, but the way he is, he'd be lucky to get 5 minutes out of it. She thought while Shiva groaned as she watched the match. Careful, old man, she muttered. We don't need you breaking heaven. Jay, just what the fuck did that old man pull? Mirko demanded as she and the rest of the pros stared in horror at the king of the gods while the students sat petrified, his presence alone enough to keep them paralyzed in fear. Young Midoriya. All Might thought in worry as he and the rest of the teachers looked towards their student. Please be safe. Izuku. Brunhilde spoke, getting a hum from Izuku. I think it's time we transform as well. She advised, getting a smirk and a nod from Izuku. Right. He agreed before closing his eyes, taking a deep breath before slowly opening them. Fifth gear. Doom da da da. It appeared out of the silence that was caused by Zeus' transformation, with everyone growing from terrified to confused, wondering just how the hell was playing the drums at a time like this. Doom da da da. The humans, however, stopped searching as the sound truly entered their ears. They couldn't explain why, but they found comfort in the sound, some even closing their eyes as they let the sound wash over them. To them it sounded like the drums of hope, of bravery, of liberation. Doom da da da. The gods, however, grew more and more nervous the more the sound rang out. With each beat they felt as though the world was coming closer and closer to the end, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. To them the sounds were uncanny and nothing more than the drums of war. Doom da da da. And that's when they felt it, an immeasurable amount of conquerors' hockey, knocking out hundreds of gods and even bringing some of the stronger ones to their knees. Dear me, Hermes said, on her knees and watching as Ares passed out. This could be a problem, she muttered before turning to her aunt to see if anything happened to her, only to notice the armrest of her chair completely destroyed, with the sea goddess gripping the remains tightly. Well, looks like I've got to work on that. Izuku laughed, causing everyone to turn to him, and they all blinked when they noticed his new look. His hair and eyes turn white, his eyes glow with white rings and had white clouds floating around his neck, with a mad grin on his face. This was fifth gear, the awakened form of the gum fruit, or as its lesser-known name, the human fruit, model, Nika, and was currently smirking at Zeus, who was looking at him in curiosity. Interesting new look, boy, but it won't save you, he declared, crouching down to charge, when suddenly Izuku laughed. Oh, I'm nowhere close to being done, Izuku promised before using his new abilities to grow until he reached Zeus's new height. But that was only the beginning, for he charged one for all 100% though out his entire body. However, it was then he started going big, as he next added on the effect of the awaken more fruit, which not only lets the user increase more than just something's speed and size, but also increases the boost limit from 100 times to 1,000,000 times. And Izuku took full advantage of that as he increased his speed, power and durability 1,000,000-fold. And it seems Izuku Midoriya is also attempting a power-up, Heimdall announced before looking at Zeus. And his opponent is just letting it happen. Here Poseidon sighed and massaged her temple. Even on a time crunch with his life on the line, her little brother will do whatever it takes to get the most out of a fight, even if it means letting that time diminish. A light time for the hard part, Izuku thought before focusing hard, his entire body twitching as he did so. The audience watched transfixed as Izuku's entire body seemed to shake, while his skin seemed to turn a dark turn, while veins bugled over his body. Removal. It is the ability to consciously remove the body's limits on an individual's muscular strength output. From there, Izuku added just some last-minute additions, a small layer of fire from the bird fruit, model, Phoenix, and Euroja's devil fruit that allows him to convert damage into physical strength, before finally covering his entire body in armament while activating its advanced techniques emission and internal destruction, as well as once again using Conqueror's techniques pressure and infusion. Form Ashura. Izuku breathed out at last, and he looked every bit the part. A body the color of blood and looking like it was made out of armor, hair burning white with a fiery aura around him, and a demonic smile that looked like it would fit on the devil himself. Deku. Ochako croaked, terrified of her crush for the first time in her life, as the rest of students looked at him in absolute horror, with Abara going so far as to start praying for protection. The pros were more composed but still couldn't fight off the shudder they gave. The rest of humanity was more or less the same, even the villains were taken back by such a form. There were only 3 people who didn't feel any fear. Kota and Eri, who fully believed in their savior and didn't believe for a second he would ever hurt them. While the last was All Might, who knew such a form existed, so that's Form Ashura, huh? All Might said, recalling when Izuku told him about it. Flashback. Form Ashura. All Might asked as the two sat and watched Eri play. It had been a couple of weeks since the culture festival the two had taken the young girl to continue her recovery and let her start having a true childhood, and All Might asked how Izuku's training was progressing. Yeah, ever since my powers awakened on island I've been experimenting and trying to find the right combination to make it the most efficient. Izuku explained. Okay. All Might nodded. So how's it going? He asked, only to get a shake of the head from Izuku. It's not. With what my stamina is right now, it's completely useless. Izuku admitted, not taking his eyes off of Eri. All Might turned with a raised eyebrow. Really, you've got the best stamina in the class? All Might said. I mean, how long can you hold the form for anyway? All Might asked, with Izuku sighing before answering. 3 seconds. All Might coughed up blood upon hearing this. Just what kind of power does this form give if it can only last 3 seconds? He thought incredulously before sighing. So what are you going to do? He asked, getting a shrug from the boy. The only thing I can do, work on my stamina and find a way to overcome this new hurdle. Izuku said, and All Might smiled proudly as he did. Well, when you can use it freely, I'll be there to sit back and enjoy the show. Flashback end. Well, my boy, looks like it's time. He thought with narrowed eyes as he leaned forward. Now show me what you can do. Back in the arena, the two fighters, their transformations complete, stood completely still. For 5 seconds they and the entire arena seemed to, as well before the two seemed to simply vanish. There was time for a single blink of the eye before the entire divine realm shook violently, causing everyone to fall out of their seats as a massive fiery explosion erupted from the center of the ring. This is pandemonium. The fighters have vanished, an explosion erupts in the arena and the entire realm shakes. He said, holding onto a pillar for dear life. Damn, I was joking about breaking heaven, but now it seems like we might need to start worrying about that. Shiva muttered, holding onto the wall to stand, while Aphrodite had to hold on to the arms of her golems to keep steady. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Absolutely incredible. Loki laughed, clapping in her hands as she floated in the air while Odin sat on her throne clutching the armrest tightly. Thor had to clutch the wall in order to keep herself steady. Izuku, she muttered as she kept her eyes on the screen, while Hermes had to actually struggle to keep her balance. An interesting turn of events, wouldn't you say? She asked Poseidon, who like Odin was clutching her armrest to keep from falling. Holy shit, Setsuna shouted, actually splitting into pieces, which were quickly grabbed by her classmates as everyone, gods and humans, were either clutching their seats or keeping their children safe. There are still no signs of our fighters anywhere in the arena, so the question is where or what? Heimdall interrupted himself when he noticed that the two were climbing out of holes in the wood. Before launching forward, with Zeus rushing forward and Izuku jumping off the wall, and the two once again clashing in a fiery of explosion and only making the shaking worse. The two fighters were once again blown back, but they were ready this time when they blast back happened, with Zeus digging his hands into dirt to slow his momentum before he sprung board forward, while Izuku pushed forward with a skywalk that gave off such an strong air pressure it nearly shattered the walls of the arena. Zeus then tired to go with one of his strongest attacks. God's true right, a straight punch that harbors the entirety of his divine might, which he then follows up with another punch, and repeating this at blinding speeds, launching a never-ending barrage of attacks while Izuku's arms seemed to compress and enlarge before appearing right in front of the god, using shave and unleashing a Kong gun that was enhanced by the fire aspect of the awakened power of the human fruit model, Nika, and able to land a second before Zeus's did, and this time Zeus wasn't able to save himself and was shot off like clear through the stratum until he reached the outskirts of the arena. By this point the shaking had finally stopped and Heimdall was able to announce again. And it seems the two fighters are back at it, with Izuku Midoriya sending Zeus clear through the arena, only for Zeus to shot back through the wall and towards Izuku, intending to unleash a divine axe, only for Izuku to grab his outstretched leg and slam him into ground before trying to slam his foot into the god, only for him to roll out of the way and causing Izuku to slam his foot into the floor, causing it to cave in. Okay, can we please get some assistance down here before these two destroy the entire stadium? He requested, with Odin without saying a word raised her hand and created a dome around the entire stadium and teleported him out, and just in time too, as almost immediately the two began to fight again. Thank the gods, he thought before he went back to watching the match. The two had taken to the air now, with Zeus unleashing another air pressure punch that Izuku met with a Kong gun that broke through the attack. However, Zeus was ready this time and instantly grabbed it before and riding along with it as it stretched back to Izuku, who barely dodged the punch Zeus aimed at his heart. Izuku then used the bloom fruit to hold Zeus in place while placing his two fists on Zeus's chest before starting to compress them back. 6 King Kong Gun Barrage. Izuku declared launching an attack that combines the Kong Gun and the 6 King Gun with Zeus instantly shot into the ground only for the two arms holding him to stretch along with him only to reel him instantly back upright in time to be sent flying away again by the next onslaught. This happened another 9 times before Izuku finally pulled him back up one last time only for Izuku to strike him with a Leo bazooka forcing Zeus to once more slam into the ground covered in burns. Before Heimdall could even say a word, Zeus was back on his feet and to the disbelief of all actually began to sing. Amour de ma vie, oh the love of my life you are. Instantly Zeus jumped back into the air ready to fight again. My dream and my shining guiding star. Izuku meet him halfway with the two slamming their fist into each other's jaws. And no matter how small and foolish you may seem, you are still the only thing that I dream. Zeus threw another 0.001 lightning fast punch only for Izuku to catch it and punch the god in the face. Once I have finally found you, I'll never let you go. Zeus fired off a divine axe only for it to be blocked by Izuku's arm, who then delivered a kick of his own to the god's jaw. You are the love of my life, you see. Izuku compressed all 10 of his fingers and fire of 10-finger pistols with each one impaling the god straight through to the back. I'm all alone with no family or home, but I will not despair because I know that out there. Zeus aimed a god's true right at Izuku's next only for the boy to use shave to appear behind the god and hit him with a Kong organ. My pain will be through when I finally find you. Using shave once again, Izuku appeared right in front of Zeus and just raining punch after punch, no special moves, just one punch after another. Ma v. Izuku then slammed a chop directly on top of the god's head, sending him flying downward. Ma v. Zeus. Decent came to an end. Izuku appeared directly under the god, smashing his knee onto Zeus's spine. Ma v. Izuku took Zeus by the head and gave him a vicious headbutt before letting him drop to the ground. Ma v. And right as Zeus landed crashed into the arena, Izuku finished off his assault by crashing a Rhino Schneider straight into his chest. The crowd, both human and gods, were taken back by the burial assault. Even the heroes and villains were a little unnerved by the fighting style Izuku just displaced. Bakubro, I gotta say you're damn lucky. Midoriya's patience is as large as it is. Eijiro muttered, still in shock, while Bakugo just nodded dumbly, his brain still trying to reboot itself after what he just saw. With the villains, Dabi was discussing possible plans with Mr. Compress and Spinner. Okay, so the way I see it, we turn ourselves in as well as reveal everything we know as well as Gigantomachia, on the condition we're not given to that green-haired monster as training dummies. Dabi suggested, only for Tamura to snarl. We are not giving ourselves up for some All Might wannabe. When the times comes I kill him like the rest. The Decayer snarled, only getting a snort from the cremator. All the while Twice was trying to get a response from Toga, who had been drooling with a bloody nose as she stared off into space without much luck. Line break. Ah, you're the one. The voice came from darkened room, and more specifically the one sitting on the throne, who had gotten up and slowly approached the screen, which had been frozen on an image of Izuku in his Ashura form covered in Zeus's blood and smiling like a demon as the two figures watched behind the chair as they slowly approached. The unstoppable force of nature I've sought for so long, they said, finally close to the screen, illuminating their features. Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies, embodiment of gluttony. The one who will finally kill me, she said, actually hugging the screen, so enraptured in her delight she didn't notice the looks the two still concealed in the shadows gave each other as she practically peered. My god of destruction, my Ashura, my Izuku. Line break. Oh yeah. Denki shouted, pumping his fist in the air as he along with everyone had gotten over their shock and began to cheer wildly. That's how it's done. Round 2 is in the bag. Denki cheered, and while it disturbed him that his friend had just killed someone, he knew it was necessary and figured he might as well cheer, humanity being one step closer to saving, and simply overlook what it took to get there. The rest from the quirked world seemed to agree on this. Ends justify the means. And began to cheer as well, with the students cheering widely while the heroes were clapping rapidly. Man, what an intense brawl. Zero said. I'm sweaty just from watching it, he added before proving his words right by wiping sweat from his brow. I think that's just nerves, Suyu corrected while trying to calm her own rapidly beating heart. But man, that last transformation of Midoriya's, Ashura I think he called it. I don't think there's anything that can even come close to that back home. Kirishima muttered with a nervous smile only for Bakugo to snort. Oh please, I could blast that form to pieces no problem. The explosive teen declared, getting snorts and looks of disbelief from those around him while he noticed Shoto on his phone. And just what the hell are you doing, icy hot? He shouted, causing the boy to turn to him briefly before going back to his phone. Setting a reminder to tell Izuku you said that. Shoto admitted before turning to Shinso and ignoring a paling and frozen Katsuki. Looks like you'll be joining our class next semester, considering we're about to have an open spot. He told the brainwasher with a straight face. This immediately got laughter from the students and some of the more immature pros such as Hawks and Mirko, while Katsuki looked close to exploding. Man Todoroki, I never knew you could be funny. Mina laughed while clutching her sides along with the rest of her classmates while Shoto blinked confused. When was I being funny? Line break. For my entire life all I have ever known is victory. Zeus pushed himself up from the hole he was before, breathing in deeply before stretching himself out and locking eyes with Izuku, who had landed. The two stared each other down silently before charging. No matter what, I tired, I always succeed. Zeus landed the first punch, but it was quickly absorbed due to the combination of the awakened gum fruit as well as defensive Shaori before landing a punch of his own to the god's face, slamming him onto the ground before standing above him and unleashing a barrage of powerful blows. No matter who I fought, I was always able to best. The barrage continued until Zeus was able to grab Izuku's face and throw him up before quickly getting up and charging with a divine axe, which collided with Izuku, who countered with a red hawk, which after a clash that once again shocked the arena resulted in Zeus being blown back. A blessing at first, but soon my life began to grow dull and my motivation for almost everything had left me. The ancient god unleashed a meteor jab which Izuku used shave to avoid before shooting his arm forward, grabbing the god by the face and pushing him all the way to the wall before whipping him around the stadium 3 times before pulling him back and ramming his foot into Zeus's stomach. All the praise, stories written and respect completely worthless. Charging forward, Zeus's god's true right was meet with a King Kong Gatling, which meet the god's strike blow for blow. And that's what led to my dream. Zeus placed his 5 fingers together to try and impale the teen, only for Izuku to punch it, shattering the god's fingers as well as the god's hand to pieces, which the god looked towards fondly. To no true defeat, Zeus went for a drop kick towards Izuku's skull, only for the boy to grab it and whip the god around, repeatedly slamming him on the ground before stomping down on the god's leg, breaking it. No wondering if I had only done this, or maybe if I had used that, I would have won. Defeat clean and clear, an indisputable defeat. Zeus jumped back, balancing on his remaining leg before shooting forward, going for a punch, only for Izuku to catch it and threw a barrage of punches, shattering the god's ribcage into pieces. Could it be you? Could you be the one to grant my wish? Zeus flipped in the air, bringing down his shattered hand, only for Izuku to actually kick it further, ruining it already before blasting the god away with 6 king gun, causing him to land with a tumble as he struggled to stand, only for him to vomit a geyser of blood. This is unbelievable. Zeus is literally on his last leg, Heimdall announced as Izuku approached the god. This is your last chance. Give up or my next attack will kill you. Izuku warned, ramping up the power in his fist for emphasis. Zeus just looked to the side and spit up more blood. Oh no, I'm afraid that's not a possibility anymore. Not when I'm so close to my dream. Zeus denied the offer while Poseidon looked down at her brother with a look that made it impossible for anyone to tell what she was thinking. Izuku meanwhile raised an eyebrow. Your dream? The boy asked with Zeus nodding happily. Oh yes, and it's so close I can almost taste it, but that's not important right now. Zeus was quick to deny before moving on. Listen well, boy. I have one last technique in my arsenal, one last trick to try. If you can withstand and overcome it, victory will be yours. The god promised, getting hopeful looks from the humans and fearful looks the gods. That old buzzer can try whatever he wants, he's one punch away from becoming dust, Brunhilde mocked as she grinned demonically within Izuku. The green-haired teen seemed to be in agreement as he got into a fighting stance. Bring it on, he said, simply getting a laugh from the god. That's the spurt. Zeus then began to shake and twitch violently, getting more and more erratic with each passing second until he was nothing more than a blur. Right when Izuku was about to charge, 12 projectiles shot out and landed, revealing themselves to be multiple Zeus. Incredible. Lord Zeus has somehow managed to create 12 separate clones looking as healthy as Zeus did when he first entered his Adama's form. Heimdall commented something Izuku noticed himself. Gasp of shock and surprise rang out from all around, and even those from the Greek pantheon were shocked. My word, I've never seen this before. Hermes gasped, truly shocked for the first time during the fight, while Poseidon watched with narrowed eyes. So you perfected it after all, brother. The sea goddess thought, recalling a memory from eons ago. Flashback. Poseidon. Poseidon. Hey Poseidon. A young voice called out to a then-child Poseidon who was doing her studying for the day, or at least trying to. I swear if it's not one of them it's the other, she thought, annoyed before focusing on her book. Shouldn't you be studying Zeus? She asked, getting a tisk from a now revealed younger Zeus. What do I need that junk for? Because father said so? Here he scoffed. That old bastard can threaten me all he wants, he doesn't scare me, Zeus declared with his arms crossed, not seeing Poseidon's raised eyebrow. And Mother Rhea? The young goddess watched with no small hit of satisfaction as Zeus instantly froze up with sweat dripping down his face before shaking his head rapidly to get rid of the fear. Just look at what I found, he said, pulling out what looks to be a worn-out journal. And that is? Poseidon asked, looking at it with disdain. Zeus just grinned. Grandfather's journal, he said smugly as Poseidon's eyes snapped open. Their grandfather Uranus was the first ruler of the cosmos until their father Kronos and his fellow Titans dethroned him. Kronos ordered all text and knowledge of him erased to act as if he never existed. So how did this survive? She thought as she took the journal and began to flip through it, her curiosity getting the better of her. Only for that curiosity to turn to disappointment as most of the pages were worn, faded and unreadable. She was just about to ask what was so impressive about this when her brother told her, third to last page. Deciding to just go along with it, she did indeed flip to the third to last page, only to find it was readable, and on top of the page it read, Spatial clones. Poseidon read in confusion, looking towards her brother in confusion while Zeus grinned. That's why it survived father's purge. Old bastard must have wanted to learn it himself. Zeus laughed before leaning forward. So when do you want to do it? He asked, only getting a confused look from the girl. Do what? She asked in return. What do you think? Let's learn this awesome technique, only for the journal to smack him in the face. Hey, what was that for? Zeus demanded, only for Poseidon to snort. Because it's impossible. Just read what it does and requires. It only worked for grandfather because he had control over space itself. Poseidon told her brother before going back to studying, refusing to humor her brother any longer. Zeus saw this and scowled. Fine, I'll learn it and prove you wrong, he declared before rushing out of the room to start training. Finally quiet at last. She muttered, only to hear another annoying voice call out to her. Hey Poseidon, put away that book and let's go train. Poseidon did in fact lose the book as she slammed her head on the desk. One or the other, it's always one or the other. Flashback end. Oh, so that's great-grandfather's technique. Hermes muttered, having listened to Poseidon, who recounted how Zeus told her about it. So what does it do exactly? She asked with Poseidon humming. The spatial clone. It supposedly allows the user to create clones out of space itself, as well as in any condition that the user themselves were in within the last 5 minutes. She quickly explained before glancing down at the original. However, it does come with a set of risks, as you can see. And Hermes could see. Zeus seemed to have trouble even standing, as well as covered in sweat while his body continued to twitch violently. When Zeus said it would be Midoriya's victory if he could beat this move wasn't an exaggeration. If Zeus can't put him down with this, then he's lost. Line break. The arena and the stadium were silent, as everyone could feel this would be the final clash and were all waiting with bated breaths for the finale. Finally Izuku took a step, the ground shaking as he did. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get this over with, he shouted, clenching his fist, his body burning with a fire and intensity worth of the Nika, the sun god. The 13 were more than happy to oblige, with the two that reached him first being the two directly behind him, one going for a divine kick and the other for a .00001 lightning fast punch, only for them to be grabbed by two hands that grew instantly out of his back before shooting to the side and enlarging, allowing them to each grab another clone. The clones were quickly slammed together when the palms slammed together before rising them up high before pile driving them into the floor. The next three charged together only for the first one to take a punch to the jaw, sending it flying only to get launched back along with a second one that Izuku grabbed the back of the head off and slammed it into the neck the first as they went hurtling towards the first four, which it was soon added to by the seventh, which got distracted watching the first two and didn't see Izuku slam a kick into his chest, sending crashing back into the others. Seeing that half of their numbers taken down so easily, the remaining five along with the original charged in a last desperate act of victory. The first two were taken down by a giant storm leg that nearly bisected them, while the next two were blasted back with a Kong Gatling before vanishing in a shave and reappearing right in front of the original, aiming a 6-king gun right at his head, only for the last clone to push it out of the way just in time for it to take the hit and fly through air until it joined the rest of the clones in the pile. Looking down, Izuku saw Zeus wheezing on the ground and calmly grabbed the god's ankle and began to swing him around rapidly, getting faster and faster by the second until, to the confusion of everyone watching, it looked like something was covering the two. Izuku then launched Zeus hurtling straight towards and through his clones, resulting in a massive cloud of bloody mist to raise in the air as blood and body parts littered the ground before a massive crash caused everyone to look and see Zeus back in his default form, his arms and legs missing with blood pooling out. It's over, Izuku thought, breathing out of his nose as he deactivated his Ashura form and slowly approached the god, who while wheezing managed to laugh. That was one hell of a fight, wasn't it? He asked Izuku, who was mere feet from him now. Yes, it was. Izuku agreed softly with a nod. I've never had that much fun before in my entire existence. This Ragnarok was the greatest thing that's ever happened to me, and it finally let me accomplish my dream. Zeus revealed with another laugh as a single tear fell. It was then that his body started to glow green. Well, looks like it's time for me to go, but before I do, can you promise me something, Izuku, my boy? He asked, with Izuku tilting his head to the side in curiosity. The next time we meet, could we have another match? This had been the great rush of my life, so could you give this old man something to look forward as he's waiting for his new sparring partner in the next life? Zeus requested, his body fully covered in the green glow. Izuku only smiled softly as he nodded. Of course we can, and it'll make this one look like a drunken bar brawl, Izuku promised. Zeus responded to this the only way he could. He laughed louder and happier than anyone had ever heard him. It continued even as his body broke apart and didn't stop until the last of the green particles disappeared into the horizon. The arena was dead silent as anyone tired to find their voice, until finally Heimdall found his. And the winner of Ragnarok Round 2 is Izuku Midoriya of humanity. This caused humanity to come to their senses and cheer widely, completely overwhelmed that once again they had managed to surpass the gods. That was awesome, Izuku. You're the best, Izuku, 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 Izuku. As humanity began to chant their green-haired hero's name, the rest, the chosen champions, were also cheering. How? Another wonderful showing from my future husband. Shin cheered while Lu Bu smiled widely at what the sheer furiously she had just seen. It was another splendid show. Jack smiled amused as she viewed the gods with her emotion-reading eye. And saw the fear, disbelief, rage, hate and growing hopelessness in them. It was beautiful. Yeah, you show them, Midoriya. Damn, I wanna face him in the ring now. Raiden shouted, feeling more pumped up more than ever, while Adam just smirked, proud that one of his children, even from a different Earth, was able to best the king of the gods. The Valkyries were celebrating their oldest sibling surviving, and despite knowing there was at least 5 more matches to go, it only strengthened their resolve to win every match and to not lose a single sister in this battle. Amazing, kid. I knew you could do it. Mirko was shouting from where the heroes in the stands sat as she and the rest of the Quirk-Earthed inhabitants were cheering on their friend and comrade. Oh, he made it through another one. Ochako breathed out a sigh of relief, while further away Eri was cheering widely for her big brother winning again. A little bit further away, however, there were others celebrating. Man, did you see these moves the kid was performing? Exclamation mark. It was like this WHHAAA Kasha. One guy badly imitated them to his fiend, who laughed. Man, you suck, he told the first guy, who slumped for a second before getting up with a grin. Ah, who cares, we're 2-0. He cheered before looking behind him. But hey, listen, thanks for explaining some of those moves, they were awesome. He thanked the man sitting behind him, with his friend nodding in agreement. Yeah, it was really kind of you, mister. Only to trail off in embarrassment when he realized they'd never asked the man his name. The man didn't seem to mind as he let out a low chuckle. It's Yuichiro. Yuichiro Hanma. The second guy nodded. Well then thank you very much Mr. Hanma. He thanked the man again while the first guy nodded in agreement. Yeah thanks, but if you don't know, mind me asking, how do you know so much about those techniques? The first guy asked, and the second guy was about to scold him for being disrespectful and lacking any sense of privacy when Yuichiro let out another laugh. Oh, it's no trouble at all. The giant of a man reassured him before looking at the arena with a fond smile. As for my knowledge, well, I hope I would know about those techniques, he grinned. After all, I was the one who taught them to Izuku in the first place. With the gods, a coldness had began to wash over them as they witnessed the green-haired child once again best one of them, only this time it was far worse, as it had not only resulted in the death of a god, but that god happened to be one of the supreme gods as well as their king. It started to fill them with a sense of dread and unease that they didn't like or appreciate, even less so that it was coming from otherworld or not was one of their creations. Not all gods were exactly feeling the same, however, as Shiva was wiping away tears from her eyes. Damn, she muttered. That was one foe, the greatest fistfights I'd ever seen. She muttered, her interest and liking of the green-haired mortal increasing by the second. While Aphrodite just giggling, White biting her lip trying to contain them while a small bit of blood dripped from her nose. Loki, however, was giggling and clapping like there was no tomorrow. Bravo, bravo, encore. Loki continued to cheer until Hugin had enough. And just what are you so happy about, you psychopath? We just saw Zeus get beaten to death and you're cheering? Don't you care that a single human has now not only killed Zeus, the Zeus, but also had defeated Thor, and is she dead? The sudden interruption caused the bird to go silent, as if not understanding the question, which Loki noticed and began to smirk nastily too. Is Thor dead? She repeated, which the crow could only give a shake of the head. Then why bring it up? No, to mention she joined this little party to try and erase her boredom, which I say she succeeded in. Loki noted before smirking down at Izuku, but not before her eyes drifted to Odin, who was clutching the remains of her arms rest tightly. Knowing what would happen to her if her auntie heard her, Loki managed to hold in the giggles that wanted to come out. Instead she moved. As for the old man, well, as heaven's self-proclaimed biggest battle nut, I think he would care even less than Thor about the results. As for the old man dying, well, I don't what you were expecting from a death match of all things, but it wasn't going to end with them singing show tunes together, she explained. BB, but he's a human. Hugin tired again, while Moonin just sighed and wondered why its fellow bird couldn't keep its peak shut. Something that Loki seemed to agree on, if her annoyed tisk was any indication. Yes, a human from another world where the gods, if there are any at all over there, decided to evolve humanity to the point where they could compete or even surpass the gods. I haven't any clue why, but I do know little Izuku there is making this tournament far more investing, she sighed lovingly down at the boy. And if Thor thinks she's keeping him to herself, she's even crazier than I am. The green-haired goddess giggled, already guessing Thor's feeling for the boy given how she acted during and after the match. Well, he's gone, Hermes stated as she watched the sky where Zeus's shattered form disappeared into. You don't sound that devastated, Poseidon noted, with Hermes simply shrugging. Perhaps it's my way of mourning, perhaps I'm in denial and I'll mourn later. All I know is that Lord Zeus seemed to leave this world the happiest I've ever seen him, so I can't exactly fault Izuku for that, Hermes said, not caring about appearances anymore and just using the moral's name. She then scratched her chin in thought. Not to mention he was a pretty big failure of a parent if the way Ares and myself turned out is any indication, so there's no love listed as for a parent, Hermes noted, with Poseidon not bothering to hide her snort. Well, he was pretty much doomed as a parent from the start if our lineage was any indicator. The sea goddess muttered, with Hermes nodding in understanding, knowing full well what she meant. And you, my lady? Harem asked, with Poseidon merely resting her chin on her arm. It's just as you said, my brother was the happiest I had ever seen him during that match, and I cannot blame Izuku for killing him considering it was a death match, even less so when he gave my brother so many chances to surrender, Poseidon remarked, her eyes flickering to the section wheel as they started to spin. And now it's Izuku, Hermes noted in amusement before she turned to the wheel. He's gone. Brunhilde is currently on cloud 9 and was celebrating as if Ragnarok had already been won. That damn perverted old leech has finally bit the dust, or become dust in this case. Brunhilde continued to cackle madly. And the best part is that I got to be a part of it. She continued to cackle before managing to calm down, as Izuku turned to see the roulette. And now it's time for the section of round 3 of Ragnarok. Heimdall announced, and the kind of match it will be is a safe match, killing is forbidden. Heimdall announced, seeing the two shields.
Finally, now all it needs to do is pick Izuku again, and round 3 is ours. Brunhilde thought still in Volunder. This had been what Brunhilde was waiting for. With Haki, Izuku could injure the gods but not kill them, meaning that as long he wasn't using Volunder, then he could fight with everything he had without worrying about killing his opponent, while the gods had to control themselves lest they kill their opponents and lose the match.
Which is why she was disappointed when she saw the results, though she wasn't exactly unhappy. Poseidon versus Adam, and there you have it. Round 3 will be Poseidon, the goddess of the sea, versus Adam, the first of man, in a brawl where killing is forbidden. Heimdall announced while the gods were shouting and roaring for the goddess to win, their amusement and joy long gone at this point, while the humans, especially the more religious, were in awe at the fact that the first man would be fighting on their behalf. And like that, the show's over. Shiva muttered, her face adopting a bored look as she floated on her pillow lazily, while Aphrodite nodded, already going to manicure her already perfect nails. Well, that was fun, but now it's time to get back to business. Loki sighed before she gained a demonic smile. And it's time to remind them of their place. Well, looks like it's your turn. Hermes noted. Poseidon barely spared her a glance before she went back to watching Izuku. Up in the stands with the arena, the Valkyrie and champions were talking. Well, looks like it's my turn. Adam noted, a small smile on his face as he crackled his knuckles. Indeed, Adam just remembered that even though the killing is forbidden, it can still happen by accident, or if Poseidon loses her temper, which the goddess has been known to do. So please be careful. Randgriz pleaded, wanting to make sure the first man knew this, not only for the sake of humanity but also her sister as well. Adam just smiled warmly. Of course, but you don't need to worry. It's a father's job to keep his children safe after all. He reassured the Valkyrie, who only smiled along with the rest of the group. Besides, he went on, placing a hand on Regenleaf's hat. Cain and Abel will never forgive me if I let something happen to their new anti-reg. He teased, causing the group to explode in laughter, and said Valkyrie to erupt in a blushing, spluttering mess. In the time since she and Adam were paired together, Regenleaf had met Adam's family, with his sons immediately accepting her and bestowing upon her the name Anti-Reg. A name she is both embarrassed by and honored to hold. Seeing that they weren't going to fight in the next fight, Brunhilde deactivated the Volunder. Well, looks like we aren't need here for the moment. Let's take our leave and leave it to woe. Brunhilde squealed as Izuku suddenly swept her off her feet and held her bridal style. Izuku, what brought this on? She demanded, only for Izuku to raise an eyebrow. Are you complaining? He asked, only for her to wrap her arms around his neck. Nope, she exclaimed, snuggling into him before the two, acting and dressed as a married couple, walked out of the arena. Ochako, Ochako. Sue was shaking her friendly rapidly, trying to get a response from the gravity girl, who seemed to be sitting there in shock. My, how unexpected. Hermes spoke, her usual amused smile on her face as she rubbed her cheek. As Poseidon suddenly got up out of her seat and headed for the exit. Going to prepare? The messenger asked, only to get no response. No, I figured that wasn't the case. She spoke to herself, only to hear groaning. Turning, she saw Ares was finally waking up. Hermes smiled mischievously. This was going to be fun. Line break. Izuku was back in the medical wing, Brunhilde telling he to head there to make sure none of Zeus's blows did anything they couldn't see. Currently Izuku was once again eating, more of a victory feast than anything, but he wasn't complaining. He had once again changed clothes, this time donning a simple black gym shorts and a green t-shirt. He and Thor, who he had offered to share the feast Brunhilde, were currently sharing stories of their past, with Brunhilde watching Thor like a hawk to make sure she didn't try anything, when to everyone's surprise Poseidon walked in, looked around briefly before laying her eyes on Izuku and walked straight over towards him. Both Thor and Brunhilde narrowed their eyes at the sea tyrant while the maids and work staff slowly exited the room. Izuku himself couldn't help but feel nervous, considering this woman had command over the one thing that, even after awakening his quirk to its top potential, could still leave him completely helpless. The air seemed to grow heavier with every step until finally she was right in front of the boy. Izuku Midoriya, she spoke, with Brunhilde and Thor getting into fighting stances. You are to become my husband, she declared, with the world seemingly freezing as the trio tried to process what the sea tyrant had just declared.
Ultimately it was the Valkyrie who got it first and Mount Brunhilde was about to erupt, goddess or not, when Izuku seemed to snap out of it and spoke up. Well, thank you, Izuku tried to speak only to realize the woman hadn't even given him her name. Poseidon. She introduced herself, causing Izuku's eyes to recognize that this was the god fighting in the next match and that she was Zeus's older sister. Well, I'm honored, but can I ask why? I did just kill your brother after all, Izuku muttered, with Poseidon not even blinking. Because of your strength, I will only allow myself to marry one who can stand on their own feet without relying on others. As for my brother, you gave him what he sought for years. If it resulted in his death, then so be it, she explained, only for Izuku to be unnerved about the dismissal of her sibling's death. Well, you should know that the more Izuku is submerged in water or any liquid, really, the more energy he loses and the weaker he gets. Brunhilde blurted out, getting a look of disbelief from Izuku, had revealing his biggest weakness, while Thor raised an eyebrow at the information. Poseidon wasn't deterred, however. Then would it not be ideal for him to marry someone who could control the very thing he's weak against? Poseidon countered before raising an eyebrow. Can't he also fly? She asked, with Brunhilde seething, not being able to counter the argument. Poseidon, not seeing them respond, merely hummed and turned to leave. Regardless of your opinion or objections, you will become my husband. I came here today to make my claim, the sea god said, heading for the door to prepare for her match, not missing the two females' eyes narrow until they were slits. Regardless of who stands in my way, she said briefly, locking eyes with Thor, who had lighting flashing through hers.
She said nothing more and proceeded to leave, with the three watching her go. Almost instantly Brunhilde stormed towards the door. And where are you going? Thor asked, with Brunhilde not even stopping her stride. To go tell Adam to beat that bitch to the brink of death. That way we still win, she said before leaving the room in a fury. She was sure in a hurry. The two insanely snapped their attention to the other side of the room to see a woman in black watching the door with an amused expression. When did you get there? Izuku shouted, trying to figure out how this woman got past his hockey. The woman simply smiled as she took an apple and bit into it. I know my way around, was all she answered, with leaving Izuku even more confused, while Thor scowled at the woman. What business do you have here, Beelzebub? The Norse goddess asked, causing Izuku to gasp. This was one of the god representatives? The embodiment of gluttony merely smiled as she pointed towards Izuku. Why, to see him, of course. The talk of all of the divine realm, she answered, causing Izuku to grow more nervous and Thor to narrow her eyes in suspicion. However, before the redhead could question the demon further, Izuku spoke. Excuse me, but can I ask why you entered Ragnarok in the first place? He asked, with Beelzebub smiling at him. Why, to meet you, my precious destroyer. She thought before speaking the lie she knew would most satisfy him. Because I was forced to, she told them, and seeing the confused look she quickly continued. I'm more a scientist than a fighter, but I was told that if I don't compete all my research would be taken and destroyed. So I agreed with the plan to throw the match if it's a safe or killing is permitted, and outright forfeiting if it's a death match, she continued to lie. As for Izuku, he was unsure. The woman sounded truly genuine, but Izuku recognized the name Beelzebub well enough to know it's usually associated with one of the 7 deadly sins. And a demon doesn't get something like that from just being a scientist. He discreetly looked towards Thor for help, but the woman couldn't offer any, not knowing the demon well enough to know if she's lying or not. Still, Izuku wanted to trust her, and if she was being honest, it meant that she truly meant no harm, then he had no reason to treat her with hostile. Well, why did you want to meet me? Izuku asked, with the demon beaming. To ask you questions about you, your powers, your homeworld. I said I am a scientist, and this sort of situation is thrilling for me, she told the boy, and this time she was being honest. She was genuinely curious about what sort of environment could create one as powerful as her future killer. Izuku beamed at this and let his guard down even further as he proceeded to go over everything he knew about quirks and their history while answering the demon's questions the best he could, all the while Thor kept a watchful eye, making sure the demon didn't try anything. Line break. Not all gods saw their 2 losses as a bad thing. The more fight lovers of the group were still taking about the fight between Zeus and Izuku. And when he threw Zeus into his clones, causing that cloud of blood to explode out. One said to his friend before patting his bicep. Wish I had strength like that, then I could be competing. He laughed while his friend nodded. True, But the best part is when the human and his shadow fought side by side and he kept switching places with it, and when Zeus finally though he had him, it turned out to be a trick. Word of advice, old man, just because I snap my fingers doesn't mean we'll swap places. The god mimicked before clenching his fist. Man, that was awesome. I'm so pumped for the next fight, he declared with his friend nodding in agreement. I mean, just look at the new field, he muttered. The field had indeed changed. It was now the size of the large lake and filled with salt water, with 12 small platforms littered around the arena along with a large one in the center. Well, it's to be expected given who's fighting. The second guy muttered with his friend nodding in agreement as Heimdall took to the stage. Ahem. Following humanity's second victory, the third battle of Ragnarok begins, he announced, getting cheers from all around. In the god's corner, she bears no love for the pitiful humans. One could even say she enjoys testing them. Up in the balcony, the champions watched with their partners as Brunhilde watched, her eyes colder than the ice of Niflheim itself. But that is what defies a god. The harshest trials, and that indifference to life, is what makes a god. She follows the almighty Zeus and represents the gods in round 3. All around, the prominent gods watched, each watching with a wide variety of emotions as the doors of the god entrance slowly opened, flooding to the stairway, only for it to suddenly part as the goddess maid calmly walked by. If Zeus is the god of the cosmos, then she rules all oceans with an iron fist. Ruler of the seas. The water parted more and more, causing the humans to grow more and more nervous. Even the gods tremble at the thought of invoking his wrath. This has proven true, as every god went silent and stood at attention while Hermes watched from the private section alone. The most fearsome goddess, second of the 3 mightiest siblings of Olympus, known to all as Zeus and Helios. Her name is Poseidon. Heimdall finished her introduction with Poseidon looking around in disgust. Worthless trash, she muttered. Wow, Poseidon, huh? She's even more of a buzzkill than you or Auntie. Loki muttered as she watched the sea goddess walk to the center of arena with the gods too scared to so much as move until she stopped. Even the other gods are scared of her. Zeus's older sister. A human muttered, more than a little nervous.
And now for humanity's competitor. In that moment, in front of humanity's door, a trap door opened as a pillar shot high into the air with a single soul riding it. Those who remembered who Poseidon was fighting instantly gained looks of awe as some began to pray. Who could have seen it coming? God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and over every living creature that moves on the ground." Slowly the man on top of the pillar raised his hand. But to think, the day would come, that the man would eventually come to repel against his creators. Clenching his fist, he immediately jumped off the pillar, getting gasps and shouts of shock. There were no reason for concern as he landed without injury in a crouched position. Defining the very essence of man, truly he is a man among men. By now everyone remembered who he was and was staring, move gaping. The only thing he has faith in is the weight of his fist. This was proven when he swung his fist around to stretch it out, as the humans looked on in awe, with most gods looking on in little more than amusement. He's the ultimate survivalist with a knack for unarmed combat. So mainly, Eijiro and Tetsu cried together. He was given life, but also gave birth to the original sin. In his other hand it was revealed to be an apple, which he raises to the sky for all to see with a smirk. In all of history, the man infinity despised by the gods. Knowing what the apple represented and who he was, caused most gods to glare at him in disgust. If there's anyone that can stick it to the gods, it would be him. Heimdall shouted, the father of all of humanity. As one, each and every human, even those from the Quirk world, stood and saluted the fighter. His name is... With a grin he took a bite of the apple, causing the gods to explode in rage while the humans cheered at the act, while Michelangelo himself was struck with inspiration. Adam. His introduction finished, humanity's cheer once again rocked the stadium as the painter himself commented on the beauty of the image while Adam chewed the apple before spitting it out. So sour, he muttered in disgust. Up in the stand, Zabara was clutching her hands together in prayer and muttering at a rapid pace. She didn't pray that hard when Midoriya was fighting. Kendo muttered to Setsuna, who was snickering in agreement. Back in the arena, Adam let out a breath he was holding. Well then, shall we get on with it? He asked, looking up to the sky with everyone following his example to see Reginleaf riding a Pegasus. Adam, your hand, she called, jumping off the flying horse and falling towards him. We must match wavelengths if we wish to achieve Volunder. The seventh Valkyrie declared, holding out her hand with Adam doing the same. The result was the Valkyrie turning into energy before wrapping around Adam's body, finally settling on Adam's right hand and becoming a knuckle duster. Oh yeah, I'm liking this. Adam parsed the weapon before facing Poseidon, who narrowed her eyes at the first man. And now we commence with the third round of Ragnarok, where the act of killing is forbidden. Do both of you understand this? Heimdall announced, getting a nod from Adam and Poseidon. Well then, let the third round of Ragnarok. Here the gods are shaking with rage and fear, hoping with all their might that Poseidon will squash the human like a bug and remind humanity of their place. The final battle between God and man. The humans all cheered and prayed for Adam's success, knowing in their hearts their father would remain victorious. Begin. The arena stood still as they watched the two fighters stare each other down, Poseidon watching the human with narrowed eyes, knowing that the human in front of her were at least a little more dangerous than the usual vermin that was the human race. Adam meanwhile stood there scratching his cheek, his eyes flickering back between the water and the trident his opponent was wielding, not wanting to take his eyes off either of the dangers. Ultimately it was Poseidon who attacked first, shooting forward. She used her Amphitrite technique, where Poseidon uses her trident to unleash incessant thrusts at blinding speeds in a circular pattern. And it's Poseidon who moves first, unleashing a relentless barrage. But Adam doesn't seem to be having that much trouble. Heimdall yelled, and to her annoyance Poseidon could tell the announcer was correct. Bobbing and weaving, Adam with that same bored look on his face evaded the attack with seeming ease. Oh yeah, you got this, Dad. That bitch doesn't have anything on you. A young man shouted from the stands, holding another man by the hair. Cain, first son of Adam. You've got this, Papa. The man with his hair being grabbed smiled and cheered without a care. Cable, second son of Abel. Adam continued to dodge and dodge, with Poseidon getting more and more frustrated. Watching from above, Brunhilde smirked. That's it, Poseidon. Get angry, get frustrated and get sloppy. And when you do, Adam will be ready to end this. The head Valkyrie thought with malice, her interaction with Poseidon in the infirmary still fresh in her mind. Poseidon meanwhile was growing more and more frustrated. Seeing her first strike didn't walk, she attempted to go for an overhead strike only for Adam to duck, and then swung the trident down like a blade only for Adam to simply sidestep, still making no move to defend himself. Arrogant mortal, does he really think he can beat me just by dodging? She thought, only for Adam to suddenly look towards her. You really should calm down, Adam suggested before pointing to the water. Otherwise you might drown the first few rows. Adam warned, and when Poseidon looked, she saw the waves were getting more and more erratic. Snarling, Poseidon shot forward, swinging her trident once again, causing Adam to duck once more. However, this was part of the sea goddess's plan. Instantly pulling on the pole arm until her hand was directly under the blade itself, she immediately aimed it towards the human's spine to cripple him and end the match. And Poseidon suddenly goes in for the kill. Keeping in mind that killing is forbidden, she seems to have found a solution. Heimdall commented, causing the gods to cheer widely, seeing this as them finally getting a win on board, while the humans were crying out for their father to dodge the attack and counter-attack. Adam watched calmly as the trident got closer and closer to his spine before turning slightly and making eye contact with the sea goddess, and then seen only by Poseidon, and only for a second that might have been mistaken for a trick of light. Adam smiled. Splurt. Gasps and shouts rang through the arena and blood splattered to the ground, and everyone watched, shocked as Poseidon staggered back, blood gushing down her face with before the back of her head slammed into the arena floor when Adam punched her square in the face. What a turn around. Poseidon, who seemed to be on the verge of victory, was suddenly slice. She's staggering back, giving Adam a perfect chance to attack. Heimdall announced, causing humanity to cheer at the comeback. All right, Dad, that's the way. Good job, Papa. While humanity led by his sons cheered Adam on, Brunhilde was smirking widely, her body shaking as she watched in sick glee as the sea goddess bled. Sister, are you okay? Geir asked hesitantly, only to jump back when Brunhilde's head snapped towards her. Yes, my adorable little sister, she asked, sweeter than Geir had ever heard her. Turning to the others for help, all she saw were the champions snickering and smirking towards Brunhilde, while her sisters were waving their hands and heads wildly, causing her to grow even more scared. Where's Izuku when you need him? She cried mentally in her head before talking. What did Adam just do to Lady Poseidon? She asked, only to get a light giggle that chilled her blood. Oh silly Gare, isn't it obvious? Adam just put a home-wrecking bitch in her place. She laughed, not helping Gare in the slightest. Home-wrecking, she thought, completely lost before moving in and clarifying. Okay, I meant how did he do that? The youngest Valkyrie tried again and this time actually got a proper answer. It's simple Gare, Adam cut her. Brunhilde explained. He enraged her by dodging her strikes effortlessly before driving her off the edge with that drowning comment, causing her to charge and waiting for the right moment before. Shink. Poseidon has some nice slash marks across that oh so perfect face of hers and Adam gets a chance to slam it into the dirt. Brunhilde finished with a satisfied smirk which Gare tried to return with a weak grin before breathing out of a sigh of relief when her crazy older sister turned away. And the name of this technique is called Razor's Edge. Razor's Edge, using his immense pinch grip strength on top of his naturally incredible physical prowess, Adam is able to tear through flesh, bone and even armor just like a razor. That's incredible, Gare gasped before she remembered a certain fact about Adam, more specifically his specialty. Wait a minute Brunhilde, though Adam's salacity was. She was interrupted when Brunhilde waved her hand impatiently. It is Gare, you're not wrong, but remember. She confirmed her unfinished question before smiling down at the arena with narrowed eyes. You can't expect the champions of humanity to have only a single trick up their sleeves. Down in the arena Adam slowly removed his fist and looked at his opponent carefully, and after seeing a slight twitch of her finger Adam raised his foot to slam down on her spine, planning on breaking it like she had planned to do to him. However, Poseidon suddenly sprang from her back above Adam into the air and quickly maneuvered herself in the air so she could aim her trident at the man's stomach, only for Adam to sidestep the strike and grab the pole and tugged it so he could get the sea goddess into the perfect chance to strike, only for the goddess to let go of the trident and dodge backwards right in time. Adam didn't plan to give Poseidon the time to recover though, as he shot forward and threw a barrage of punches which the sea tyrant brought her arms up to defend against. The two seemed to be equal, only for Poseidon to hiss in pain as Adam delivered 3 Razor's Edge to her arms, resulting in the guard to be broken for a single second, which was more than enough time for Adam to throw a high kick, causing her to stagger and deliver a punch to the woman's stomach, sending her flying off the platform and onto the surface of the water. Not wasting a second, Poseidon was back on her feet and stretched out her hand to call the trident to her hand, and upon doing so leapt high into the air, unleashed her Chion Tyro Demeter, a technique where she unleashed an endless barrage of trident thrusts onto them from above, akin to lightning in a thunderstorm, at such speeds that countless afterimages were created. Adam, however, was quick to evade by simply jumping into the air. Above the onslaught, Adam looked around carefully. Adam spotted the first one to turn towards him and immediately dove towards her, fist outstretched, and meet in a clash with Poseidon's trident, resulting in a shockwave that blasted both back, Adam onto one of the smaller platforms and Poseidon onto the water again. This is incredible, they're even. It seems neither Poseidon nor Adam can get the upper hand. Heimdall shouted, with both sides cheering on their champions. You've got this, Poseidon, that mortal has nothing on you. Come on Adam, you can win this. Show that mortal who's he dealing with. Beat her down like the last two. As both sides cheered their fighter on, Brunhilde was watching on with a frown. What's wrong, sister? Randgriz asked, seeing the eldest Valkyrie's look. They're not fighting seriously yet. The eldest revealed, getting a confused looks from her sisters and champions. Of course Adam isn't fighting serious yet. He's only used that razor thing so far. Locke mocked, only getting a sigh and a shake of the head from Thrud. Didn't you hear her runt? She said they aren't fighting seriously yet. Meaning neither Adam nor Poseidon have gotten serious yet. Correct, Brunhilde said. Her eyes narrowed as Poseidon and Adam rose to their feet. I just hope Adam saw enough to defeat Poseidon, the eldest Valkyrie muttered as she stared down at the fight. Adam, back on his feet, dusted himself off before heading back to the arena, jumping from platform to platform, and he was back in the center only to immediately dodge another Amphitrite. However, this was only the beginning of Poseidon's next attack. Extending her index finger, she started to twirl it in a circle motion while unleashing a barrage of Amphitrite. This caused 12 massive dragons made of water to appear behind Adam, who was still dodging widely. And it seems Adam has been pushed into a corner. With a storm of steel in front of him and 12 hungry water dragons behind him, it would see the first man has only a few seconds left before he's swallowed. Though Poseidon should be cautious so she doesn't accidentally kill Adam in the process. Heimdall announced while the gods were shouting at Poseidon to end it and finally put them on the board while humanity was cheering Adam on pleading that he find a way to overcome this. "Come on, Dad," Cain shouted, banging his hand on the ledge of the bleachers. "You can do it, Papa," Abel shouted his own encouragement. "Sister," Gare muttered nervously as she watched Adam and by extension Reginleif get closer and closer to defeat before looking to Brunhilde to see how she was handling it, only to see her with crossed arms, eyes closed and a small confident smile on her face as if waiting for something. Confused but now somewhat hopeful, she looked back at the arena. "Just a little more mortal and then you're done," Poseidon thought as she watched Adam slowly pushed inch by inch to where her dragons were waiting. He was hair out of the nearest one's grasp when he looked her straight in the eye and smiled before saying something that made her freeze. "Shave." And then he was gone as the onlookers cried out in shock and panic on the god's side, with Poseidon frozen in place until she felt something lightly tap her back. Slowly, as if trying to erase what or rather who she knew was there, Poseidon turned to see Adam standing there, same smile on his face, arms extending and his fist lightly touching her back. She had time for a single blink before he named his next attack. 6 King Gun. And like that she was immediately laughed into the air, blood flowing from her mouth as she floated towards the edge of the ring, only for Adam to once again use Shave to appear right in front of Poseidon and gave her a nice kidney punch that stopped her dead. While still in mid-air, Poseidon was hit 2 more razor's edge clear across the chest, breaking apart her armor before firing off another barrage, this time of finger pistols, before finally delivering a punch to the lower jaw and chin as he finally let the goddess drop in a heap. And it would appear Adam has turned the tide in an instant, Heimdall announced, causing the humans to cheer widely while the gods were in denial that a mortal had seemingly once again won. "No, no, 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 no," Loki was muttering under earth breath while biting her nail with a furious expression. This wasn't like when the Green Bunny was fighting. He wasn't from their world, wasn't one of their creations, and thus when he was able to defeat one it was acceptable and even entertaining with all the ticks he had. But this, bested by one of their own toys, even if he was the first and the closest to them in terms of power and skill, was completely unacceptable. Turning to Odin, she spoke. "Well, Auntie, what are we going to do about this?" Loki asked, barely holding back her rage while Odin watched what was going on more than a little displeased. "Damn," Shiva muttered, watching the match with narrowed eyes. "Looks like the humans had another card to play," she muttered, though he could stand to be more original. She muttered, more of an afterthought, wanting to see if Adam had more moves like the Razor's Edge instead of somehow copying Izuku's moves. "Holy crap, I've never seen anyone other than Izuku use those techniques." Zero muttered, shocked, something shared by his classmates, with Sato, Ajiro, Mina and Denki nodding dumbly in agreement. Indeed, perhaps Izuku was able to teach him those moves in the time before the tournament began. Iida proposed, with some of his classmates nodding unsure, but it was the best idea they currently had. Back down in the arena, Heimdall raised his horn to announce Adam's victory when suddenly Poseidon sat up while spitting up more blood. Seeing this, Heimdall immediately shut his mouth and got out of the way so the match could continue. Adam, seeing the goddess was still getting up despite bleeding profusely, turned to Heimdall. "Hey, if she dies of blood lost, how does that rule?" he asked, with Heimdall answering immediately, having memorized every rule of the completion by heart. "In that event, we'll give the contest a chance to surrender, and if they refuse and die because of blood loss, the surviving fighter will be declared the winner," Heimdall explained before turning to Poseidon. "Lady Poseidon, do you?" Only to instantly shut his mouth at the death glare the goddess was sending him, with untold threats if he even finished the sentence. "And the match continues," he announced, causing the gods to cheer and sigh in relief. Try all you want, see goddess." Brunhilde watched with a smug smile. "You haven't seen anything close to Adam's full optional yet," the eldest Valkyrie thought with a grin before it grew even wider when she heard a familiar voice. "Man, Adam's eyes are even scarier than I heard," they muttered, causing Brunhilde to turn. "Ah, Izuku, there you are. You were gone for a while. What the hell are you two doing here?" Brunhilde questioned, having seen Beelzebub and Thor arrive with Izuku. Izuku, seeing her glare, started the back of his head nervously. "Well, Thor asked if I wanted to watch the match with her, and when I told her I was planning on watching with you all, I just asked if she wanted to watch with us," Izuku admitted, not bothering trying to lie to Brunhilde. Brunhilde simply closed her eyes and breathed through her nose, knowing it was pointless to try and be mad at Izuku for something like that. "And her?" Brunhilde asked, looking pointy at Beelzebub. You are aware she is competing for the gods, correct? Brunhilde asked, and as Izuku opened his mouth to try and defend himself, Gare suddenly screamed as she pointed towards Izuku. Your hands, she cried. The eldest sister's eyes snapped towards Izuku's hands, which to her horror were covered in blood. Who the fuck could have done this? And so fast? Brunhilde thought furiously, her eyes drifting toward Thor and Beelzebub. Could they have? She thought before immediately shaking her head. No. No, that's impossible. He wouldn't have come here with them, and there's not a scratch on either of them. She thought furiously, trying to think who could have possibly attacked Izuku. Suddenly a thought struck her. What a minute, what if I've got it backwards? What if Izuku found and took out one of God's fighters? She thought with a grin coming to her face. I mean, I tried to talk him into doing it before, but if he actually went and found, fight and took out one of the God's fighters, then this just got a million times easier. The head Valkyrie thought as she thought back to when she tried to convince Izuku to search and sabotage the gods, only for Izuku to vehemently refuse. Brunhilde, however, snapped out of her thoughts when Izuku answered, a bit of dark satisfaction in his tone as he did. Well, it went like this. Flashback. Izuku, Thor and Beelzebub were on their way to meeting up with Brunhilde and the rest of the group when suddenly Izuku's haki activated, but before Izuku could only even move, Thor's hand shot out and catching the spear that had been aimed for Izuku's hand. Slowly the three turned towards to where it had come from, one of them having bored expressions while one had a troubled as they saw Ares standing there glaring murderously at Izuku with tears running down his face. Izuku opened his mouth to ask why exactly he felt the man needed to throw a spear at a stranger and who exactly he was anyway, when the man started shouting. Izuku Midoriya, I, Ares, god of war, will take revenge for my father Zeus. Ares declared, charging forward, throwing a sloppy punch which Izuku easily dodged. Wait, just hold on a minute. Izuku pleaded before motioning for the two goddesses to stay out of it as he dodged another strike. But Ares kept on throwing punch after punch as Izuku hoped around, not wanting to make things worse than they already are and in the worst case scenario get disqualified from the competition. But Ares just kept at it, and when he picked his spear back up and charged with it, Izuku knew he had to hit this. Fine then, Izuku muttered, covering his arm in armament. You want a fight, I'll give you one. Izuku told the war god before vanishing in a use of shave, appearing right in front of Ares, catching him off guard and allowing Izuku to unleash 15 quick, sharp flicker jabs. This was Izuku's flash technique, and it slammed into the war god, shattering several of his ribs before launching him into the wall. As the war god groaned against the wall, Izuku turned to the two waiting goddesses. Sorry for making you wait. Should we be on our way? Izuku asked, getting nods from the two, but before they did, Ares managed to groan out. Gee, get back here, we're not done. He managed as he forced himself to his feet as he mused his spear for support. I won't let my father's killer run free when he's so close. Ares spat out, and while Izuku did look at him with pity, Thor just watched on in annoyance while Beelzebub just raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, war god, but you are aware of what a death match is, do you not? The Sin asked, curious as the god of war glared at her. I'll take that as a yes and skip the explanation. Well then, let me ask you why you seem to be so furious despite the fact that Zeus knew what would happen if he lost. Denied several opportunities, Izuku offered Zeus to surrender and even died laughing after thanking Izuku for the best fight of his life. Beelzebub asked, with Ares narrowing his eyes. He killed my father, that's all the reason I need. Ares declared, with Izuku sighing. It's understandable. Izuku thought with a sigh. All Might was enraged when All for One brought up Nana Shimura up. Looking up, he could still see Ares glaring at him before speaking, making sure to choose his words carefully. I can't say that I can even begin to know what you're going through or feeling, and you do have a right to be angry. Izuku told him before his eyes hardened. But right now I need to focus on saving humanity. He told the war god. After Ragnarok is over, I'll fight you to your heart's content, but until then I can't afford to get distracted. Izuku told Ares before turning and began to walk away. As he did so, Ares growled out. No, you don't know what I'm feeling. He snarled before narrowing his eyes. Maybe I should show you how it feels. I remember there was a large group cheering for you in the stands, maybe I should pay one of them a visit. Ares threatened, and Izuku almost snorted. Before coming here, the students were told to stay in groups of at least 4. That way even though they can't hurt a god they won't have to face anything alone in case something happened. But no, that doesn't seem personal enough. But wait a minute, I did hear a little girl shouting for her big brother to win. Ares suddenly recalled and watched with no small satisfaction as Izuku suddenly stopped dead, causing him to grin triumphantly. Perhaps I should go find her and see if she can help me with this bent-up anger. You know what they say about war, after all, it's cruel and unforgiving. Ares' grin widened as he saw Izuku's hand trembled slightly. In fear, no doubt, he thought, turning around to hide his smirk, not seeing Izuku's hair start to float in the air as power radiated around him, nor did he hear the clearly dangerous tone in Izuku's voice. What exactly are you trying to say? Izuku asked, and Ares teased in annoyance. Typical mortal, too dumb to even understand a threat fully. Ares thought with a sneer. I guess I need to spell it out for you. Either you fight me here and now, or I'll hunt down your sister and rip her soul apart piece by. In an instant all of Ares' arrogance and rage disappeared into a world of mind-breaking pain as he felt his jaw was annihilated, as well as every single one of his teeth either shatter or get knocked out. He was barely conscious when he was suddenly pulled back to reality. Izuku suddenly grabbed the war god's skull and slammed him into the wall, shaking the entire hall as he did so. The war god's eyes were wide as he saw the look of monstrous rage on Izuku's face, and it only got worse when a quake sphere appeared around his head, causing him to panic and look towards his two fellow deities for assistance, only to get a cold looks from them for threatening a child's soul just because Ares couldn't get the fight he wanted. Izuku watched, his eyes brimming with rage as the war god's eyes filled with more and more fear and panic, when was just about to unleash a massive earthquake on the war god's head, when suddenly the sound of running could be heard before his haki activated, and Izuku let go of the war god and raised his arm just in time to defend against a massive overhead strike. The collision resulting in cracks to appear on the walls and floor, with the hallway shaking even more violently. I'm sorry, but what are you doing exactly? Izuku asked, his voice cold and sarcastic as the attacker responded angrily. Stopping a villain like you from attacking my friend any further, they responded as Izuku glared up at his attacker. Hercules, Greece. Hercules, one of the champions for heaven, Izuku said as he narrowed his eyes. And brother figure of Brunhilde and Gare. Izuku thought, remembering how Gare told stories about her and the Greek hero turned god, while Brunhilde had a fond smile whenever she reminisced. The hero turned god nodded. And you are Izuku Midoriya, victor of the first and second round as well as killer of my adopted father Zeus. Hercules responded before narrowing his eyes. Now explain why you've decided to assault my brother for no apparent reason. Hercules demanded while Izuku looked at him coldly. He threatened my little sister, was all Izuku said, and usually that's all it would take to end in something like this. However, if anything, this made Hercules even angrier as he glared harder at Izuku. Lies. My brother would never threaten a child, Hercules shouted before turning to the god who had been trying to slowly crawl away. Tell them, brother. Tell them that you would never do something so villainous, Hercules pleaded, with Ares instantly shaking his head no. If he found out the truth, he might beat me worse than when we first meet. Ares thought fearfully, remembering the time he was sent to destroy Thebes and kill everyone inside, only to meet a then Alcetus who, after drinking the ambrosia, was almost killed by the then mortal Hercules. You see, my brother is like myself, always on the side of justice and the righteous, Hercules declared, causing Ares to cry tears of happiness at the words, only to freeze when Beelzebub commented. He seems to have forgotten the circumstances of how he and Ares first meet, she said to herself before addressing the ancient hero. What Izuku Midoriya said is correct, Ares did in fact threaten his younger sister. Beelzebub confirmed while she and Thor kept an eye on and now shaking Ares. Hercules though shook his head. Apologies, but it appears that you two have become friends with Midoriya and thus an unreliable and untrustworthy source in this situation. He decided, getting an annoyed look from all three at the pure hypocrisy he just spewed. What about you? Thor asked, looked down on the hero. Are you not, as you just claimed, bothers with Hercules, thus putting you in the same situation as us? Thor asked, causing Hercules to shake his head. True, that normally would be the case, but as one who always follows justice, I'm able to keep my thoughts and my feelings separate, Hercules declared, causing Izuku to groan as he knew exactly what kind of man Hercules was. He was the kind who believed because of his past, his experiences and his hardship, that he believed that he truly knew what was best for everyone and that anyone who didn't agree was ignorant or in the wrong. Fascinating. Beelzebub mumbled. Then tell us, if you truly always follow justice, why do you fight for the very beings that want to commit global genocide? The Lord of the Flies asked, and something changed in Hercules. His rage left him for the moment as he stood proud. Because I'm against the destruction of humanity and plan to save them, he declared fiercely, only to revive looks of confusion from the three. Okay, that's reassuring, but if you're against the destruction of humanity, why didn't you voice it when Brunhilde was making her case? Izuku asked while Thor leveled a glare at him. Because I knew doing at the time would have been pointless. As a military man, I knew a losing battle when I saw one, so I decided to wait and help the best I could. Hercules revealed, and the three had to admit that was a good point. No matter how much statues or how highly regarded Hercules was, they doubted he could sway any of their minds. Alright, so did you find the Valkyrie later and volunteer to join her team like I heard the Buddha did? Beelzebub asked, having heard the conversation thanks to one of her surveillance devices. Hercules shook his head no. I saw no point to it. After facing a god myself and what I had to do to achieve the power necessary, I chose not to take the risk. The pleas of what the gods would no doubt view as a traitor would fall on deaf ears. Again the three had to concede to the good point, but that still couldn't figure out how the former human planned to save humanity. So tell us, how do you plan to save humanity? Thor asked with narrowed eyes, trying and failing to see his plan here. Hercules once again stood tall and smiled proudly. Once Ragnarok has ended and the gods have inevitably won, I will petition and ask for the salvation of mankind. Hercules revealed confidence radiating off him as he revealed his plan. That quickly died down, however, once he saw the deadpan looks on his fellow deities, while the human shook his head with a sigh. Hercules, you are aware that it's the gods themselves that wish for humanity's end, correct? Beelzebub asked slowly, as if speaking to someone rather slow or had taken a few too many blows to the head. Both could be an option in this case as far as the scientist was concerned. Hercules blinks a few times before a confused scowl came to his face. Of course I'm aware, that's why the Ragnarok is happening in the first place. He shouted, confused by the question. What's your point? He asked, only getting angrier when the two deities were looking more and more annoyed and the human was groaning into his hand. What we're all wondering is how you exactly plan to convince the gods to suddenly stop their pain to wipe out humanity when it was their idea in the first place, especially after losing twice, one of them resulting in the death of the king of the gods. Beelzebub explained, with Thor and Izuku nodding, wondering the same thing. Hercules just smiled confidently. Once the tournament is over, tempers have been cooled down, I'm confident that our fellow deities will see reason and allow humanity to continue. Here he raised a fist. Plus, once my turn comes up, I'll win my battle without taking a single scratch. He declared, sounding far more passionate about this than he ever did about saving humanity. As a representative of the gods and a military man, the people will expect nothing less from me. He continued, and by that time Izuku, Thor and Beelzebub had already began to leave. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Izuku muttered, just keeping himself from shaking his head at the man. It was clear by that one interaction that the man was simply all talk, and while he may have cared and loved humanity at one point and still did to a certain point, but it was clear his top priority now was maintain his reputation and image among those that would happily kill the humans the man claimed to love with all of heart. A fake hero, as Stain would put it. Wait just a minute, Hercules suddenly shouted, causing them to turn back to Hercules, who was back to glaring furiously at Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, you still owe Ares an apology. He declared, taking a step forward. And I intend to make sure he gets one. Izuku's eyes stayed on the demigod before flickering to where Ares had been laying for a moment before going back to Hercules. Well, it seems to me that Ares didn't need one, and had more important things to deal with. Izuku noted before pointing to where Ares used to be, which Hercules looked towards only to gasp in shock when he saw that Ares was gone with a trail of blood in his place leading around the corner. Ares, he gasped before whirling around to glare at Izuku. Know this, Izuku Midoriya, you will apologize to brother Ares. This I swear, Hercules declared before rushing off to find his brother. The three remaining in the hall were left standing there, exchanging a few glances with each other, not knowing exactly what to say after that little meeting. Let's go meet up with the others. Izuku suggested rather awkwardly, causing the two goddesses to nod and head to where the Valkyries and champions were waiting. Unknown to them, Hercules did in fact find Ares just a few hallways away. "Brother," he exclaimed happily as he saw his brother standing tall but silent, hands clasped behind his back. "You truly are amazing, brother," Hercules proclaimed before gesturing forward. "Come, let's get you to the infirmary to get you patched up," Hercules said, only for a giggle to come from behind the war god. "Oh, that wound be needed," Hermes said, poking her head out from behind Ares. "Brother Ares here simply wants to go and watch the match as soon as possible, and will let his wounds feel on their own thanks to his divine physiology," she told the demigod before looking towards Ares. "Isn't that right, brother?" she asked, getting a nod, who kept looking towards Hercules, whose eyes lit up in admiration. "Truly amazing. Very well, let us go and cheer on Poseidon," Hercules declared before walking off to the gods' private section, leaving the two natural-born gods alone. "Now then, I trust there will be no more threatening children?" Hermes asked, tightening her grip on the god's arms that she was hiding with one hand while digging the 4 steak knives she was holding with her other hand deeper into her back, drawing blood. Ares, seeing Hercules gone, lost his composure and immediately nodded his head rapidly with a panicked expression. "Good," she beamed, letting go of the war god, causing him to fall face first onto the floor. "Now then, shall we go cheer our aunt on?" she asked before walking off, leaving Hercules to shake like a leaf as he struggled to follow. Flashback end. Once the trio had finished their story, there was a sigh of relief from Gare. "Thank goodness. I so glad neither you or big brother Hercules was hurt," the youngest Valkyrie muttered, getting a nod from Brunhilde, relieved that neither Izuku nor one of the only deities she could call family. Locke, however, snorted. Typical, that meathead didn't listen to anyone except his own ego and just de-iced what happened on his own, that self-righteous justice-worshipping baboon. She muttered in annoyance. "Sister Locke," Gare gasped in outrage. "Don't say such things about big brother Hercules." Gare chastised her older sister, only for the 11th Valkyrie to get right in her face. "And why the shouldn't I insult him? He's the enemy right now. And don't go acting like all of us Valkyries see him as a brother. It's only you and Sister Brunhilde who see that lug as family," Locke reminded her younger sister, and while each Valkyrie did have a certain amount of respect for the god of fortitude, only the youngest and oldest Valkyrie had any true bond with him. And Gare knew this, judging by her lack of response and looking away troubled. "That's enough, Gare and Locke," Brunhilde spoke up, her eyes locked on the match. "Now is not the time for pointless arguments like these," she told her sisters, causing them to glance at her and then unease, and then giving each other a nod, willing to put the argument on hold once humanity was safe. "Great, now let's just sit down and wait for Adam to woe." Izuku was interrupted when suddenly Thor suddenly swept Izuku into her arms before setting down with Izuku in her lap. "TT Thor, what are you doing?" Izuku stammered, causing Brunhilde to turn away from the match to see only for a vein to grow in her forehead as she watched the half-giant snuggle with Izuku. Thor looked towards Brunhilde and smirked as she answered, "Making my claim." Brunhilde's mind froze before going back to her interaction with the sea goddess in the hospital room, causing the Valkyrie to grit her teeth. It didn't help that Lu Bu was smirking ferociously while Jack had an amused smirk and Chin looked like all her hopes and plans were coming true, while Beelzebub looked on intrigued. Home wreckers everywhere," she thought as she reluctantly went back to watching the match, but not before making a mental note to keep a very close eye on Izuku and the woman around from now on. Lean break. Poseidon was seeing red as each second passed, and it wasn't entirely because of the blood in her eyes. The rage the sea god was feeling was growing more and more as the seconds went on. It was making her sloppy. With each missed strike from her trident, she took another to strike. Finally it came to a head when she went to cut off one of the human's legs, only for Adam to once again dodge and slice her with another razor's edge, this time going from her stomach to the base of her neck. This caused blood to spurt out of her body like a geyser, and facing her to step back as the gods cried out in horror. Time to end this, Adam thought. And what better way to than with something unexpected? He thought, taking a brief look towards where he knew Brunhilde was and seemed to be asking something. And Brunhilde seemed to understand, because with a small smile she nodded her head. Getting the go-ahead, Adam lowered his fist and lunged a punch. The punch landed and it laughed the sea goddess back. Izuku, however, felt his eyes widened. That punch. he muttered before looking towards Brunhilde. Was that what I think it was? He asked, getting a nod from the Valkyrie. Hey Izuku, what exactly is the big deal about a punch? Gare asked, causing Izuku to look towards him. That was the Seiken. Seiken, a karate practitioner's straight punch, shot from waist. Seiken is a punch with the first two knuckles. It is one of the most versatile and powerful weapons of Okinawan karate. To make a proper fist, the fighter has to start by extending all four fingers and pressing them tightly together. Okay, so it's a powerful punch, what's wrong with that? Gare asked, with Jack being the one to answer this time. What Izuku wondering Gare is just how does Adam know it, considering how it hadn't been used in any of the previous matches. Jack explained before turning to Brunhilde. I take it that's not the only little surprise he has up his sleeve. She asked as Brunhilde laughed. Correct. She confirmed, only confusing Gare even more. Okay, I'm confused, what are you talking about? She asked, getting sighs from her more impatient sisters. While Brunhilde answered as she continued to watch the match. Gare, do you know what I was looking for when I was choosing humanity's champions? The eldest Valkyrie asked as she watched Adam dodge a wave of water and land a kick to the goddess back. You wanted the absolute best, right? The pinnacle of humanity, right? Gare asked as Adam used Shave to appear above the goddess and launched a barrage of storm legs only for them to be destroyed by Poseidon's trident strikes. Indeed, however, there was one more aspect that was required to be chosen. Brunhilde revealed as Poseidon appeared behind Adam to strike, only to be hit by a backwards machine gun, a combination of elbow strikes that aim to attack the opponent as they are behind the fighter. That even after being called to heaven that they never stop improving.
Adam slammed a palm into the goddess' lower jaw, never stop growing. The goddess tried to lunge, only for Adam to land a series of kicks to the woman's legs, knocking her down. Always evolving. Poseidon in desperation rose a massive fist made of water, and hurtled towards Adam, who blasted it apart with a 6-king gun. To always remain the best. Brunhilde finished as Adam struck Poseidon once more with a finger pistol in the side of the neck before jumping back as she collapsed again. Incredible. Gare breathed out in amazement as she turned to Raiden, Lou, Shin and Jack. And you're all like that, all having kept on training or improving? She asked, getting nods from each of them. Of course, with all the strong opponents up here, I can't afford to get lazy. Raiden laughed. Indeed, with all the advancements and recourses available here, I've got quite a few new tricks up my sleeve. Jack giggled while Halak rolled her eyes in annoyance while Gare laughed nervously. Still, it looks like this match is over. Shin said, seeing the goddess laying face down on the ground with blood now pooling around her. All that's left is for Heimdall to make the call. The ancient king noted before going silent as whistling rang throughout the arena. Where's that coming from? Raiden asked, looking around while Brunhilde scowled down into the arena, recognizing the tune. Shit. So she's actually using this, huh? Loki smiled a twisted smirk. I hope that mortal is ready for the nightmare that he's about to be plunged into. She giggled while Odin watched on with a narrowed eye. Shit, never thought Poseidon would be pushed this far. Shiva muttered before shrugging, but it's all over now. Adam watched on with a raised eyebrow as the sea goddess kept on whistling, before slowly raising to her feet, a glazed look in her eyes as Adam grew more and more uneasy before finally he shot forward ready to knock her down one final time and knock her out, but before he could land a final blow, mist shot out of every opened wound as well as mouth that quickly covered the arena, stopping just short of the stands, making it impossible for the audience to see anything in the ring. And just when it seems the gods were going to lose of the third straight time, Poseidon brings out a blinding mist. Heimdall roared, causing the gods to cheer for Poseidon to beat the mortal while humanity cheered for Adam to finish the sea goddess. Adam meanwhile was confused as he tried to make out any sigh of his opponent, but the mist blinded him while her whistling covered up the sounds of her movements. Letting out a sigh, he raised his hands in defense. I know what comes next, he thought, preparing himself the best he could. Squink, squink, squink. Immediately 3 bursts of blood erupted from Adam's waist, side and back, causing him to scold and jump away, only for another assault of Amphitrite, each one hitting their mark, causing blood to spray out of multiple wounds, causing Adam to scowl, trying to fire off a storm leg to cut through the mist, only for it to seemingly fly right through it, while another slash mark appeared on the first man's leg. Up above, Gare was biting her nails in worry. I don't understand. Adam seemed like he was a hit away from winning this match, and now we don't have a clue what's happening. And it seemed like such an easy matchup until now. She cried close to panicking while her sisters tried to calm her down. It was never going to be an easy match, Gare. In fact, all told, we got rather lucky. Poseidon was put in a safe match. Brunhilde frowned. It's given us the best chance to win against the goddess who can change history. Change history? Gare, along with the rest of her sisters and champions, tilted their heads in confusion. What do you mean, sister? Gare asked. Brunhilde sighed as she turned to Thor and Beelzebub, both of whom gave shrugs of indifference, knowing what she's about to say, but didn't have a problem with it, though there was a flash of something in the sin of gluttony's eyes. Seeing that she wasn't going to be stopping, Brunhilde continued. I suppose a better way to say it would be that she didn't change history but merely erased it. Brunhilde corrected herself, getting confused looks from all. What do you mean erase history, Hild? Alvider asked, not understanding what she was talking about. Originally, like we Valkyrie sisters, the Olympians numbered 13, and that was the case until one was killed by none other Poseidon herself. Brunhilde reveled, getting shocked looks from the group barring Thor and Beelzebub. I'm not surprised that none of you have heard of this. It did occur before even Rist was born. Brunhilde explained quickly before moving on. And the name of god that was killed was Adamas. This instantly got reactions from all the gods sitting close to them, looked at her in absolute horror. He was one of the gods to inherit the blood of the mighty Kronos and the older brother of Zeus and Poseidon. The eldest Valkyrie expand further. After Zeus and the gods of the Olympus had overthrown the Titans, Zeus's inheritance of the title ruler of the cosmos enraged Adamas, the god of conquest. As a result, he rebelled. He freed the Titans and Gigantes from the pits of Tartarus and bent the grisly Typhon to his will, and then he marched on Olympus. However, it came to a halt when he came across his younger sister Poseidon and offered her a place at his side, only for Poseidon to refuse and denounce in her eyes her pathetic older brother. This enraged Adamas and caused the god of conquest to attack the sea goddess, only for Poseidon to strike swiftly, impale her brother upon her trident. And in that moment, when for the first time in their lives that their eyes had met, Poseidon killed Adamas. After that, Poseidon declared that Adamas and all record of him were erased from history, leaving it as if Olympus had truly only 12 gods. And that is how Adamas was erased from history. Hermes telling the story to Hercules. There were even rumors about a traitor among the Olympians. Hermes went on, leaving out the fact that it was indeed true, not wanting to get a lecture on justice from Hercules, who was shaking. To think that even in heaven there are monsters such as those. He growled angrily, with Hermes nodding and opening her mouth to agree when the hero went on. To kill her own brother without even trying to talk him down. She truly is her father's daughter. He muttered angrily as he glared at the mist. Did he not hear how Adamas freed the Olympians' worst threats, planned to start a civil war and kill his younger brother? Hermes thought with a deadpanned expression before moving on. That's not even the scariest part, she said, reclaiming the hero's attention. As soon as Poseidon declared it, it became so. Adamas was wiped from history. Not an objection was uttered, nor was there any discussions. Isn't that far more terrifying? Hermes asked with a dark smile, with Hercules nodding reluctantly. Indeed, that's why she is more godlike than any other. Down in the stands, humanity was cheering. Cain was shouting his lungs out. Come on, Dad, beat her already. The eldest son screamed before pounding his fist down. Damn it. He had the bitch right where he wanted her, and then she pulled this shit. He snarled before looking towards the mist. Just lose already, bitch. He shouted towards the mist, trying to be heard over the fucking whistling that was still going on. Have faith in your father, Cain. He'll win this without a doubt. A cheerful voice said to them, causing both boys to turn with smiles. Mama, Abel shouted in happiness. Eve, first woman, wife of Adam. Cain, however, frowned at his mother's words. But Dad should have won by now. The first son complained, and Eve simply smiled at her first son's trust in her husband. Like I said, Cain, have trust your father after all, she said, looking towards the mist with a smile. He'll do anything to keep his children safe. Line break. Well, this is officially a problem. Adam said, now covered in blood due to bleed from now several profound wounds. In the last few minutes, Poseidon had managed to land several blows, nothing deadly due to the rules of the match, and Adam was able to guard the parts of his body that would result in an instant defeat if hit, but still the amount of blood he was currently losing was a real problem. The good news, however, was that he has gotten good at predicting when where the strikes were going to come from due to the way the mist shifted every so slightly where Poseidon was going to come from. He also got a general idea of where she was now thanks to the large quantity of blood that covered Poseidon's body. Still, that only brings us to a standstill. Adam thought jumping back to avoid a strike and threw a kick only for Poseidon to fade back into the mist. So the question is what to do now. Just punch the shit out of her until she goes down. Kane's voice suddenly rang through his head with Adam shaking his head. No, that's what I've been doing, he responded.
Maybe wait her out until she tries something else. Eve's voice came next and Adam once again shut it down. There's no telling if she'd do that, and even if she did there's no telling when it would happen. He answered.
Maybe you should give up and try to beat her at something else. Abel suggested with Adam scratching the back of his head. That won't work, I can't just give up. Adam sighed as he closed his eyes to think only for them to snap open a second later. Wait a minute. Adam thought as a small smirk came to his face. That's not a bad idea. Outside the mist everyone was still trying to look in. And there's still no sign of either fighter. How much longer will SPLURK? What in the world was that? Heimdall cried hearing something from the mist, and he wasn't the only one as everyone was muttering trying to figure to what that sound was. SHCRINK. That sound along with the fact that the whistling stopped caused everyone to freeze their eyes locked on the arena where the mist was slowly lifting. The mist is lifting everyone, we could be getting our winner right here and right now. Heimdall as everyone leaned forward nervous as they watched the mist clear. The first one to be seen was and the sight of him caused humanity to scream. His leg was suspended in the air impaled of the trident which was now embedded into the arena floor. Dad, Papa, Adam. Adam's family cried out in horror along with the rest of humanity as the gods cheered at seeing the crippling below and thus seeing it as the end of the match. Damn it, Adam, you had it. How could you let it get away from you? Raiden shouted from the stands as he smashed his hand on the stands. I must admit I thought Adam was about to win as well. Shin stated while Jack and Lu Bu frowned at seeing one of their top fighters go down. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Brunhilde snarled, stomping on the ground with each curse. Everyone calm down. Izuku suddenly spoke, getting out of Thor's embrace and walking to Edge, his eyes glowing with the use of the glare fruit. Just take a deep breath and look. Izuku instructed calmly as everyone did so and looked back into the ring as the rest of the mist cleared revealing everything. How? Shin cheered loudly once again, all smiles as Lu Bu and Ryodan cheered wildly along with Thrud. Halakam Gare and Alvider as Jack smirked and clapped along with Randgriz. Fuck yeah. Brunhilde shouted, clenching her fist with a fanged smirk as she saw the blow that had just been dealt to Poseidon. That's what you get, bitch. She thought before turning her attention to Izuku, who walked up and stood beside her. I've never seen that move before, is it one of Adam's original? Izuku asked, getting a nod from Brunhilde. Indeed, like the Razor's Edge, Adam also created this as well, in fact it's one of his signatures. Brunhilde explained as they both turned back to the arena. He calls it the Devil Lance. The Devil Lance. Adam puts his fingers in a formation remarkably similar to a nukite and then stabs their target with them. Adon, using his free hand, grabbed the pole of the trident and pulled it out of his leg, Poseidon giving no resistance before removing his other hand from the goddess' shoulder before giving her one last punch to the chin, causing her to fall back slowly before the eyes of man and god alike. Humanity with hope and joy and the gods with fear and disbelief. However, as she was falling, Adam noticed that she seemed to be trying to put her hands in a triangle formation and seemed to be muttering something. Mahap. Before finally collapsing onto her back. Heimdall approached slowly and observed her quickly, and once he confirmed she was down but still down, he knew it was time to end it. And the winner of Ragnarok, the final battle between God and man, round 3, is Adam of humanity. Heimdall roared into his horn with humanity for the third time cheering on their champion, having brought them victory. Way to go, Adam. We knew you could do it. You're the best. As this was going on, the more religious humans were sending prayer after prayer thanking Adam for his victory. Some, like Abara, even had tears in their eyes. All right, Dad, I knew you could do it. Kane screamed, jumping around without a care in the world. You're the best, Papa. Abel shouted, clapping and giggling like a loon. Oh, Adam, I'm so happy you're all right. Eve whispered, wiping a tear from her eye. Above them, the champions and their partners were celebrating their newest victory. Oh yeah, 3 for 3. Raiden cheered, picking up and spinning Thrud around despite the size different, while Lu Bu smirked. Maybe now those gods will pull their heads out of their asses and take us seriously. The flying general laughed. Come now, my dear. I know we're here to best the gods, but that's just asking for the impossible, she chuckled.
Chin meanwhile was dancing around with Izuku. At this rate, Izuku, this little contest will be over in no time. What do you say we end this with our wedding? Chin proposed, turning Izuku into a blushing and stuttering mess. Only Thor and Beelzebub heard this, and they narrowed their eyes at the ancient king, both having problems with what she said. Chin saw the looks and grinned. All according to plan, she thought as she danced around with her soon-to-be husband. Brunhilde was on cloud 9 as she watched Poseidon get loaded onto the stretcher and get taken away. That's what you get for not staying in your lane, kelp head, she thought viciously before smirking over to the gods. So what will you all do now that you understand what you've gotten yourselves into? She thought viciously as she partially drank in the despair that they were giving off. And the gods were indeed giving off auras of despair as most started vacantly off into space, their mind trying to process just what happened and trying to figure out how they keep losing to humans, while others were wondering if they should just give up now and save themselves embarrassment of further loss. Hey, are you serious? Is this really real? Loki asked as she frantically scraped her head from frantically before looking up with an emotionless expression. This little game of theirs just ended, Loki hissed while Odin's face darkened tremendously. Shit, and here I thought Little Green was the only interesting one. Shiva muttered, scratching her head while Aphrodite's face darkened and her eyes widening menacingly. However, there was one god who seemed happy about the results. Like I always said, justice will always prevail in the end. Hercules smiled and nodded as if he expected this to happen, and once again missed the look Hermes shot him. Regardless, Poseidon was at a disadvantage from the start. Being forbidden from killing drastically limited her options and forced her to fight far more cautious than she would have otherwise. The messenger noted while scratching her chin. It would seem that the 3 types of matches which were created for the gods' very amusement has come back to bite us, which will only make our comeback and victory even greater. Hercules cheered before going looking towards the spinner which had appeared. And now only the truly righteous of the gods remain. We are sure to obtain victory, he declared. Down in the arena, Heimdall got things moving again. And now it's time to pick the fighters for round 4 as well as what type of mock it'll be, Heimdall announced as both spinners started to spin. Alright, looks it's going to be, Heimdall drawled out until it stopped on a sword and shield. A match where killing is permitted, Heimdall announced before looking back to the spinner, and the fighters are Hagen versus Raiden Tamiman. Before Heimdall could announce the results, there were a mighty cry of why as one everyone turned to the source only to find Raiden spinning Thrud in the air. Finally, it's our turn. Let's go, Thrud. Time to prepare for our fight, he exclaimed before running off, the giant Valkyrie still in his arms. God and human blinked as one before turning back to Heimdall, who stood there awkwardly. Well, yeah, the next fight is yeah, you know what? I'll do the big introductions during the match. It's Demon versus Sumo, everyone, Demon versus Sumo. Without Heimdall left the field, everyone still staring. Well, that was amusing, Hermes muttered from the room to shake violently as a loud boom rang through it. Something wrong, Hercules? She asked pleasantly, only for Hercules to scowl even deeper than it had been. What is that monster doing in such an honorable event? Hercules demanded, only to get a shrug. I'm just as confused as you are. I guess the council chose him to fight because he was strong, she suggested, only for the man to growl and walk out. Well, that went better than I had expected, Hermes said before looking back at the screen. Still, why do I feel so uneasy about this next match? Line break. In the dark room where Beelzebub was preciously watching the match as one of the 2 remaining figures' eyes burned with sadistic glee. Finally, he grumbled before heading for the door and exiting into the hallway. It's my turn. Hagen, Dharmic Pantheon. Yes, well, I'd advise using caution. Given what we'd see from the first 3 matches of the humans shouldn't be underestimated, lest something unexpected and unwanted happens, the figure still in the room advised, causing Hagen to scoff. I am well aware of what humanity is capable of and have no plans on underestimating them like gods have done. he swore before turning towards the room. I take it you know your part in what comes next? He asked, getting a nod from the occupant in the room. I am aware, but I do wonder if it's best to do it now when the best and strongest of both the gods and humanity are gathered together. Beelzebub will instantly know who is responsible, and having one of the sins targeting you, especially when they know and designed each and every trick up your sleeve, is more than a little unnerving. The occupant voiced their concern as the two stood in silence staring down. Did you forget who I am? Who I really am, and what I have offered you? Hagen asked, his voice growing much deeper and demonic as power radiated off him. The occupant of the room shook his head. No, I haven't forgotten, and I will do my part just as long as our partners do theirs. The occupant reassured as Hagen smirked as the power receded. Have faith, my friend, we're all after the same thing, and the first step is what occurs in the next match. He laughed before walk off to prepare for his match. Alone in the room, the figure stood there in the dark before slowly looking down and inspecting his robotic arm. Suddenly he started shaking before letting out a thunderous roar. He slammed his fist into the wall, causing it to crumble down, merging the room he was in with the room next door. Breathing deeply, he managed to get himself under control before straightening up. He left the room and headed off to finish his own preparations for the next match. Line break. Dad, you are the coolest, Cain told his father as he and the rest of Adam's family surrounded the first man's bed in the medical wing. Yeah, Papa, you were like whoosh and then bam and then. Abel went off trying to figure out the best way to describe his father's fight. Indeed, Adam, you were as amazing and cool as ever. Eve praised her husband, causing the man to rub the back of his head in embarrassment. Aw, thanks you guys. A small smile on his face before facing Reginleaf. It's really all thanks to you I won. I wouldn't have been able to even hurt her otherwise. Adam praised his Valkyrie partner, causing her face to redden and her glasses to fog up. Hell yeah, those knuckle dusters you made were awesome, the perfect weapon for Dad. Great job, Aunt Reginleaf. Cain praised her with Abel nodding in agreement. As expected of Aunt Reginleaf. The younger brother added, only causing the Valkyrie to burn brighter. Still have trouble taking completes, don't you? A voice from the door asked as Brunhilde, Randgriz, Alvidar Locke, and Gare entered along with Izuku, Lu, Chin and Jack. Oh hey guys, what are you doing here? Adam asked, causing Alvidar to snort. What do you think we're doing here? The 10th Valkyrie asked, causing Adam to chuckle. Well, Brunhilde, what did you think? He asked the leader of the team, getting a smile in return. You did perfect, Adam, I have no complaints. Now rest up the best you can, we don't know when you'll have to fight again. Brunhilde instructed, getting a nod from the man. Now if you'll excuse us, myself and Izuku have to go check on Raiden and Thrud before their match. Brunhilde said, guiding Izuku by arm to the door, and was about to head out when they heard a call of Izuku Midoriya. This caused them to freeze, one of nervousness and the other out of anger, as they turned and saw Poseidon laying in bed covered in bandages, and staring directly at him. Poseidon, Izuku greeted as he slowly approached the bed of the sea goddess. How are you feeling? He asked, causing the sea goddess to look at him before looking down at her bandaged arms. I feel strange, as if something had been lifted from my shoulders, she said before looking towards Izuku. Is that strange? She asked, causing Izuku to look around nervously before looking at his friends surrounding Adam's bed, all of whom could only offer shrugs in return. Turning back, he found Poseidon looking at him as if waiting for an answer, so he did the best he could. Well, maybe it's because you've been putting too much pressure on yourself all this time, Izuku suggested, with Poseidon looking confused. I mean to say, you seem to think from what I've heard that everything you do needs to be perfect. We are gods, beings that create and govern the universe. Perfection is expected of us. That's what I was taught since I was a child, Poseidon revealed, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. Really? That's what you were told growing up? He asked. Indeed, growing up my siblings were always told we would one day be our father's top generals, leading his armies to victory after victory. Poseidon reminisced, getting a horrified look from Izuku, who couldn't help but recall a certain classmate of his and his own father issues. And after the Titans were imprisoned and we took control, that need for perfection only increased. To be seen as unsurmountable and unreachable was more crucial and important at that moment than ever before. And it forced us to make decisions and do things that we never thought we'd have to. Poseidon continued to explain, and here Izuku looked very uncomfortable. Like killing your brother, He asked weakly, causing Poseidon to glance at him. I won't ask who you know about that, she said, glancing at Brunhilde. But what I will say is that I'm not sorry for what I did, nor do I regret it. Poseidon told him before looking towards him. Is that what you were expecting from me? To be the mourning sister who was forced to kill her big brother and has been living with the sadness, regret and guilt since then? She asked, and was surprised to see Izuku shake his head no. No, that doesn't fit the aura I got from you, Izuku admitted before looking down and mumbling something so low Poseidon swore she must have misheard him. Say that again, Izuku, she muttered lowly, her eyes widening slightly. I said that I don't think you were completely wrong in what you did, Izuku admitted, causing the goddess to blink in shock. Everything she had observed from the boy indicated he would have been disgusted and wanted nothing to do with her. See, when due to my powers I also got the memories of hundreds of millions of people, all from different aspects of life who had to make all kinds of different choices just to survive. And because of that, along with what I've experienced in my own life, I can't say what you did was complexity wrong, Izuku admitted. He's right, you know, Shin spoke up, approaching the two before wrapping an arm around his shoulder. You and your siblings just established their rule, and a new war, especially a civil war, could have easily given those looking to take control a chance to wipe you out, the king explained. Not to mention he was threatening his own family. And if Adamas truly loved you all, he wouldn't have even considered fighting against his younger brother. Jack continued on while observing the room. I see, Poseidon muttered before looking up at the ceiling as if lost in thought. Brunhilde, who had managed to hold her tongue up until this point, spoke up. Well, if that's all, then me and Izuku must be going to make sure Raiden and Thrud are properly prepared for their match. Let's go, Izuku, she said, dragging him out in such speed that he barely managed to wave goodbye. I finally got a moment with Izuku to myself, Brunhilde thought with a glee, holding him close as she and Izuku headed down the hall to Raiden's waiting room. Beelzebub having left in a hurry, mumbling something about an emergency, while Thor followed behind, curious on to what could cause the normally completely composed demon to sweat. Those remaining in the medical room blinked at the sudden exit and before blinking again as a large group entered, composing of 2 children and 4 adults dressed as cats. Ah, big brother isn't here, the girl said, clearly upset, while the boy patted her on the back. It's a light airy, you'll see him soon, the boy reassured her, getting a nod from the brown-haired cat woman. Kota's right, I'm positively we'll meet up with him soon, she said. So he's not here? Damn, I was looking forward to him, a voice from the hall swore as she entered with another group of people. Parvati, Hindu goddess of fertility, love and beauty, first wife of Shiva. Kali, Hindu goddess of death, time and the end of the world, second wife of Shiva. Durga, Hindu goddess of war, third wife of Shiva. Ganesha, Hindu god of success, wisdom and new beginnings. Ah, it's Lady Shiva and her family. What, may I ask, are you doing here? Exclamation mark quote. Gare asked, terrified of the goddess in front of her. We actually came here with them looking for little Aries' big brother, Parvati explained happily, with Ganesha nodding. Yeah, mama's gonna fight and beat him, the god declared, only for Aries to immediately run over and glare. No way big brother's going to win, she immediately objected, with the two glaring at each other, only for Durga and Mandalay to get between them. Whoa, now let's not start that again, the leader of the Pussycats advised, with Durga nodding. Yeah, this is a medical wing, people are trying to rest and recover, they don't need to hear you two pointlessly argue with each other, the war goddess added on, with the two holding their heads down in shame. Well, this is certainly an interesting group, Jack spoke up to change the subject. Tell me, how did it come to form? She asked, with Mandalay being the one to answer. Well, it went like this. Flashback. Come on, Aries, slow down, you don't even know where you're going, Mandalay shouted to the little girl who wanted to see her big brother and was currently rushing through the halls looking for him. That blonde guy who was fighting the water lady must be his friend if they are fighting on the same side, so he must be going to see him in the infirmary, Aries said, showing just how much an influence Izuku had on her with her quick thinking. That may be true, but you should still be careful before you, bam, run into someone, Mandalay fished before as Rag Doll helped the young girl to her feet. You okay? She asked, causing the young girl to nod before turning to the one she ran into, which turned out to be Ganesha. I'm sorry for running into you, she apologized, with the young god scoffing. Well, you should be for not watching where you were going, human. He said haughty, only for Shiva to bonk him on the head. Quiet, Ganesha, you weren't watching where you were going on either. She reminded him before facing Eri. So kid, what's got you in such a rush? She asked, causing Eri to look down. I was looking for my big brother and thought he could be in the infirmary. She told the four-armed goddess. The infirmary? What's he's doing there? He's some kind of fighter. Shiva asked knowingly. It's more than likely that a few fights would break out between humans and between gods in an event this big. Eri just nodded her head happily. Yup, he's the strongest, she declared proudly, only to develop a tick mark as Ganesha let out a laugh. Stupid girl, there's no way a human could be the strongest, especially since the strongest is my mama. The elephant was quick to dismiss Eri's claim. Eri, however, crossed her arms and huffed. Your mama may be strong, but big brother is stronger, Eri told the god, who narrowed his eyes in anger at the girl. If he's so strong, then why isn't he fighting in this completion? He mocked, only for Eri to scowl. He is fighting, and he's already won twice, Eri told the wisdom god as the four Hindu deities' eyes winded in shock. Wait a minute. That means your big brother is. Durga trailed off, looking to the four adults, who nodded in confirmation. Yup, Izuku Midoriya, Eri declared before smirking at Ganesha. Who's won twice already? She bragged. This caused the wisdom god to snap out of his shock and glare. Only because he hasn't faced Mama yet. If he had, the fight wouldn't last 5 seconds. He shouted with a glare, with Eri matching it with one of her own. Yeah, because he would beat her in 2 seconds. The two were now so close they were putting heads. Mama is the strongest. Big brother is the strongest. Mama, big brother, mama, big brother, mama, big brother. Hey, that's enough now, Shiva said before bending down in front of the girl. Hello, little one. You're looking for your big brother, right? At her nod, the goddess smiled. Well, we're actually looking for him too. Think you can take us to him? I want to talk to him about something. Eri, after seeing the genuine look on Shiva's face along with nods she was getting from the pussycats, gave her a bright smile and nod. Okay. Flashback end. I see, well, you were right, and Izuku and Brunhilde were here, but they left mere seconds before you arrived. Jack informed them. They went to go check on Raiden and make sure he was ready for his match. The serial killer informed them. I could show you if you would like. She offered, only to get a shake of the head in return. It's fine, I meet him sooner or later. For now, let him and his Valkyrie focus on their mission for now. Shiva waved her off before looking over towards Adam. I've got some questions for you as well. As the Hindu goddess and first man started talking, Eri, unseen by all, slowly made her way over to Poseidon, or more specifically the bandages wrapped around her. The goddess noticed her approach and simply watched her. Hearing that this was the sister of Izuku, she knew that acting negatively towards her would do her quest to marry Izuku no favors, so she simply observed the small child approach her. Yes, is there something you need, child? She asked before noticing the girl's eyes transfixed on her bandages injuries. What, do these upset you or something? She asked somewhat snappishly, causing the girl to jerk back before looking to the ground. No. They just remind me, she muttered, causing the goddess to breathe out through her nose as she tried to keep her patience. Remind you of what exactly? She asked, with Eri hesitating for a moment before answering. Of the time before I meet big brother, when I had to wear bandages like those all the time. This caused everyone to stop and stare at the child. Before that I lived in a dark room, only taken out when it was time for a pro procedure. She continued on, getting gasp from those like even Parvati. Over. The bad man in charge used his power to break me apart before putting me back together again and again to make the weapon he needed. She continued, trying to say the name of the one response but couldn't while the tension in the room was palpable. The more sensitive, like Eve, Parvati, Ragdoll and the maids, had tears in their eyes, while others were barely holding in their anger some better than others, as Adam's bed frame was crushed from him gripping the side railing as well as the wall from Shiva punching it in anger. They used to wrap my arms and legs in badges like those, and this went on for a long time. She recounted before, to the shock of all. She started to smile. But then I meet them, Big Brother and Mr. Mirio. I had gotten away from him, the bad man, and ran into them. Big Brother bent down and checked me all over, and when he noticed my injuries, Back then I was too scared to answer any questions he had, and I was terrified when the bad man found me and tried to take me back. I was about to go with him, but Big Brother wouldn't let me go. He insisted I go to the hospital and wouldn't take no for an answer. It came to a point where the bad man lost his patience and leapt towards them, trying to kill them and take me back, only for Mr. Mirio to intervene and punch him away. They tried to capture him, but the bad man got away. Big Brother and Mr. Mirio immediately took me to a hospital where I was looked after all the time, and a few days later, after answering some questions, I learned that the bad man had been beaten by Big Brother and Mr. Mirio. After that, Big Brother and Mr. Mirio visited me every day and eventually took me to a really fun place they called the Curtail Festival, where I was finally able to smile again. Eri finished her story, and by then most of those in the room had tears in their eyes. Poseidon, however, simply stared down at her before speaking. "Tell me something, child. Do you know why you were able to survive and live the life you do today?" she asked, causing the girl to tilt her head in confusion, not understanding the question. "Because Big Brother and Mr. Mirio rescued me," she half answered and half asked, to which Poseidon shook her head. "That was only part of it. Do you know the other part?" the goddess asked, with the little girl shaking her head, no curiosity in her eyes. "You survived because you are strong." Now this threw everyone for a loop, causing the goddess to sigh in annoyance. The kids not understanding was understandable, but the rest were full-grown adults and the others were gods. "Listen to me, child. You were able to survive what sounds to be a never-ending torment that would break most adults and even gods, and led them to take their own lives just to escape it. And even when they did, most would only remain a shell of their former selves, whereas for the most part you have survived and thrived." The sea goddess explained the best way she knew how. "So never forget, child, you are strong, and there's nothing in any of the worlds that can break your spirit or will," Poseidon said, as the humans looked to the sea goddess with smiles towards her words, and the gods and maid who knew of her reputation looked on in complete shock. Eri had a look of complete awe on her face at the words of praise from the goddess. "That sounds like something Big Brother would say. Do you know him?" she asked eagerly, to which the sea goddess nodded. "Really, that's amazing. Are you friends?" she asked, causing the sea goddess to tilt her head in consideration as she tried to figure out how to answer that question. "I wouldn't say that yet, but I do plan to change that in the future," she answered, causing Eri to smile. "Really?" she asked, getting a nod. "Yes, after all, here she shot Shiva and her wives, Chin, Lu, and Jack a look. He is to be my husband." The reactions this got were once again mixed. Shiva, her wives, the Valkyries, and Mandali were gasping at what the goddess just declared. Adam, Cain, Tiger, and Kota were snickering at the goddess and Valkyrie's reactions, while Kota was snickering at his aunts. While Eve, Ragdoll, and Pixie Bob were just celebrating and imaging the wedding that was going to take place. Eri meanwhile had a smile that could blind any sun god. "Big sister," she screamed, immediately hugging the sea god, who was taken back by this sudden action. Looking lost for the first time in centuries, she looked around the room. Most of the room were AW-ing at the sense, while a couple like Adam and Shiva had a look that said, "Hug her back already." So ever so slowly the great tyrant of the sea gently wrapped her arms around her new little sister. And she'd be lying if she said she found the experience unpleasant. After 30 seconds of this, she heard a coughing sound, and looking down she saw Kota standing by her bed, looking like he had something to ask. "Sorry if I'm interrupting, Miss Poseidon, but may I ask you something?" he asked hesitantly, and seeing that he actually addressed her with respect and the weird feelings that were filling her, she de-iced to allow it so with a nod. "See, I was wondering if you could offer some advice." Advice? What could the child possibly need advice from her for? That was answered when he held his palm up and a small geyser of water erupted out of it, causing the brown-haired Catwoman to immediately order him to stop, which he did so. "See, that's my quirk, or my superpower. It's called water gun, and it lets me shoot a stream of water from my hands," Kota explained. "See, the problem is I don't have any idea on how to improve it from the way it is right now, and my parents are gone." He finished quietly, with the room instantly knowing what happened. "So with you being the goddess of the biggest body of water, I was wondering if you had any tips or training methods that can help me," Kota explained, looking a little hopeful. A few things happened after Kota made his request. For one, Shiva moved to put herself in front of the boy to shield him from the sea goddess in case she tired to attack him. The fact that he seemed to be close to Izuku, was asking for help to get stronger and had the balls to ask Poseidon of all goddess even if he didn't know her reputation was more than enough for her to protect him from the sea goddess. Poseidon meanwhile seemed to be frozen. Someone had come to ask her, for advice. Not mercy, not a blessing or a miracle. Just honest advice on how to improve themselves. The reason he asked her also made sense. He conjured water and she was the goddess of the sea, so she can't think he was just asking a random god. This was also the first time she's been asked for something as advice. Not even her younger siblings had ever asked for advice, which she would have felt a little hurt by as a child if she knew they didn't ask Hades, the perfectionist of them all, either, and simply went straight to one of their aunts and uncles, the then still ruling titans, if not just their father.
A day of first, I suppose, she thought with a small smile before facing the boy. Boy, you're here until the end of Ragnarok, correct? She asked, getting a nod from the boy, causing her to nod. Listen well, I shall be able to leave in a little over 3 hours. Once that happens, I will instruct you the best I can in the time you have left in the divine realm, for as long as you don't waste my time, understand? She finished with a glare, causing the boy to give an enthusiastic nod. Very well, then I suggest you prepare yourself. I will not be lenient because of your age. She warned, which seemed to lose its meaning as Koda was shouting thank you after thank you while Eri was doing the same while giving her new big sister a hug. As this was going, both Adam, Shiva, their families and the maids were all gasping at the fact Poseidon of all being agreed to help train a mortal, while the pussycats were trying to reassure Mandalay that her nephew would be fine and that they would be right there in case something happened. All the while the 3 champions and their Valkyries partners were watching with smiles. And thus the ice starts to melt. Jack commented, getting a smirks from her fellow champions. Yup. Lou smirked in amusement while Chin laughed, indeed. Line break. Wow, and I thought I ate a lot. Izuku muttered as he stared at the literal towers of empty food bowels. Brunhilde, however, ignored them and pushed straight through to the next room, where to Izuku's shock Raiden and Thrud were sound asleep, cuddling with a dozen women surrounding them, each asleep with a satisfied look on their face. Good grief. Brunhilde muttered before taking a deep breath. Wake the fuck up. In an instant everyone was awake, with the women quickly making for the door, each shouting out good luck to the sumo champion as they did so. Oh hey Hild. Is it time yet? Raiden asked excitedly, which increased when Brunhilde nodded. Yes, go ahead and perform Volunder. Brunhilde instructed, getting a nod from the champion. Right, he exclaimed before looking towards Thrud. I'll be counting on your guidance, he told her, causing the biggest Valkyrie to nod. Leave it to me. This confused the pair, especially Brunhilde. Wait a moment, Thrud, what does he mean by guidance? She asked, getting a smirk from the 3rd Valkyrie. Ha, you're not the only one who can talk with their partner while in Volunder anymore, elder sister. Thrud told her, causing her eyes to widen, but before she could ask any question, Thrud embraced her champion and the two became one in the form of a Mawashi. Yes. Time to go. Raiden shouted before rushing to the arena, not being able to wait anymore, leaving the two alone in the room. Hey Brunhilde, you okay? Izuku asked, seeing his partner standing there stunned. She remained like that for a moment before snapping out of it as a small smile came to her face. Yes, I'm fine, just happy for her, that's all. She smiled, which Izuku soon matched. Come along, Izuku. Brunhilde said, leaving the room with Izuku right behind her. Let's go give the gods their 4th ass kicking in a row. Line break. The arena had once again changed. It now took the shape of a square. The floor was completely smooth and above it there was a large floating Japanese-styled structure floating above the arena. Heimdall then appeared in traditional Japanese garb. With the score 3-0, this could be the final nail in the gods' coffin. They truly cannot afford to lose this next match. Heimdall announced, and this was true. The gods were cheering with smiles, but they were clearly frozen in place, rigid, their minds one loss away from completely breaking, while the humans were cheering on their next champion, telling them to finish it once and for all. Other humans were commenting on the arena, noting that it was a Japanese sumo stadium, while others noted it there were women carrying advertisements throughout the arena. Finally a spotlight showed down. Now the wait is over. Born in the land of the rising sun and trained in the strongest combat sport, Heimdall announced, while thousands of sumo such as 5th Yokozuna Onogawa Kisa Baru and 4th Yokozuna Tanikaze Kajinosuke watched on in silence. Sumo. Suddenly as one all sumo raised their right legs up and stomped hard onto the gorge, shaking the very stadium. Exalted over the last 2,000 years and acknowledged by all in human history. And suddenly all sumo raised their left legs and once more slammed them down, this time with a cry of, Yoisho.
This is where humanity's strongest could be found. Once more the sumo slammed their feet into the ground with another cry of, Yoisho. Right. The sumo struck their hand in a grabbing motion.
Teppo. This time a palm strike. Kanuki. Here they parked up and grabbed each other under their arms.
Sabauri. This time they reach around and grab the back of their mawashi. He even had to be restricted simply because he was too powerful. As he got closer to the arena, Raiden smirked in anticipation. Yet this man still remained the strongest. Finally he had entered the arena. He won some and then won some more. No matter what, he still came out on top. Heimdall Anusind, as several physicians such as Sugita Pengaku wanted to study the man's body, while artists such as Katsushika Hokusai was suddenly hit with inspiration. The people call that man was king of the ring for over 20 years, the peerless Rikishi. And his name is Raiden Tamiman. Heimdall finished his introduction while the sumo stood tall. As humanity cheered for their next champion, Izuku and Brunhilde had meet up with the others minus Adam in their previous spot, including Thor and Beelzebub, much to Brunhilde's annoyance. Are you sure everything's fine, Beelzebub? Izuku asked, causing the Sin to nod. Yes, everything was still in order when I got there, but I couldn't find the source anywhere, she said with narrowed eyes. Thor meanwhile was looking towards the gods. This could be it, she muttered, looking over all the panicking and pleading faces of her fellow deities. If the gods lose here, I'm not sure they'll have the heart to continue watching. Thor muttered, getting a snort for Lu. Just goes to show that no matter their status, spineless cowards are spineless cowards. She muttered, getting a nod of agreement from the Thunder Goddess. Well, look at this, looks like we got a party over here. Everyone turned to where this had come from and saw Buddha and Zero heading their way, with Zero rushing towards them. Gare, he shouted in joy, which the youngest Valkyrie responded to in kind. Zero, she cried, seeing her best friend with the two embracing in a hug. Sorry we weren't here before, but you know how it goes. Places to be, people to meet. Buddha shrugged, getting a nod from Brunhilde. Completely understandable, she waved it away before frowning down in the arena. What do you think of this next match? Brunhilde asked, getting narrowed eyes from Buddha. No clue, not when it comes to that thing, Buddha said, as the arena darkening even more. And now representing the gods as a genuine monster. Heimdall began again, causing multiple gods and humans to gulp. Said to have long ago destroyed half of Helheim. He went on further, freaking out those who haven't heard of this feat. Known as the legendary berserker who won't stop until his target is completely destroyed. By now footsteps could be heard as a giant shadow emerged from the god's gate. He's the lord of the sixth heaven. Heimdall fished before the demon finally emerged. It's Heijen. All around the stadium both god and human gasped in horror as they looked upon the monster in horror. Not even the gods, who were desperate, could bring themselves to speak or utter a cheer. Okay, I've faced down monstrous villains before, but that thing is something else entirely. Hawks muttered, his eyes transfixed on the demon. Keep your eyes on that thing, everyone, I've got a bad feeling. Endeavor instructed, with everyone nodding.
Unacceptable, Hercules growled from the private box. I cannot accept that monster as part of this competition. Hercules growled for the 5th time in as many minutes. This caused Hermes to sigh and head for the exit. Where are you going, Sister Hermes?
He asked, only to get a smile. I'd figure I'd watch from a different vantage point, get the fight from different angles and all that. She said quickly, getting a nod and smile from Hercules. Well, safe travels, sister. Me and Ares will watch from here, he said, patting the war god's shoulder as the messenger goddess nodded and quickly left the room, not wanting to be left alone with those two headaches anymore.
Down in the arena, Heijen looked down and noticed a frog creature holding up a basket full of powder. The demon did nothing as Raiden scooped some into his hands before tossing it over the field. Heimdall, seeing this down and knowing that both fighters were now ready, spoke again. And now Ragnarok, the final battle of God versus humanity. Round 5 begin. Humanity instantly began cheering for Raiden, while the gods managed to pull themselves together to cheer for Heijen, or rather against humanity. However, nether fighters seemed to be making a move and were content to have a star down Hagen with a frown and Raiden a confident smile. Bending down to his eye level, Hagen spoke. Go ahead, human. The first move is yours. Hagen offered only to get a laugh from the sumo. Man, you must have some pretty bad eyes there. If you can't realize I've already made my opening move. Raiden insulted, causing the gods to cringe in fear while Hagen looked on in confusion. And that would be what exactly? He asked, getting a laugh from Raiden. Take a closer look at how I'm standing. He instructed and inspected just how Raiden was standing. Raiden, seeing the confused look still on the demon's face, let his smirk widen. Still can't see it? Well, that's too bad. Now why don't you make your opening move and begin this show of ours? Line break. Now why don't you make your opening move and begin this show of ours? In a darkened room lit only by a computer monitor showing the match, the robotic occupant sat typing away, barely sparing the match a glance as they worked. However, they couldn't help but snort as they heard Raiden request. Ignorant human, the first move was made long along, you just don't know it yet. They muttered before going silent, the only sounds being that of the keyboard and monstrous roars from sources shrouded in the darkness. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.